expectations.
You're fired. What in the all types of blue hell? Get yourself ready for a minstrel show.
I'm independent.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
What's going on, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to the Colosseum. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. We got Silk Diggy, Namer, and Snowman in the building already. How you guys doing? Plan to have a fun show tonight. Title of the show: Step Up or Get Left. And what I mean by that, no, I don't mean, because some people are going to get confused. No, I don't mean y'all better go to college to get your degree. No. Well, if you can do that if that's your path you want to take, if it makes you enough money. But when I say step or get left, what I mean is, quite frankly, white supremacy, as we know it, is crumbling. So this is our time as black men to step up or get left. Pay attention to what's going on and move accordingly. Things have already gotten a little rocky, and it's going to remain that way for a while. So, without further ado, y'all can go ahead and come up right now. I'm putting the link in the chat. Got 9 watching good. Be sure to like, share, subscribe. Hit my Cash App, which is pinned to the top. Support the show. Hit the super chat. Support the show. Plan to have a fun night tonight. Got plenty of black female fuckery to get into later, but you know. But yeah. Oh, we also have to review 3 Sassy Stooges a little bit later. But yeah, once again, I hope everybody's doing all right tonight. Shout out to Florida for winning the big tournament. And I didn't keep up. Who won the female tournament?
UConn.
I should have guessed that, but okay. They always win
In
the
a
tournament.
laugher.
Oh, they blew him out, huh?
I got nothing against Dawn Staley in South Carolina. Nothing. Okay? Believe me. Had fun covering them this season. But after UConn went to Columbia, South Carolina, and stuck a foot in their ass, I knew UConn was going to win it all. And it was the same 2 teams at the tail end.
Is that actually? Hold on, wait a minute. Is that actually you, Namer?
Oh yeah, sometimes I like to switch up my avatar. You know. Oh come on, ODB was one of my favorite rappers. Come on, man.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I scared you.
When South Carolina and UConn met for the national championship, which should have been played in a full stadium, by the way. And anyone who doesn't know how I feel about that, listen to my show on Monday morning.
Okay.
Then they could have played this at Lucas Oil Stadium and sold the shit out of it. Period. Women's basketball is going to be nuts, especially this summer with the WNBA and almost every team in said league changing venues for one reason and one reason only. Her name, Caitlyn Clark.
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned Clayton Clark because I just found out, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I just found out once Caitlyn Clark got kicked out of the playoffs, they they
Their
they
ratings tanked.
their ratings tank.
Their ratings
And
their ratings tanked.
She's a
actually,
ratings magnet.
I now have a video for this. Basically, after Caitlyn Clark got out, this is what happened.
Lowered expectations.
Yep. Bada boom, bada bing.
She's a
That's
ratings magnet.
exactly what
basically.
happened. That's exactly what happened. And you
Hey.
know, you got so many apologists. I'm going to start talking about this because I'm covering the WNBA draft on Monday night, eschewing Monday Night Baseball. If I get a chance to do it, because I have a softball game scheduled, but I may not do it. Trying to think it through here.
Okay.
But you know why the league to this moment is trying to kiss Caitlyn Clark's ass? Because
They
of
ain't
what
got
she
no
did
choice.
for the league. Exactly. They don't have a choice. You know, Angel Reese and her big mouth likes to say she's not the only reason. Give me this button.
Now that's some bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Caitlyn Clark is the reason that the WNBA is starting to survive. Have they turned a profit yet? No. Will they ever turn a profit? No. Not as long as Kathy Engelbert is in charge.
Oh, shots fired. I didn't do it, but anyway.
No, I'm firing all kinds of shots. They got the wrong people in charge. How many times have y'all heard me say that?
Mm-hmm.
How many times have y'all heard me say that about the W? They got the wrong damn people in charge.
He's good brother Art Newstall.
What's up, Art Newstall?
We got the teacher in the building.
Yep. Good stream last night, Art. Caught some of it after I did my game last night. But they got the wrong person in charge, man. They got the wrong person in charge. Period. But I will say this. Kathy Engelbert, you've been given a second chance because the Dallas Wings are going to draft Paige Beckers out of UConn.
Mm.
And you're going to have a rivalry for the ages. Caitlyn Clark on one side, Paige Beckers on the other.
Interesting.
Caitlyn Clark in the Eastern Conference, Paige Beckers in the Western Conference. Do not be surprised if those two are tangling for a championship within the next 2 years.
Mm.
Because both teams are something that Angel Reese is. Oh, doggone, there goes that microphone again. Hang tight. Because both players are something that Angel Reese is not. And I'm going to fire a lot of shots by saying this.
Mm-hmm.
The one thing that Paige Beckers and Caitlyn Clark are, and Angel Reese isn't, polished.
Dun, dun, dun.
Exactly. Thank you for doing that. You know, if I were Angel Reese, I'd walk up to them and say,
"You know what? That makes me mad."
And do something about it. But no, she's too busy wanting to be a supermodel instead of a basketball player.
She's too busy wanting to be.
I'm independent.
She was that way at LSU. Stop the cap.
No, well, okay. Mm-hmm. Makes sense.
She was that way. She was that way when she won her national championship. Stop the cap. Oh, here's the button.
Stop the cap.
Yeah.
And ever since she won her national championship, she's become
boring
to watch.
Boring.
But in the
I'll
meantime,
say it again for all you Angel Reese apologists out there. Y'all are like bronzexuals. Ever since Angel Reese won her national championship in 2023, she has become to watch. Period. Matter of fact, take this.
Lowered expectations.
Cole Johnson, you no good for that. You know you ain't no good for that. But we love you.
And you know, as a matter of fact, I know this is going to be a shot and a stretch at the same time. And y'all better let me put my cash app because some of these. This microphone cord has got to go. In fact,
Take your time.
I'm gonna order 2 new ones. Let me put my Cash App in the chat here, and I know it's early. I have to do it because what I'm about to say, the sentence I'm about to say, better come equipped with some Cash Apps because I got more shots to fire later. As I said earlier, Kathy Engelbert is going to get a second shot at making the NBA turn a profit.
WNBA.
WNBA. Thank you. NBA made their profit in the 1980s. Let me stop the cap. Kathy Engelbert has a solid chance to make the W profitable when you're going to have not one, but 2 players of this generation, 2 generational players to help your league thrive. Paige
Blue
Beckers
chippers.
and Caitlyn Clark, blue chippers. Thank you, Neymar. Appreciate that.
What I do, but here's the thing I have to say, Snowman.
Yeah.
I got to give a little pushback. This is going to take a while because remember, how old is Caitlyn right now?
She is 23.
How old is this?
Oh, she's a baby. Okay.
No. She's old enough to drink and drive. But how old is this other rookie coming in?
She is 22.
Okay. How long? Now, let's move. Now, let me use an NBA comparison.
Go for it.
Riddle me this, Snowman. And after how many seasons did Michael Jordan win his first NBA championship?
Took him 7 seasons.
7 seasons. How long did it take Larry Bird?
It took 2. 80 and 81. He won his first championship in 1981. Magic Johnson won the finals as a rookie in 1980. So it can be done.
Yes, but here's the thing I have to say about
it. It can be done.
Yeah. Here's my point. They still have, but even though they're polished, you understand college basketball and the pros are two different levels. Where we're talking D1 and then anything in college basketball, D1 and D2, different levels, right? So Caitlyn still got dues to pay. Yeah, she's bringing in the ratings, but she's still got to grow up and develop a little bit more.
Okay.
So the rivalry needs some time to develop and cook. So when she wins that first championship, or if the other one wins the first championship, it will be a lot sweeter. Because too much too soon sometimes can ruin everything. But will it inspire others to get in the gym and do what they need to do for excellence? Because remember, when Jordan was in the league, how many other greats started coming in the league and they had to step up their game? No, man?
He's still getting his mic together. But while we're waiting, don't nobody say shit. Oh, he dropped out. Oh shit. Okay.
He'll be back.
But let's have a little fun here. My Fred Sanford impression.
Now I want to talk about it now.
Fred, I said we'll talk about that some other time.
You don't tell me what I can talk about. You don't tell me what I can talk about in my own house.
Don't you point your finger at my nose, Fred Sanford.
I'll point my finger at your nose and I'll point my foot somewhere else.
You big dummy.
Shout out to Red Fox. That is actually where I get you big dummy. See, is that Snowman? It is.
Hey, don't forget another thing.
Who's the big dummy?
No, I did a impression of Red Fox is here.
Okay. Now I want to talk about it now.
Fred, I said we'll talk about that some other time.
You don't tell me what I can talk about. You don't tell me what I can talk about in my own house.
Don't you point your finger at my nose, Fred Sanford.
I'll point my finger at your nose, and I'll point my foot somewhere else. Now I want to talk.
Yeah, just having a little fun here.
Point my finger at your nose, and I'll point my foot up your ass.
Now, this next one, I'm actually talking about black male education because that's been a big deal going around. So here we go.
Look here. About black boys and men going to college. Black folk, seriously, stop lying. It wasn't even till the 1960s that we even encouraged black men to graduate high school. But y'all sit up here running your mouths about
mid
college.
1960s,
Particularly some of you black women who are only running your mouths to gloat.
Some
or claim the fact that no, I'm educated.
Pause.
It's still dumb as a box of rocks, but that's another story.
Oh, I address that later.
Okay.
Now, are there some parents who care about their children's education? Yes. But we're not going to sit up here and lie as a collective and pretend that we encourage black boys to go to college. We don't. That's bullshit, and everybody knows it. Do I wish it was different? Yes.
Bull.
But tell the truth on the situation. And yes, I'm legally blind in the eyes, so you'll get over it. Oh, one more thing to the so-called educated heifers that keep running your mouths. just gloat, just crap on black men. You're not actually the most educated. You're actually the most enrolled. Look it up.
Mm-hmm.
Black men still make more money than you.
Yep.
Look it up. And you guys have the most college debt.
Mm-hmm.
It makes you a liability. Look it up.
I looked all those figures up, and the earning gap between black men and black women is 3-1.
No lies down there.
And that's being nice.
Mm-hmm.
In some areas, it could go as high as 5-1. Los Angeles, hello.
Oh, no lies found there.
Now, believe it or not, all this talk about black education comes from. I'm gonna need you to get BGS's second one out for this one. Comes from this clown.
Apparently, black men are not attending college. And this is a
stop. Pause. Desist. Hold the phone. Stop. Penalty flag on the field.
Tell me, what is gay?
In this case, it might be bisexual because apparently he's married and has children.
No, he's not bisexual. He's more like metrosexual. He has a wife and he has children, but he just moves. He moves in effeminate ways and spaces.
He's a male feminist.
Yeah.
Horrendous trend. The number of black men at four-year colleges has plummeted, and at Howard University.
Yeah, no shit. It's plummeted amongst all men. All men are not going to college like they used to.
There are as many.
What the fuck is that?
Y'all didn't think it was price to pay for that new math that y'all been pushing?
Many non-black students as there are black men.
1990s.
Howard is just 19% black men. There's a
that's not surprising, and we've actually dealt with a black male out of Howard, believe it or not, Hammer. So yeah, what does that tell you about the caliber of black males that go to Howard University? Notice I did not say black men. Oops.
STC.
There's an array of reasons why this is happening, but the number one thing sociologists point to is something they call the belief gap, that a lot of young black men don't believe that they can or should be able to handle college intellectually or financially.
Stop. Did he say what I think he just said?
Yes, he did.
Play it again.
Guys, college is a critical part of gaining the college intellectually or financially. Guys, college intellectually or financially. Believe that they can or should be able to handle college intellectually or financially.
Go ahead.
Stop. First of all,
You know what? That makes me mad.
because you're talking about a percentage of black boys going on to college because what are the 3 words my dad said to me when I was making my decision? They wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
What have black boys been told since the 1960s? Don't go to college, pick up a trade. Guess who told them that? Guess who told them that lie? Because if you think about it, since the 1960s and on through now, not only have black men refused to go to college, they've been kept out by black women. Why? Sign language. Find the lie.
Hold up. I'm sorry. I gotta read Bay's comment here.
Go.
This moron didn't know that Trump was in charge of the military. He will never live that down with me. How do you not know? Okay.
Trump
Give me
is
this.
the commander-in-chief. What the fuck?
Hold on. Wait. How can I say this?
What in the all types of blue hell?
You were reaching for the button I was reaching for.
Boom.
And I'll couple it with this.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat. Supposed to support the show. Class. Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States. By definition,
he is in charge.
He is the commander-in-chief of all branches of the military.
And for this guy, I got this for him. And as I said, and as I said a moment ago,
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
Sorry, wrong button.
Nah, it's cool.
Yeah, right button. You big dummy!
Oh, right button? Okay, well, let her roll.
Elephants.
All right, let's get back to it.
Guys, college is a critical part of gaining the intellectual skills you need to.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
No, it's not. Not these recent college graduates. Have you heard these recent college graduates coming out? No, it is not.
Have you seen these recent college graduates come out?
I was trying to be nice, but yeah. Yeah, pretty much.
I'm not nice. I'm 52 years old. I hold nothing back anymore. And you know, the person that besides my dad and besides my daughter, God rest you, Donna, you know the person lately who has taught me not to hold anything back?
Your wife?
Yep. I married her and she's in her office.
Speaking of which, Snowman, let's not forget one thing. You're from Chicago.
Born and raised.
From the south side of Chicago. Who else was from the south side of Chicago? A certain
Oops.
said
Lost.
Yeah, I got you. Okay, sorry. You gonna hear me now?
Yeah.
Got you. We got you.
By the way, good pause, AB. You got this motherfucker looking like a fucking idiot. But anyway.
You know what? I need to have that picture.
Yes.
I need to have that shot.
With his eyes crazy and hair all crazy.
With his eyes crazy and hair all over the place. Finish your point, Cameron.
But that's half his videos, though. I'm just
saying. Yeah, but hold on.
This is only half.
But it's a good pitch. But it's a good freeze right there. Good freeze.
Freeze it right there. Name or finish your point, please.
Thank you. But let's not forget, like the Mac man, you ain't scared of these motherfuckers. So you ain't giving a fuck. You tired of this shit, and you just gonna let it. You're gonna tell it like it is. Tell it like it is.
Learn from Tiny and my pops. And there's a beautiful lady in
get
the office
into the
next
middle
to me that
class.
does the same thing.
Black women have known for years and years that they need degrees to overcome race.
And they didn't do shit to help the black man, did they? Dumbass.
Nope. Not a damn thing.
Racism and misogyny and get as far as they can in life.
One more point to this idiot. Listen, you crazy motherfucker. I'm kind of married to a white woman.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know one thing that
Kinda?
we took up?
Kinda.
Trust me. I'm making this semi joke for a reason.
Okay.
You stupid motherfucker. I'm married to a white woman very happily. Been with her for 7 years. You know what the conversation at the forefront of our relationship is? Every little thing about race you can think of. It's a daily conversation because of the shit that we go through and the looks that we get. Continue.
Bay, is that you?
Yes. How
What
are
up,
you,
Bag?
fellas?
Yeah.
Oh
Are you?
shit, the Turk's here.
What?
Tom, I'm just fucking with you, babe.
You say Big
But
Dick Turk is here. What?
I said, dude, you. What did I say about your name? What did I say
Oh,
about your
you
name,
said
babe?
Tiggs. Oh, okay.
Huh?
You said Tiggs.
I said the Turk.
The Turk.
yeah.
Dude.
Okay. Okay. Let's move on.
Let's
No, I'm not trying to fight.
That's
I'm not trying to
that's
fight.
not important. That's not important.
Saturday night
And they have
drinking.
become the most educated demographic in the country. But leaving black men out of that trend means a lot of potential wealth that could go into the black community won't go into the black community because people who could have become
Phrase it. Okay, you dumb motherfucker. A, as AB just said, how would you know that? And B, what makes you think that black men haven't consciously made a decision not to put money back into the black community? Give you an example. When I started Arena Sports Net, which was ISNet Chicago a long time ago, we're talking about January 1996. When I and a friend of mine started that a long time ago, we made the conscious decision to not put money in the black community. Why? Because we've seen so many people that open businesses that we knew and they failed. Why? Because black women fucked them up. Whether it was child support, whether it was rape, whether it was mental issues. And yes, I'm calling them out as I see it. And why am I calling all this out? Because I've been there. I've been there. And many men I know on the South Side are there now, trying to get the hell out and can't. Continue, please.
middle class professionals and intellectuals will not be able to make that leap. Apparently, black men are.
You stupid son of a bitch.
Yep.
Can you give me the Chris Space one again? Because you have the video. Do it again, will you please?
What in the all types of blue hell?
Shout out to the legendary Chris Space.
I could sure go for a slice of pizza.
Hey, you all right?
You ain't got no sense, babe.
I just got back from work in the bar, and I just realized, like, I had that delicious ass Indian food. But the thing with Indian food is, of course, just like Chinese food. You eat it, and an hour later, you're hungry again. I can sure go for a slice of pizza.
My video about black men not going to college got comments all over the map. Some commenters who work in education say, yes, it's hard to get black men to see themselves as college students.
Freeze it.
I'm a high school.
Freeze it.
Tell me, what is gay?
And
now that's some bullshit.
And to work in Mr. Carlin.
Get the fuck out of here!
School teacher, I'm trying to help them, but a lot of my black male students are scared of college.
There he is.
As a high school counselor.
Bullshit.
BGS, I will say it for you and I'll say it live because I said it to my wife and she loved it. Now that's some bullshit.
It is bullshit. They always leave out the fact that right now 40% of your 50% of your Generation Z that coming out of college are getting laid off because they're inadequate for the workforce.
Yep.
Right.
They're leaving that out. Okay. So college is not what it used to be. Okay, because at all, and a lot of the kids going into college are inadequately trained. So the problem is not black boys going to college. It starts way before that. But they don't want to talk about that.
Let me
it starts in grade school. Go ahead.
It does. Let me do this for BGS. And BGS, you know where I'm going. With that point you just made, and a drive to center shall be going back at the wall. Gone. Grand slam home run for Jose Canseco.
Yeah, for most kids, if you don't start preparing that kid for college in elementary, if you wait till high school, unless the kid is exceptional, he's not probably gonna make it. It's too late. Yeah.
It's too late because when I went to a Catholic grammar school and they were getting into my head, I'd say 4th grade on, about what it's like to be not just in high school but in college. They were looking way ahead.
Yeah,
they were looking
early. Got to think ahead.
They were working 8 years
to do that, though. I'm just
Yep.
saying.
They were working 8 to 9 years ahead, which I appreciated because when I got to Northeast Missouri State in 1990, everything they talked about outside of the classroom to me happened.
Yeah, my first year of college, most of the skills that I needed to be in college, I had learned almost in middle school, so I'd already had it. So,
and for me too, and for me too, choosing what I love to do instead of what I was quote unquote prepared to do. In other words, what my mom wanted me to do. Underlying tone right there. When I switched majors, I cannot tell you the uproar that the women in my house had.
Yep.
Okay.
Do I need to say any more?
No, you don't say no more. They don't say that to the women though. Women can do anything they want. They never say that to the women. The women do anything they want,
and they won't either. I saw it live and up close
because women don't make the money.
For 20, I've seen it live and up close for the better part of 20 years between my sister and my mother.
Yep.
Okay. When I first got into
this
it was on my own. Then I get credentials to cover the Chicago Bulls, and guess who comes with their hand out?
Of course.
Firsthand, they have become so disconnected from school despite all the interventions we try. Some of this is black males thinking they're not up to it intellectually.
Okay.
That's the issue. That's the issue. Really, this is something. Let's see if I can find it because somebody sent it to me.
Oh, I'm glad you're up here.
Go ahead.
Do you have a reference for the Mohawk conference that you referred to back in the 19th century?
If Mohawk,
okay.
Mohawk, H-O-N-K, Mohawk, New York, 1890. The Negro problem.
M-O-H-A what?
M-O-H-O-N-K, like honk, like a honk of horn.
Honk.
Honk. H-O-N-K. Honk, like a honk of
now
horn.
It came up. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Toot toot. Hey.
You a nut, man.
Wait. BGS, let me respond by saying me me.
No. You know, that's not the reference. It's down
I got it.
Hey, beep beep.
Yep.
Oh, okay, okay.
I caught that reference, man. I got a funny story for you, BGS. I got a funny story for BGS. Wife and I were talking. My wife and I were talking one night, and we were talking about what we quote unquote should do, and what our parents wanted us to do, or our mothers, because Jody often says our mothers are cut from the same cloth, and she wasn't lying about that. There's no cap there in that sentence.
Ooh.
And I said, what did your mom want you to do? And she told me, and I said, do they support you at all? Jody took a look at me and said, hello, have you met my family? And I said, you got a point. And then she told me something else that they wanted her to do. And I don't know why you popped in my head, but the voice of, now that's some bullshit, popped out of my mouth. And Jody's on the floor laughing for 10 minutes.
Yeah, here's my take on the, all the talk with boys education and shit.
Look here. About black boys and men going to college. Black folk, seriously, stop lying. It wasn't even till the 1960s that we even encouraged black men to graduate high school.
Where's Slick Rick?
But y'all sit up here running your mouths about.
Did I get that right about the 1960s?
Yeah, that was in fact, it wasn't until the 70s they encouraged they really encouraged black boys to actually graduate high school.
Yeah, because
they were in the streets in 67, 68, causing riots, so they had to do something with them. So that's when they pushed boys' education, black boys' education in high school, and then gave them a path into college. That's like that. Remember that peak, that 38% peak of HBCUs with boys in there. That's where the peak came from. Is because affirmative action actually worked for black men and black boys between, I would say, 1968 and say maybe 1981, 82. And then I think it's 78 then with the Bakke 77 with the Bakke decision, okay, which started the slicing off affirmative action, and then that's when you see the rise of white women and black women getting more of the deals. They start slicing off.
That one decision in 1978, the Bakke decision.
The Bakke decision, yeah.
That one decision.
College.
I learned about that.
Some of you black women, you're only running your mouths to gloat or claim the fact that I'm educated.
Stop the
it's still
cap.
dumb as a box of rocks, but that's another story. Now, are there some parents who care about their children's education? Yes.
My parents were too.
We're not going to sit up here and lie as a collective and pretend that we encourage black boys to go to college. We don't. That's bullshit, and everybody knows it. Do I wish it was different? Yes. But tell the truth on the situation. And yes, I'm legally blind in the eyes, so you'll get over it. Oh, one more thing to the so-called educated heifers that keep running your mouths. Just gloat, crap on black men. You're not actually the most educated. You're actually the most enrolled. Look it up. Black men still make more money than you. Look it up. And you guys have the most college debt. It makes you a liability. Look it up.
There are no cap. There is no cap detected in those sentences.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had to make this one. My petty bone gets pettier and pettier as I get older.
Oh boy,
who's that? Her? Nurse Ratchet.
Get yourself ready for a minstrel show.
You ain't shit.
Man, AB sent that to me, and I laughed out loud.
She enjoys it, so.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, check this video out.
What immigrants do for this country, or the fact that we are a country of immigrants.
Right.
The fact is, ain't none of y'all trying to go and farm right now.
Okay. Are you kidding me? You talking about black people, or is she talking about all people?
Black people.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm lying. Raise your hands.
What is she talking about?
Am I mistaken? She's in the black church too.
I mean, what is she talking about? Talking about ain't nobody out there farming. There's a reason nobody farms.
I'll answer that for you.
Well, that's why I said this. To me, this is, in my opinion, this is her showing her actual class, because she's talking like somebody. Because I know people. I know a number of preachers' daughters, and she sounds just like her.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Especially though, she sounds like the ones that have been sheltered.
Dated one, unfortunately, but I got the hell out of there.
You're not. We done picking cotton.
Okay.
For the record, nobody picks cotton now. It's called the cotton gin.
My mother talked to me about why Jim Crow really ended. Is because the cotton picker did come in, and they didn't have any work for them anymore.
Yeah, they said one cotton picker could pick more than 200 people.
Yes.
In a day. So
yeah, that's why they that's because she was a sharecropper, and my grandmother's family was sharecropping, right? And the machines came in, and they sent them to the city. They didn't have need for them anymore. Yeah.
That's how you got the great migration.
That's how my grandparents taught me. That's what my grandparents taught me. God rest both their souls.
But she said that as if black people don't farm.
Right.
But even white people don't farm either. Just a certain. I think they went. 60s, I think it was. I think you still 65% people. Not in the 50s, 65% on the farm, and it went down from 1950 something to like 1970. It went down to 3%. Only less than 3% of the population actually farms. So
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's a funny point for you. Jody and I stand out because I don't know. We live on a farm. You stupid bitch.
Yeah, well.
With plans, mind you.
But what was the context of what she was talking about?
Yeah, true. Very true.
Yeah.
Very true.
She's at some church or something.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know she was giving her little sermon, but thing is,
Yeah.
I have no idea what she was talking about. Why she even brought
What was
it
she
up?
referencing? The whole we don't farm
The whole
anymore.
cotton you don't farm. Yeah.
Once again, the master teacher gives me 5 across my lips in the form of an education. Thank you, sir.
That's why I was curious about it, because that's old news. Baby, you don't know nothing about no farming or cotton picking. Stop.
Excuse me, master teacher. One question. Now, correct me if I'm wrong about this, but aren't farmers in America also incentivized not to grow certain things, be it subsidies and such?
Yeah, they were encouraged not to grow. Well, yeah, that's because they wanted to focus on more money making crops, and they didn't have a market because you had an overproduction. It was cheaper to get it someplace else, so they did pay them not to farm or not to flood the market with certain things. So they paid them to convert their land into more money making crops like soybeans and shit like that. Like
corn and all that crap.
Corn, but mostly soybeans and shit like that. Yeah.
Soybeans.
That's why we have so many soy boys going around. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's probably one of the reasons.
Yeah. On top of that,
I had no idea what soybeans were until I was on my uncle. I was 16 on my uncle's farm. As we go, that's what. So a big ass soybean picker. So
yeah,
I know what the shit looks like. Yeah, go ahead.
True. If I'm not mistaken, just to go a little overseas on this one, because I remember the encouragement of soybean production has also affected a lot of places negatively. Just same thing with palm oil. Encouraged to be sold in certain parts of the world.
Yeah.
And this whole thing about cash crops, as we call it, because I know in Africa, a lot of nations, their main exports are cash crops.
Yes. Yeah.
And they focus on one thing only.
Yeah, because they're making money, and so you don't grow subsistence crops to feed people. So there's a lot of reasons that Africa doesn't have can't produce. Got to remember, Africa, and can tell you, has 5 growing seasons. There's plenty of sunshine and plenty of land.
There's abundance. Yeah,
so the abundance. But the thing is, they're so focused on cash crops. They don't, they don't actually plant the crops to actually feed people. Okay, that's number one. And number two, this is something that me and my group were trying to work out. God, it's got to be 15 years ago, right? How 60% of the crops that grow in the fields, especially to feed people, actually rot on the vine because they can't get it from the land to the market. And then once they get it there, they don't have a place to store it. So that's where electricity comes in. So that's why electrifying the continent is going to do one help. That's how come you don't hear about people not going hungry anymore for the most part in Africa anymore, right? It's because now they have electricity, they got transportation roads, stuff like that. So there's more food coming into the city. There's more food coming where people need it. Yep. So the communication is one thing, but the thing is, for food and crops, you need infrastructure. Okay, you need you have to the people or the machines to actually grow the food and pick the food, and then once you get it, you got to get it to where it needs to go, where people are. And that was the problem. So transportation and storage. So those are two biggest things. Yeah.
Same thing also with if only we had a botanist in here or somebody with a background in agricultural science, because they would break it down like issues like also pest control,
pest control, and this is talking to the people on the ground that do the shit. Okay, pest control is a problem, but the biggest problem is 60% of it never makes it to market. Whereas in the United States, like 95% of it makes it work. There's only about 5% waste when they grow crop.
thank God for National Geographic. I remember some old documentaries I used to watch, like about the issues of agriculture in America back in Eritrea. Same thing. And then I remember in high school, in geography classes, they were teaching us about the issues of transportation, because transportation infrastructure to get crops from the fields to the market. Same also thing with same thing also with livestock as well. So
Hey,
I
I
was just talking to Dr. Khalifa a couple of weeks ago. We were talking about that. He said it's getting better, but it still exists. Go ahead. The same thing. That's shit that's going on in Congo right now. Go ahead.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
But sorry.
Hold on. You remember what you said about, if you see Gen Z how their dating patterns would shape up, and they're choosing well.
Why do you think in 1950s they wanted to mix the school? They wanted to force admixture. Okay. Yeah.
Well, admixture is gaining steam.
Black boys, please stop messing it up for my black daughter. You guys are ruining the
Get her
assignment.
white man.
Can the moms of black boys please stop messing it up for my
Now,
black
how
daughter?
did I know you'd
You
say
guys
that,
are ruining the
Master Teacher?
assignment. And it's really unfortunate
Because you know me too
so
well.
many
Yes.
black women are raising
Yes,
sons
I do.
Most
that
of the
hate
white boys are checking out my
How
cousins.
did,
There's a TikTok trend that my daughter just
okay,
sent to me.
obvious question,
basically
Master
like-
Teacher. How did I
Go ahead,
know
Miss-
that in your comment?
Because it's too simple. There's plenty of men.
It is.
The thing is, and the reason that most white guys, and Snowman knows he's been around a bunch of them, right? Okay, is not basically the way they look, is the way that their mating patterns. Okay, they
Yes.
don't. So most of the black chicks that marry white guys, Chris and Kerrison included, right, grew up in a mixed environment by a bunch of white guys. They learned how to socialize with white people and white men. Okay,
And early.
yeah.
And early.
So most of the women that marry white guys were socialized to be around white guys.
That's a great point, BGS, because I'll give you the reverse of that. Well, I'll add a little tentacle onto it, then I'll give you the reverse of that. When black women grow up in mixed society or more white society, no one bats an eye.
True.
Let me flip that card for you. Here's an ace and it turns into a joker. I was integrated during grammar school.
Me too. Yeah.
And I was at my grandmother's house one day, and these people walking by, they said hi to me. I sat down, I had a conversation with them. Here comes my mother. I don't have to tell you that conversation.
Oh, well, why she integrates you if she don't want you talking to white people?
Exactly. And of course, the line I got when I went away to college.
Don't bring on a white girl.
Exactly.
Why don't you keep her in the black neighborhood if that's the case?
That was her last phrase to me before I left for Kirksville, Missouri. She tried to be good about it. She says, well, and you can tell how dismissive she was when she said the following, and I quote, "If you do bring home a white girl," I tuned her out right then.
Yeah.
I tuned her out. But to echo BGS's point once again, a black girl in a mixed or white society, no one bats an eye. Flip the card, you know the results.
Yep.
And I'm seeing it more now, being 52 and living where I'm living, which is Southern Indiana.
Oh,
I see it more when I go to Columbus, Indiana, or God help me, Indianapolis. I don't have to tell you the end of that story.
Yeah, because if you socialize around mixed or mostly white people, okay, and you go and you try to say you go to a working class black women, it's hard for you to date because it's hard for you to some of the subtle mating patterns and the what is it, the back talk that they give is it turns you off, like like most black guys are fine of being with women raising their voice at them. Okay. Okay. Since I went to a white school, I was not comfortable with any woman raising their voice at me.
Exactly.
And black women are very used to raising their voices at you. I wasn't used to that. So, so a black woman want to raise her voice. know,
Peace
that's
out.
not, that's a no, yeah, that's a no go. So we got it straight. Okay,
See,
we got it
how
straight.
did they put it? New Jack City. See ya, and I wouldn't want to be ya.
Yeah. So you don't have to holler at me to talk to me. Okay.
You know,
No,
I've told so many women in my life that I've dated before I met Jody, you are not going to yell at me.
Yes.
And especially my ex, who unfortunately her name was Jody Dials. 2015, I am on a sponsor hunt by myself. I purposely turned off her notifications. Tell me how this bitch found me in a sales meeting and tried to take it over.
Oh, good grief. Okay.
Oh boy.
I'm like, I got up and walked out. I was so mad. And it's like it's to BGS's point of integration. Okay. She's tried to do it in reverse with my ass. And I told her flat out, I don't care who you are. You are not going to yell at me. And that's final. I got my car and drove away. 3 nights later, had a volleyball match to do. And she comes stomping up the stands.
Yeah.
Saying, we need to talk right now. It's a white woman trying to yell at me. I got up, I walked downstairs, and she went off for a good 2 minutes, and I'm just sitting there smiling. And I told her 2 things. 1, never yell at me again, or you'll never see me again. And 2, when you calm down, we'll talk. Now I have a volleyball match to do. And I walked away. That started all the hell from that time, because a month later I find out Donna died. And she found that out and used it against me.
Okay.
Use it against me in a heartbeat. And the one sentence I'll never forgive her for, ever, when she said, I don't want to talk about that. When I told her Donna died, when she somehow found me again, she said, I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about business. I got so pissed off, I packed up and left before I got in trouble.
Yep.
And I knew that, listen, I knew there would be trouble if I stuck around. So I got up, and I was in a McDonald's, and one of the servers said, are you okay? I said, I'll be back later. If you don't see me in a couple of days, I'll come by privately and tell you why.
Yeah.
She chased me all around LaPorte County. Just when it seemed like I was safe in one spot, somehow she'd find me.
Yeah, drama.
Yep. By the way, I got 65 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show. BGS tax is in effect.
And now, here's the thing. Here's every time I try to get away, and this started September of 2015, when I was driving home to Glenview, Illinois from LaPorte. She called me, left me a loving message. 20 minutes later, she cussed me out. And that's when I got the clue. Oh, hell no. I got to escape.
Hot and cold. She was hot and cold with you. She was being hot and cold and trying to leave you. In a way, she was trying to cause as much chaos and utter confusion for you. So you had no idea what's going on. And you had to discombobulate in such a way.
Correctamundo. And on top of that, she was insanely jealous. Insanely jealous. If I'm even spotted with another woman, you know the end of that. You know the end of that question.
Yeah. Well, you know why? Why that was? So man,
talk to me.
She owns you, nigga.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, you ain't shit for that, but
fits.
You ain't figured that out yet. This goes right along with the black boys not going to college. I found the clip from React. You want to pull it up?
Oh, okay.
That fits, man. It's funnier and shit, but it fits.
No, it makes a lot of sense.
It fits. That's what she was.
Now they're arguing about sugar mamas, right?
Oh no!
It gets, but the thing is, it gets into the education and all that kind of crap. Okay? You don't see it? Pull it down and pull it back up.
Yeah, good. In the meantime,
it's crazy. All that happened within a 10-month span.
Oh, a
10
lot can
months.
happen in that time period.
Yeah.
Okay, now I
A
see
lot can happen.
See it? Yeah, you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me know if you hear it too.
Okay, if you a sugar mama, right?
What do you define a sugar mama though? We gotta make sure.
A sugar mama.
I want you to
a sugar
define
mama,
a sugar mama.
is a cougar with a bag.
No, it don't have to be cougar.
Okay.
See?
Well,
A
okay.
cougar and sugar mama two different things. Right.
Okay, a woman with a bag, right?
Who's willing to share.
Who's willing to
share her
overly
resources,
share.
which is all black women share. The numbers are the numbers. If black women have the most degrees, if we have the most home ownership, if we have the most education, and black men who I love, I rock with, will never date outside my race. But the bottom line is, the stats are the stats. It shows the less amount of degrees, the less ownership. So every black woman in her
Y'all gotta
is
get
a
y'all
sugar
money up.
mama.
We gotta stop. We gotta stop.
She is
Y'all
sugar
gotta get
mama,
y'all
whether
money
you
up.
like it or
Episode.
not.
This the baller episode.
Yeah,
Wait.
whether you like it or
I'm
not.
looking at these statistics. Hey, brother. Y'all gotta get y'all money up.
Yeah. But if you're not getting it up, who been helping your black ass? Your woman? No, but we got to make sure, we got to be clear. Your woman, your mama, your auntie. So the audacity to sit up here and talk about what you don't like about black women getting it when it's been a black woman that's getting it, that's been putting you in position your entire life. So when I say sugar mama, I'm not talking about I'm saying black women have been able to sustain. This is what the numbers show. To sustain.
I agree with
it's
that.
only black women. And I'm not talking about criminalizing
100%.
us. I'm talking about the whole thing. If it's a black woman put their house up to get your ass out of jail, if it's a black woman helping you study at college, if it's a black woman giving you your keys so you can go do your job, if it's a black woman that's having your children. No, the bottom line is we have been the sugar mamas of the black community, of the culture. So for men to sit up and act like it's a bad thing when we've been holding it down, to act like it's a bad thing because we want a degree so you can focus on your trade or you can go get to act like it's a bad thing when I walk in the room as a virtuous woman. We got to change that conversation.
Okay, if you a sugar...
What's versus about? Okay.
Yeah. See, in other words, that's what they want. Okay.
Can I push the button, please?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Now that's some bullshit.
That in other words, that is a black woman's attitude toward black men. Okay, we run the block. We take care of you. We're the ones. We're the reason that you are where you are. Okay.
Paul Allen.
Are you kidding me? So that goes. So that's why they throw all them stats in your face.
Yep.
What you just did, throw all the stats in your face, right? But she didn't talk about who earns the most money.
No.
They won't talk about it either.
She's cherry picking.
There's your term right there. It's cherry picking.
Because we lead the society. Okay, we lead this stuff. That's why.
It's a big form. It's a big form of cherry picking.
And that's the problem with this. That's how come they push this all the negative stuff about black men.
In fact,
I'm struggling trying to get through the adolescence. Man, it's just not for me.
It's slow. It is slow. It is very slow.
And then to find out that he killed her because she thought he was ugly. I'm like, come on, man, really?
It's unreal.
What happened?
It is unreal. And he's 13. Okay.
Yeah.
He gets called an incel. He gets bullied online, and he's roaming around the streets at 11 o'clock and 10:30, 11 o'clock at night, and they happen to meet up in a parking lot, and they have a conversation. She pushes him down, and he stabs her. Okay. Now, what is he doing out there late at 13? Okay.
Yeah.
True.
Number two, how did they meet up at 13 years old by themselves in a parking lot, and she's 13 too? And then, he just so happens to have a knife to stab her with.
It just don't add up. I mean, also, let's not forget, these kids are 13.
Yeah, no,
they're not sexually active at 13. They're just entering puberty.
Well, it's not even sexually active. The thing is how, unless you in the ghetto, even in the ghetto, how many 13-year-olds are roaming around by themselves at night?
11 o'clock at night, that's
and how many white girls you gonna see roaming around an empty black parking lot at night by themselves?
Especially in a middle class neighborhood, like they were,
like they were in
working class.
Yeah, they were they were middle class. Okay,
they were working class, middle class.
No,
middle class.
Those are middle class people. Okay.
My bad.
I mean, you have a house.
That's a 2-story house.
You have a 2-story house. Yeah, well, 3-story house in London. Yeah.
Was it in London?
Yeah.
No, I think it was. I thought it was. It sounded like I thought it was in the Mercy area because the father, he's got a Scouser accent.
How many accents are there in London, sir?
Plenty of accents.
And it depends on what section of London that you live in. Because trust and believe, I done heard some. Okay, they're not BBC. Well, most of them are not BBC.
No, you got various working class. But what I said, Scouser, sir, I mean from Liverpool. That's a Liverpool accent he had. So
he might have. Well, that's probably where he came from. But it's where the actor came from. But the thing is, all those cameras that you saw, that's London. Okay.
Yeah.
Crazy. But anyway,
what I wanted to say was earlier, AB, and it's a good thing that BGS said narrative, because what's that saying I always have? You think they're going to let the truth get in the way of a convincing narrative?
No, they don't. It's there for emotional effect. Okay.
Yep.
Like I said, I don't think did they ever find a knife in that series? I don't think they ever did.
I don't know.
No.
So where you get the knife from?
Mm-hmm. Wait, they did. I got to go back and watch it again because I do recall, like, they did discover one of the kids from his class gave him the knife, and they had to catch that kid in order to get him to confess and everything.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking.
BGS, I found a use for everybody's favorite too.
Lowered expectations.
I will be using that during the morning show.
Yes.
I'm not saying, I'm just saying I will be using that a lot during the morning show. I'm gonna use the video too. Hell with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sent it to him. So.
By the way, AB,
using that a lot.
Yes.
AB, always remember that, regarding you being legally blind, always remember that thing that Kenshi said to Johnny Cage in Mortal Kombat X.
Actually, it's Mortal Kombat 1. No, wait, it was Mortal Kombat X. Never mind.
Mortal Kombat 10 X or XL if you have the XL version. When they meet in the beginning of the fight, like Kenshi says, the famous movie star. Johnny Cage looks at him and says, "So you seen a few of my movies?" Kenshi's retort, "Blindness has its advantages."
Yeah. Anyway. So they're going to complain about Trump next week, I'm sure.
Next week, they
stop. Next year, the next
year. He doesn't get a weekend off.
Yeah, I heard Jasmine Crockett got in a little financial trouble. Apparently, there's some fraud going on or something.
Every Congress got some fraud going on. It's just how deep you want to how deep you want to dig. They all got it.
I know what I want to talk about. BGS. Black women are acting surprised that all their fancy goods that they pay all that money for is made cheaply in China. They're acting all shocked.
Oops. Really?
I know.
Do they mostly get it from Temu?
No. What happens is that how Temu gets it is basically, and this is something that's how come you have this underground shoe market, right? What happens is the shoes or the clothes are made in a factory, right? And then one of the slick boys will come in, "Hey man, can you run the line for a couple of hours to produce stuff for me?" And they'll alter it just a little bit so it'll actually pass muster when they try to ship it out. But so now they'll run like 8 hours or 8 to 10 hours on making a product for wherever else, and then run the other 2 for the underground guy. And the underground guy will actually pay them more. Okay.
But apparently, some of the Chinese have been showing this process that you're talking about, and I'm seeing a bunch of black women online on shut. Like, see, y'all shouldn't be buying the designer bag. Like, shut up, bitch! You buying the designer bag? You shut up.
Yeah. I mean, that's been known for a long time. So, ever since Michael Jordan started making his shoes, and his Air Jordans in Vietnam, and I think the mid '80s.
Yeah,
Oh, okay.
87, as a matter of fact.
Something like that. Yeah.
87.
Yeah, that's
remember.
been known because at first Nikes were made in Japan.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then Michael Jordan changed the game
Mm-hmm.
and changed the location.
Mm-hmm.
But to continue the running joke that Jody and I do here in the house, I'm not supposed to know that. I'm a black man from Chicago.
Mm. Yeah, I'm just shocked. Actually, when I was in Ghana, the last time I was in Ghana, I want to actually import what they call alligator purses, right? Actually made from the skin of the alligator or the crocodile. And they were selling the crocodile purses for like $80, man. I said, shit, let me bring some of these over here, man. They go for $500-600.
Oh yeah,
Easy.
I would like to. By the way, for this one, like, share, subscribe, hit the cash app, support the show, hit the super chat, support the show. I would like to present the Minstrel Show 2028.
Oh Lord.
They can't, man. Can you imagine? Can you imagine them trying to campaign for president?
Oh gosh,
no. What's that Dave Chappelle joke?
What in the all types of blue hell?
I mean, they can't get their foot out of their mouths long enough to actually run for president.
Nah. Nope.
While a foot's being put in their asses.
Well, they probably enjoy that, but anyway.
That's another discussion for another time.
I don't want to have that discussion. What's up, J-Man?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing tonight?
Good, you?
Good, doing well.
I got one more button for this right here.
What's up, boss?
Hey, B, I got one more button for this right here. I haven't pushed it all night, but I'll do it now.
Yeah, some people are trying to push them, man. You know.
Once again.
Who's trying to push them?
Let's say, in what universe does this pair make sense? No, let them. No.
Right. But them together? Are you kidding?
No.
One's bad enough. Both of them together? They'll never work.
No.
Once again.
No.
There is not half.
And to the people online that are trying to push them, you know the next 4 words.
Stay off the weed.
There's not half a political spine between the both of them. They're not together. They don't get half a spine. They get walked all over.
They put their foot in their mouth so many times, man. The Congress is as high as they can go. Yeah.
They rolling down the
they're trying to get her to run for senator.
If they think the situation with Trump and Zelensky was bad, was like contentious and weird, can you imagine one of them in that situation? Both of them in that situation? Can you imagine?
Yeah.
What are they doing? Are they just pulling one of these and coming up with candidates?
They're just throwing shit at a wall, bro.
Yeah. I mean, the Democratic Party is wide open, so anybody can run.
I mean, are they?
You voted for this, you stupid bitch. You voted for this, you stupid.
She is on key. I'll give her that much.
He has a decent voice.
Bitch, you're just a stupid little bitch who thought that it would never happen to
No, she lost me.
Yep.
Yeah.
She's an alto, not a soprano.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she is.
She smokes too much.
Every single Trump voter who regrets it only regrets that his policies hurt them, not someone else.
That's how politics. That's how politics
works.
Congratulations,
He's
sir.
not running
You
the
figured it
country
out.
like a business. He's running it like his business, straight to bankruptcy.
Stop the cap.
I've gotta.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
the country like a business. He's running it like his business, straight to bank.
If that's the case, so why did Joe Biden and Kamala Harris lose the last election?
Like I said, my response is the following.
Stop the cap. One senile and
being black
No.
does not make him above criticism.
No.
And I don't care how much someone tries to gaslight me about that. It doesn't make him above critique.
White people need to keep black people's names out of their mouths as much as possible. White people need to keep black people's names out of their mouths as much as possible. White people have not done enough work collectively nor individually in unpacking their racism. And as a result, white people can never truly be sure if whether or not their critique is rooted in a valid critique or rooted in their racism.
No! Talking about Cory Booker?
Yeah.
Dude, they voted for you. They have a right to critique you.
Yes.
Yeah. So first,
White
the
people-
idea that if you're
white
a
people had to
Democratic
vote for
president
him.
and you get to nominate and have a Democratic Supreme Court justice, that's an interesting concept in theory. But I seem to remember that Obama had spent almost a year with a vacancy on the Supreme Court that McConnell explicitly said he was going to deny a hearing for, which was insane. The Democrats were robbed of a Supreme Court seating there, and who's to say if
They could
Republicans
have
would ever
pushed
see
for it. They
a
chose not to.
Yeah,
Supreme Court justice? Maybe next time it'll be 2
Robbed.
years before an election, and they're saying, well, maybe we should wait for the next election cycle. You have to keep in mind that when the court was created,
Even but her blue.
It's because he thought that Hillary Clinton was a shoe-in to win the presidency. That's why.
Yeah, that's why.
That's why.
the reason why there are lifetime appointments is because justices, Supreme Court justices, are supposed to be insulated from the political pressures relating to running again for office and all of the other things that go into having to keep in mind like an election season. However, all of that, as Cenk rightly pointed out, is completely destroyed if you are taking bribes or getting paid or getting some kind of compensation based.
They all take bribes. Shut up.
Female bodies are just as strong, as fast and capable as male bodies. For what reason? Other than political gain?
Okay, all right.
Drugs are bad.
No. I hate this. Can we not? Actually, I just came from a powerlifting meet a few hours ago.
Oh, who?
Okay.
Powerlifting meet.
Powerlifting meet. Okay.
Yeah.
Powerlifting.
Go ahead.
When I tell you the ending, the woman had been done for like 20 minutes, and the dudes are still lifting. The highest lifter lifted 711 pounds.
Okay.
As a 240-pound dude.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the most a woman, that was a deadlift, and the most a woman did on the day was most 507.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Like, come on, y'all, what are we talking about here? And most women didn't go above 400 pounds. Like, this is.
Well, I mean, they're rewriting science. That's all it is. If that's the case, if they're just as strong, just as fast, just as capable, then put them in the selective service and strap on the vest to them just like every other man.
Yep. Good luck in that path. But anyway.
They will vehemently deny that. Like,
They just did. They just did what a few years ago.
Every time
came up again. Yeah, go ahead.
That was it. Every time they'll go for it. Every time you put it forth, it'll be killed. They'll kill it. Woman will kill it every time.
Yeah.
Like clockwork.
Yeah. If that's the case, then how come the women don't dunk in the WNBA?
But that's my question. Now, if you lower the goal,
lower the rim.
If you lower it to 9.8, some women have a shot.
9.8's not far enough.
I said some, like one or two.
You already have one or two that can dunk, even on the standard rim. They can dunk. Yeah, you got one or two. That can
like
dunk.
In game.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's happened before.
Griner can do it. There's another chick that can do it.
Lisa Leslie was one of the first to do it.
Lisa was the first to do it.
Lisa Leslie.
Yeah.
6'4".
But they have dunked.
Lisa Leslie damn near 6'6", so
she's
tall. She's 6'5". She's a legit 6'5". Okay.
Yep. Lisa was the first to do it. The second to do it was Candace Parker.
Oh,
okay.
Oh,
I believe the second to be Candace Parker. If I'm wrong there, then it's Brittany Griner. But I know
Griner did it.
Yeah.
I know Griner dunked, but I think the second woman to ever dunk in the NBA was Candace Parker.
Okay.
I'm almost certain of it.
Yeah.
So what they got the lower to what 9-6?
About 9-6. Yeah.
Well, 9-5.
Yeah, I know people saying 9 even.
9-5.
Yeah.
9 even.
9 even is making it
that's super
too
low.
easy.
That's super low. Yeah.
9 even's making it too easy. They
Yeah.
lower it to 9. They lower it to 9-5. You'll get more 100-point games in a minute.
Yeah.
Which will make the game more exciting, which probably will prompt more people to watch it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, but the women are vehemently against it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense though.
Yeah.
For them being that against
They don't care. They don't care about money.
Yeah, you need logic, bro.
Caitlyn Clark should tell you, okay, that they don't care about money.
What was the picture you sent me, BGS? Caitlyn Clark being a Lamborghini in a ghetto ass neighborhood.
Yes.
That's hilarious.
I have that. I still have that picture, and I'm going to keep it because when BGS sent me that picture right after I had a conversation with a stupid fucking idiot about the W, I felt vindicated. Not to mention I laughed my ass off for a half hour.
Yeah. You know what's making the women in WNBA mad right now?
What?
It's because the Indiana press, team press, sent out a thing called the Indiana Fever World Tour because they're on TV 41 of the 42 games.
41 of the 44 games. The other 3 are going to be streamed live on the WNBA app, which is the only app I'm going to purchase this summer. But man, 41. Last year they got 40. This year they get 41.
Yeah.
What's pissing the gynocracy off of the WNBA, none of the other teams got this many.
Yeah. No.
None of the other teams got this many. Here's the thing that's really pissing the gynocracy off. And BGS, you and I talked about this. They are moving games to bigger arenas. One person and one person only. Caitlyn Clark.
Yeah.
And what's going to happen, if it hasn't happened already, is Angel Reese is going to become an afterthought because of the young lady that's coming in this year. Her name is Paige Beckers.
Paige is the truth.
Beckers and Clark will be battling for WNBA titles. Not titles.
We'll see. We have to see what she gets here. You can't put the horse before the cart. We'll see when she gets here.
I know. You can't put those before the cart. That's very, very true. I just believe Beckers has that game polished. Now, is she going to learn a lot in the W her rookie year? Absolutely. But Dallas is repeating the process that Indiana went through.
Yeah, we'll see.
What I mean, they're getting the face of their team.
I always like to see them play at least one game at that level to see and see where they got the juice or not. So,
or to borrow from you, watch them practice one time, which I did with Caitlyn Clark, and I was hooked.
Oh yeah, when I saw her practice, it's okay. I don't know how good she would be in league, but I said she's really good. Yeah,
right.
I mean, I guess we'll see how mean they are to her because they were brutal to Caitlyn when she first got there.
I don't think Paige Beckers is going to get the same reaction.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah,
they're not going to get the same. Paige is not going to get even remotely the same treatment.
No.
They expect her to get there. They're going to still try to brutalize the hell out of Caitlyn Clark.
Why? They want Paige Becker to be better than Caitlyn Clark.
Yes, and that's why they're going to try to brutalize Caitlyn Clark physically, mentally, and emotionally. Because what pissed them off last year, and we've all talked about this, is the fact that Caitlyn Clark took every bump, every bruise, and played all 40 games and kept everything.
But Snowman, isn't Paige Beckers white?
Yes, she is.
So wait a minute. So how's this going to work out? So last year they didn't want to root for Caitlyn Clark because she was white. Okay, but they're going to root for Paige Becker in spite of her being white. I can't wait. I can't wait to see this shit.
Hey,
if they don't teach Paige Beckers the same way they did Caitlyn Clark, we're gonna know something.
Listen, this is coming. Okay, if I'm wrong, I will get in front of this camera on my morning show and say that I'm wrong. But I will tell, and I don't mind being wrong. Okay, prove me wrong. that they're going to brutalize Caitlyn Clark, brutalize Paige Beckers, I beg your pardon, the same way they brutalize Caitlyn Clark.
Yeah.
Part of me sees it coming. The other part doesn't. I flip a coin every day about it because I can just see it. With a player that is polished through college, like Paige Beckers, like Caitlyn Clark, the gynocracy of the WNBA are licking their chops.
Yeah, basically, yeah.
They're licking their chops.
And Indiana is
Something out of a cartoon.
loaded.
Yeah.
Oh, Indiana
They're
will
loaded.
for a title this year.
They're loaded.
They changed coaches because they got the last coach whose name escapes me right now. And Stephanie White.
No, it wasn't White. What was her name?
Stephanie White is their new coach. This is her second stint with Indiana. She led them to their only title in 2016. I forgot the name of the last coach. Her name escapes me. Well, she's out of there.
Why did she part ways the first
That was
time?
with Catchings, right?
Say again?
That was with Tamika Catchings, right?
Their first title? Yes.
Yeah.
Tamika Catchings never lived up to her ability.
Yeah.
Never
No,
did.
she didn't. No.
No. And I hate saying that because I love seeing her play.
Yeah.
I hate saying that.
And she should have been better than what she was. Even though she was, she's a great player, but she never lived up to her potential.
Right. But there's something. How does Spider-Man put it? My spider senses are tingling about what could, I'll say could
have been.
What could happen to Paige Beckers. Like I said, if I'm wrong, I'll say it out loud, and I don't mind saying it out loud.
Why does Paige not want to go to Dallas? It's a big city as compared to Indiana.
She's going to be selected by the Dallas Wings.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. It's a big city. So
why wouldn't she want to go to Absolutely.
That doesn't make sense to me, unless because it's a big city. So that's one of the bigger cities in the WNBA.
Yep.
So.
Yep. You got Los Angeles covered. You got New York covered. You got Chicago covered. You got 3 major cities covered. San Francisco's now in the picture with their expansion team. Dallas is in the picture, and I will guarantee you by season's end, every home game, if they don't have a scheduling conflict, will be played at American Airlines Arena.
Okay, we'll see. Yeah,
we'll see.
It'll be halfway through the season. They've already moved one Fever game to American Airlines.
Okay.
They moved one. They may move them all. It's just going to depend on how the uptick goes with Paige Beckers being a part of the team.
Okay.
Only difference between this year and last year, the Fever knew what they were getting with Caitlyn Clark.
Yeah.
And they had always played their games at the Fieldhouse, at Gainbridge Fieldhouse.
Okay.
They just didn't sell out like they did last year.
Yeah.
They didn't have that player, that superstar.
Yeah.
Superstar, star power.
That star power. Tamika Catchings was supposed to be that.
Yeah.
But as y'all said, she didn't live up to it.
No, she didn't live up to it. Yeah,
she didn't live up to it. And I can just tell toward the end of her career, she was just, and I mean this physically, she was getting tired.
Yeah. I think she kind of lost the love for the game.
Yeah.
When she first came in, she was on fire, and then kind of tailed off.
When she came in, she was a house of fire.
Yeah.
She was ready to take on everybody. Unfortunately, that tapered off big time. That tapered off big time. And Indiana's rivalry with Chicago this year will be dead.
Yeah.
It'll be deader than a doornail if they still expect to lean on Angel Reese.
They didn't last year. It was, what's her name?
They tried. It was Kennedy Carter that brought
Kennedy
them
Carter.
to
Yeah,
the brink. And
she
Kennedy
was smart
Carter-
enough to put the ball in her hand.
Yep. And Kennedy Carter is now gone.
God, what is wrong with that chick, man? She can't stay nowhere.
It's a style of play.
They need to find her
a style of play and her attitude.
They need to find her a good woman to settle down with, man.
I think she tried it with most of the team on the Sky. Didn't have any luck.
Yeah, she must be a nutcase.
I think they tried it with. I think she tried it with most of the members of the Sky and had no luck.
Yeah.
You didn't have any luck with Angel Reese? Oh, let me shut up. Let me shut up.
Well,
You know what?
Angel Reese is straight.
See,
Yeah.
That's one thing I can give her. Angel Reese is straight. So
Angel, see, AB want to fire that shot. I'll fire a shot back in return. Even given the fact that Angel Reese is straight, would you want to try something with her?
No.
I rest my case.
She's a Baltimore girl.
Illinois versus Indiana, folks.
In 4 words, I rest my case.
Am I physically attracted to her? Yes, but would I want to try something with her? Hell no.
Hell no.
I'm not. You know, she's okay. Yeah, she's. I'm not. She's not. She's okay. What bothers me, she looks like she has a mustache.
Angel Reese?
Yes.
Oh, bro.
You ain't lying. You ain't lying. I've seen
what is it
plenty of black women with a mustache.
I don't know. She doesn't have one. What it's saying is the way her nose and her lips are shaped.
Yeah.
I've noticed that BTS. The way some of these chicks put their lipstick on it makes it look like they have a mustache.
Yeah, and you know
another thing.
Even though her baddie starter kit is on point. I have to give her credit.
You know what also troubled me about Angel Reese? Since we're talking about looks, why does her eyebrows look, or eyelashes, I beg your pardon, look so crooked before, during, and after a game?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Am I?
It could be. It could be that her eyes are not even. Okay,
they're not.
True.
They are.
So that's probably what it is. Even though the makeup will cover, will hide it somewhat. The thing is, I don't think her eyes are even. I think I think one is lower than the other. That's probably why.
I wondered that for a while.
Because there's one thing about the eyelashes. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hide that, okay, because they're aligned. So if you see a line, see one lower than the other, that means there's one eye that's lower than the other one.
Ah, gotcha.
She got a lazy eye. She
does have a lazy eye. And that's probably,
okay.
Yeah.
That's something.
Body bad, eye lazy.
Yeah. You stupid. You know, Jay,
I mean, I'm not mad at her. You know, she's
right.
Cute girl. You know, she needs to. I don't know why she's so angry all the time. You know,
J-Man, I love you for that comment, but you're stupid as hell for it at the same time.
It was right there. You know,
it was right at it was right at the basket. You just gave it a tip dunk. I understand.
It was right there.
It was right on the rim.
2 points.
It came an inch off the rim, and J. Matt rose up with one hand. And
BGS be scoring all the time.
He had a running start. You know,
he did.
BGS score all the time. I gotta get mine.
He had a running start. He came from half court, man. A running start. He saw that one coming.
Oh, come on, don't do me like that.
He saw that one coming. So he took off from the free throw line to dunk, get that tip dunk, man.
I give J. Matt the tip dunk reference. I give BGS the Grand Slam Jose Canseco.
Hold on.
He almost hit his head on the rim. He was taking off the line.
Yeah, BGF. I think it goes. You asked why Caitlyn Clark's mad all the time. Well,
no, I'm talking about
Angel Reese.
Angel Reese.
I'm sorry, Angel Reese. Angel Reese. Angel Reese is mad all the time. Well, look at her example, Michelle Obama.
Ooh,
Bingo.
Shots fired. Shots fired.
I have never been able to figure out Michelle Obama.
Let me solve that.
You from Chicago? You probably know better.
I worked at her alma mater, which is Whitney M. Young High School, as a security guard and also a play-by-play announcer. The gynocracy is very real at Whitney M. Young.
Okay.
She came back to speak one day. 3/4 women.
Okay.
In there.
Okay.
3/4 women in there.
Okay. Makes sense.
And with it being 3/4 of women in there, when they called me and they said, "Would you like to work this event?" I gave him a simple answer. And AB, you're going to hate me for this, but I've got to do it. I gave him a simple answer. Reuse.
Oh, but you should have said two. You should have said ask 2 words, right? How much?
I would have, but the problem is, the problem was at the time they couldn't have paid me enough.
Snowman?
It was that hellacious at Whitney Young, and I thought it would be different at Whitney Young But the problem, 3 little letters attached to that school.
What?
CPS, Chicago Public Schools.
Oh yeah.
And
I mean,
like,
most institutions where black boys and black girls come together is dominated by black women. You can't get away
and
from
I saw the domination for the 4 years I was play-by-play man at Whitney Young. I saw the domination.
Yeah.
The boys won a state title in 2008. 2008. There was only a mid-range reception for them when they came back from downstate.
Yeah.
When the girls won a title and I covered them both.
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
Oh, brother.
So Whitney Young's almost like a HBCU, but in high school form. Huh?
An HBCU gynocratic form. How about that?
Yeah. Well, HBCUs are gynocratic. So.
Oh yeah. It's an HBCU form.
Yeah.
Mr. Faulkner.
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Let me get my muddy boots. Let me get my booty boots. Charlie.
Wait a minute. Make way for my arrival, worm. A greater nigga than you has just arrived.
Bow down.
Bow down.
Your power greater than you. Bow down.
Cash up when you bow down too and support the show.
It's like what?
You don't know how many times I had to say that in the police department.
What's that?
When I had a female officer. They thought, what do you do so much? Keep people like you from getting your ass handed to you.
Yes.
So salute to a person greater than you.
So they had no retort, did they?
No. She put her head down and sat down.
Yep.
The Chicago Public League.
And I asked her, tell me where the lie is. I said, motherfuckers like me have this one reserve. As my friend Josh and Mike on separate occasions said, and even a couple of the white boys, we got 6 people in the car. I need backup. They see me come out with they see me come up backing them up with an S-Pen tuner spinning on that leather strap. Oh, I got Faulkner. We good.
You came in there spinning that nightstick like the big boss man.
They said, you know what?
He was swinging that some bitch like Eddie Murray.
Here come the kingpin.
You know, they come out there, they be like, yo, my sergeant, before he was my sergeant, he told me during an FOP meeting, he's like, you know, you got a little reputation throughout the whole department. I said, 3,000 people? Amazing. Nobody knows me.
Right.
He says, no. He says, you got the reputation. If a cop needs a cop, they call you.
I'm surprised you never tried for SWAT.
Well,
if I got back in running shape, I would have tried out for it. But guess what? The reason why I didn't try a lot of high risk shit anymore. Guess what the biggest reason was?
Please tell me.
Figure it out, nigga.
I don't want to. My head is not working today. Please.
That's called the greatest title ever received was Dad.
Oh, right, Peanut. Yeah, it has.
That's why I did all my shit before he was born. I could have been back in Iraq within a year or two. I refused for my son to be a year old and don't even know who the fuck I am.
Right.
That is disgraceful.
No.
I mean, does it happen? Yes, if it's necessary. But to me, there's nothing this country could give me to sacrifice that. So,
no,
agreed.
Sometimes you got to be a man, and this is the reason why I kind of hate the MCU. Because all the best lines in comics, it wasn't Peggy Carter who said that when everybody else tell you to move, that was Captain's line in Civil War.
Okay.
See, Captain America was the ultimate American. You know why? Because there's times he stood against America when he knew America was fucking wrong.
Yep.
Registration Act?
Yep.
When he was like, no, you move. Because I know goddamn well there's times he took the uniform off and said, here, take this shit. And that's a man. And see, this is the problem with the world. The world doesn't understand manhood. Manhood is standing on your 10 toes.
Preach.
Manhood is going against the grain of motherfuckers.
And what you believe in.
Manhood says, fuck these whores.
Manhood is going against the grain of your gynocratic family. Because after I lost my dad and my granddad, I was floating adrift. And I know Charles wants me to reboot Diary of a Mad Snowman, and I will. I'm just finding the time for it. Then I will keep a promise. The first chapter is going to be about the first two. Excuse me.
I'll tell you how gynocratic.
The first two chapters are going to be A, about Donna, and B, about Dr. K. Can I get some glass? Can I get some glasses and a salute in the chat for those two, please? I don't have Donna with me because she died when she was 2 years old, but I have her in spirit. I've got Dr. Jody. I've got Dr. K for however long I'm here. And I made her a promise that I'll be here. I'll give her a 50th wedding anniversary. And I'm going to do just that. That's coming on the reboot.
I'm gonna tell you one reason why the gynocracy didn't really affect me in the family. My godfather passed, who was my great uncle.
Yeah.
I had a bottle of Martell VSOP and a cigar in my truck. And my cousin, who's the same age, but she's about two, 3 months younger, tried to come over there with her gynocentric ass. You smoking a cigar at a fair? I said, Shorty, I'm gonna tell you what's up. Your husband, who's a pastor, gave the eulogy. Do you want it to be one funeral or two? If you knock my cigar out, them goddamn hand.
Okay.
And I'm like, you need to go back to your man and let a man mourn the way he knows best.
Exactly.
Leave me the fuck alone. And she walked and went back to her husband and sat the fuck down and heard nothing else.
Good move.
And I'm like, look, I don't feel sorry for the gynocracy because my father and my mother would never let me. Because it's like this. Silly bitches get no respect from me.
None.
And even there's a reason why so many of my exes stay tight with me. Because I'm fucking rare.
Yep.
And there's one thing black men need to start doing and telling these bitches. I'm rare. I can't find a guy who's intellectually and he's interesting. You had all that. You didn't appreciate it when you had them.
Yeah, because they're not intellectually interesting. That's why.
That's why.
Exactly.
Yep.
Even the ones that say they have these degrees. You're my famous line, Charles. Go get your money back.
Yeah.
You know my favorite line.
Need to go get their money back. Good Lord.
Well, you know my favorite line, BGS. You know my famous line because you know my favorite line. My famous line, BGS. The same ex I got off the phone with before I came up here. That's the same one that says, "Tell your friend VHS," and he was that y'all were right.
You know, everybody is that's a running joke, man. Everybody's calling me VHS, man. It's hilarious, especially Theo's guys, man. You know, when I come in the room, here come VHS, man.
Don't they mean VCR?
No. In other words, basically, it's BGS, right? And she screwed it up, so she couldn't remember what the acronym was, so she called me VHS.
Yeah, she was saying it out of respect because she actually remembered us speaking about abortion 5 years before she finished her degree. And she was like, "Yeah, we're talking about that." And she was low key bragging on me to her professor.
Uh-huh.
Like my ex, he was on a podcast and they were talking about this 5 years before, da 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 da. And then she was, and our professor was like, "Really? Yeah." He was talking to a guy named VHS.
You want to hear something funny?
So who's your boyfriend? Betamax?
Betamax. No, 8-track, motherfucker. 8-track. 8-track.
No, dude. It was Sony Betamax and his VHS.
I know what you're talking about. I like to call it 8-track.
No, 8-track had died a long time before that part. 8-track died a long time before you was born, boss.
You want to hear something funny? I haven't touched VHS in over 20 years.
I know. That's what cracks me up.
That's what makes it funnier because because she tried to be nice and give us our credit about it, but she was trying to think of the name, but the closest thing she could think of was VHS.
That's why when he said that, man, I fell out. I couldn't even be mad at it. It was so funny.
Yeah.
And now Theo's whole crew's calling me VHS.
VHS.
And every time if I come into the room with them, hashtag VHS.
You can't say I don't make some memorable moments in this space.
That was funny as hell, man. I wasn't mad about it, man.
When you laughed about it, you couldn't even talk for 5 minutes. The first time I told you that shit,
I fell out my chair, man.
That one is what Jody said.
That is typical black womanhood, man. They will fuck up your
name, but even when they nice to you, they will fuck up your name.
Even if they respect you, they will fuck up your name.
You know how many black women misspelled my first name over the years?
How do you misspell Brian?
Yeah.
Oh, you know how many times I've heard Alfred instead of Albert? Good Lord.
Wait a minute. They make two common mistakes. One, they switch the vowels, and two, they replace the I with a Y.
Yeah, some people.
Brain?
But they can spell Kamalika all day long.
All day.
Condoleezza?
Kamalika. Or Shamalika.
They can spell that correctly all day long without a mistake. I have 5 letters in my name.
Yeah, like my daughters. Okay, their first name. The oldest daughter has 4 letters in her first name, right? Okay. My second daughter has 3 letters in her first name. They still misspelled their names.
I knew it.
God damn. Hooked on phonics ain't work for me.
Wait. You want to know something wild, BGS? You want to know how many black women has misspelled? Ready for this, y'all? My wife's name.
Oh. What they put an IE?
IE, JODIE, JODE, JODY.
JODEE.
JODEE, WDIEE.
Yeah,
I've seen it all, man.
I'll tell you what's worse.
I've seen it all.
I'll tell you what's worse.
Do at least they spell your last name right?
Don't get me started.
I'll tell you what's worse. Faulkner. It's
like
it's 2 syllables. 2 fucking syllables.
Faulkner. Yes.
Like they can't pronounce that shit. I said, you know what? Just call me Charles. Good God.
Well, that's easy. We call you Charles all day long.
Charles.
It could have been worse.
It's either the proper girls, the proper girls, Charles.
Charles. Yep.
The country girls, Charles.
Yep.
And Chuck. Huh?
Or Brian in this case when I lived in North Carolina.
The white folks call you Chuck, right?
They try to tell them Miss Charles. Then they'd be like, "We can't call you." No.
Most black guys don't like. Most black guys named Charles don't like being called Chuck.
And it's funny because this one girl called me Charlie Baltimore.
Hey, that's pretty close. I like that.
The only reason I allowed her to say that because she was a wake up out the bed 9.
Oh, and Charlie Baltimore's a porn star, man. So
I was like, you know what?
It does fit.
I was like, you know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. I was like, you know what? before the rapper.
An ex of mine, her father's a singer. He sung in white jazz clubs, and he go by Chuck.
Yeah,
because
but
that's what
I was
white folks call
thinking.
it.
Yes, but I was thinking also the character that Gina Davis played in The Long Kiss Goodnight with Samuel L. Jackson.
Yeah,
Her name
Charlie
was
Baltimore.
Charlene Elizabeth Baltimore, or Charlie Baltimore.
By the way, I got 80 watching, and I haven't got any cash apps or super chats yet. Like, share, subscribe.
Come on, y'all.
Hit the
Show
cash
some
app,
love for our host
support the
tonight.
show. Hit the super chat, support the show. BGS tax and the sergeant tax is in effect.
It's kind of funny because, like I was telling you, I know it's kind of hard to actually give my description when you're doing live streams about the little shit in Texas. This little horror story. And it's like I think I gotta actually explain people how investigations go.
You should do it. I mean, you should do it every day. Why it makes some money, man?
Yeah,
Why it's
man.
hot?
Yeah.
Because they're gonna show up. They're gonna show up.
Because I tell them all the time. A lot of you motherfuckers don't know what hearsay is.
Yeah.
Right.
And this is the reason why you notice I'm very slow to react, because I'm like, number one, you're gonna get hammered for bringing a knife.
Yes.
You're gonna get hammered. There's no way around it. We can't hammer you because if we don't, we're encouraging the behavior.
Yes. Yeah.
Number two, unless that motherfucker was on the ground,
yes,
and getting kicked,
yes,
it's hard.
And he was no. In fact, it's questionable whether he hit the guy or not, where he actually got hit.
Yeah.
Because when he got, according to the cops, and it's still hearsay, right? According to the cops, said the boy didn't say he hit him; he said he touched him.
And then
I hope to God that there's more to it than that for his sake. Okay?
Yes.
For his sake, because this is the part that I tell people generationally. Baby boomers are gonna feel like, yo, you were it's Obi-Wan fighting Anakin on I forget the planet. He was supposed to be the chosen one.
Yeah.
You were supposed to
Mustafar, whatever the fuck it's called.
The thing is, why you okay? Number one, it's the opposite team's tent, okay? And if you got permission from the coach to sit there, okay, and somebody challenge you on the coach is right there, why don't you go call down to the coach? Hey man, can you straighten these people out?
And this is the part about bravado.
I'll
be back, y'all.
All right.
All right. And this is the part about bravado. It's so misplaced in our community because you don't have true masculinity being taught in the black community. I don't care what area it is, upper middle class, the fucking projects. And we look at every goddamn thing as a goddamn giant affront to our being.
Mm-hmm.
And I tell people, take it from a guy who carries more than Sledgehammer.
Mm-hmm.
And she was a great protagonist. Shout out to Brian McMurray. Charlie Baltimore is the greatest female action protagonist in a film. She's greater than Ripley. She's greater than Sarah Connor.
I don't know. Ripley was a badass.
Ripley was a badass in the perfect sense of a female.
Real quick though, cha-ching, 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 cha-ching. You better thank your donors.
And you got to think about it. The reason why we love Sarah Connor and Ripley is because they weren't trying to be men; they were trying to be survivors.
Yeah.
And be themselves.
Yeah.
Well, it wasn't about being yourself; it was about being a survivor. I'm facing some ugly shit.
Most of the female protagonists that came after that were modeled after Ripley.
Yeah.
Poorly.
Well,
yeah,
and I would put it to you this way, Brian McMurray. Go look at She-Ra in the '80s, She-Ra, Princess of Power. And I would give you the one episode that says, if you're a budding writer trying to write a female protagonist, I'll give you She-Ra, Princess of Power, the episode The Stone and the Sword. That's how you write. I can't think of another story in 30 minutes to write a better female protagonist, because she lost her powers and she had to use her ingenuity and wits to get them back.
Yeah, Ripley was actually written as a man first, but it was written in a way that said, okay, if you want to change the sex, you can. So they actually changed this, altered it a little bit, but mostly, basically, it's a male story done by a woman.
Yeah. And that's the reason why all these other female protagonists suck. That's why the Wonder Woman and the Snyderverse was wonderful, because when Wonder Woman 2, when she cheated, they stopped her from continuing.
You mean Spider Woman 84?
Huh?
You mean Spider Woman 84?
Wonder Woman 84.
Spider Woman 84.
No, that's it. Well, that's it.
Although I did like Spider Gwen in the last Spider.
Yeah, she was good.
She's
good.
Yeah.
Well, she has a great comic
Spider
book.
Woman, she was flying through the air like she was Spider Man.
Oh yeah,
Well,
that
she
was
could-
stupid. Now riding the
Well, she
lightning,
could
that
fly.
was
Well, she could fly. Period in the comics. So
yeah, but riding the lightning, but the lasso was goofy as hell.
Yeah, that's why I call it Spider Woman 84.
That was super goofy.
Oh,
but it's
hold on. Let's not get it twisted. The first movie was awesome.
It was good. Yeah.
the first movie was kick ass. That was. Oh my god! They should have just let Snyder just keep going. God damn you! God damn you!
Yeah, well, evidently Snyder and them couldn't get along.
No, because they didn't understand how much love the fans had for Snyder, and HBO Max, which is now Max, wouldn't have made it without that fucking Snyder Cut Justice League. Like they were betting on that motherfucker, and they were like, everybody who saw that Snyder Cut Justice League was like, "You telling me we could have got this instead of that shit in the theaters?" Well, understandably, his daughter annexed herself, unfortunately.
God rest
So
his soul.
of course, you know, as a good parent, you're gonna take care of family business before any goddamn movie.
Absolutely.
So it's the fact of the matter that, you know, what did Jack Nicholson say in that movie? You're so good at writing females in your books. I take away all logic and all reason.
No, you're saying it wrong. I got it for you. I got you.
Yep.
I got you. He said, "How do you write women so well?" He looks at him. I think of a man, and then I take away logic and accountability.
And she looked at me.
She got
What would
me
you do
black.
without me? Charles, how many times I gotta tell you? Certain situations, you don't need the 50 cal. You need an RPG-7 for the job. God damn it.
No, I'd rather have a tow missile while you're trying to kiss under a mistletoe.
Yeah, that's how we get things like the Ray trilogy.
Why do you gotta do me like that?
They try to force her down everybody's throats.
Worse than an endoscopy.
They're still trying to. They're trying to do a second set too. At least they were.
They didn't get my ass.
The prevalence of the Mary Sue in modern media is absolutely sickening. Like one time is enough. But
speaking of that,
Jesus Christ.
One at a time. Let him finish. Let him finish, Albert.
Go ahead, brother.
No, I was just saying, like the Mary Sue that we have in modern media is crazy. They just keep doing it, and like it's not working. Nobody likes it. It's a flat character. The women don't really love it. I mean, it makes them feel nice, but they don't really actually like the media. They're just like, yeah, look at her. She's strong. Like, what does she do though? She's strong. How good was the movie? Oh, the movie sucked, but she was strong. I'm like, that's bullshit. That's not good media.
And then women don't show up for it either.
Yeah.
Yep.
They rather have a bar. Yeah, go ahead, Albert.
I'm sorry. I got. You know, forget all that. Forget the Star Wars series about Disney. Here's my issue with Disney. How do you fuck Snow White up? How do you fuck Snow White up?
Give me this button here. Damn it. Where are you?
Oh, ESG. Okay.
And I thank BGS for giving me this clip.
How do you fuck that up? How do you fuck that up?
I mean, I'm just being serious. I'm just being serious, right? I'm dead serious. All you had to do was tell
retell
the
the story.
stories, and you would have made billions.
Yes.
Retell the
All you
original.
had to do was tell the original story.
Yeah.
And if that wasn't bad enough, AB, if I may,
go ahead.
If it was bad enough, AB, there were times where Gal Gadot, who's in that movie, wanted to put her hands on that little bitch. I don't want to mention her name. No, I'm not bullshitting. There have been a couple of times if you ever watched them when they were doing
and he's not pronouncing calling her a little bitch because from what I heard, she was running her mouth like crazy.
She was an asshole. Yeah. She's an asshole for sure.
In fact, let me say this. You know that phrase "mejora la raza"?
Mm-hmm.
She is a product of that. First of all, she's from Jersey, born in Jersey to a Colombian mother. Her father is Polish American. Now let me say something, bitch. You are You have your last name is Polish. The character is an Eastern European character.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And you're saying you never understood it or anything like that? What the fuck is wrong? But then again, you understand the entitlement this little zoomer ass bitch has.
Mm-hmm.
And when I said about Gal Gadot want to put her hands on her, there were a couple of times when they were together, like on the press release, what do you even call it, the red carpet, and they're doing like red carpet interviews.
You're on the press tour,
press tour. Yes, and there was a couple of times she said something, she looked up to her, and Gadot, who towers over her, just looked down on her, and I just want to fuck you, you little bitch. Yeah, and this is a mother of four who wants to fuck her up.
She's a Israeli. Israeli bitches do not play.
No, the IDF, and she has a background in karate, and she's a licensed instructor. I would not believe if Zeg would try to put her hands on her, I'm sure she would have Krav Maga.
Yeah, she played Wonder Woman for a reason.
Yeah.
Hell, a lot of Arabs, boycotted and banned that movie because of her.
Yeah,
because it's an Israeli.
But here's how bad it is. They said that Snow White movie is one of the worst grossing movies of all time. Yeah. Also, it got beat out by Minecraft.
Oh no! Oh no!
You know what also fucked it up?
Good grief!
Yeah. Yes. AB, if I may.
Wait a minute. Where's Paul Allen when I need him?
Are you kidding me?
Go ahead, Namer.
Oh, you're going to need to use that. You're going to need to use Paul Allen what I'm about to say.
I'm ready.
They use CGI for the dwarves instead of actually getting little people because one little famous dwarf actor, Peter Dinklage, was stupid enough. And I mean STUPID in all capital with 4 exclamation marks, exclamation points. Stupid enough to say it's kind of offensive for dwarves to be typecast to play dwarves in a Snow White movie.
What?
Oh gosh!
Are you kidding me?
You just
in the old types of blue hell.
He took money out of their pocket.
Yeah, he made sure he took money out of a lot of people's pockets, not just money out of their pockets, possible opportunities of future blessings, my man.
Yeah.
All they had to do was tell the original story. Maybe add a couple lines here and there, and they would have made billions.
I got
the classic story.
I got the perfect sound for your question, AB, about Snow White. You take a look at the way they remade, if you want to call it that movie, and all you think is,
what is that? What the fuck is that?
And ironically, the man that R. Lee Ermey was asking the question to will become the future Kingpin.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Vincent D'Onofrio. Mr.
Now I hear rumors they might close Disney World.
What is that? What the fuck is that?
Not enough people coming. I mean, it needs crowds.
That's all it is.
What I heard, they need to lower them damn prices.
Yeah, well, it's called inflation. Yeah.
Remember, also there are less families now, so
yes,
there is
fewer children.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
They gotta take it all overseas. And on top of that, Snowman.
Yes, sir.
Oh, there are 2 clips. I think there are 2 clips you got to use from now on. I'll give you a suggestion. One of them, Bill Duke's line from the interrogation scene from Menace to Society.
Mm-hmm.
Now you fucked up right now. You know that. The second one.
Oh, got that one coming.
The second one, that scene in the hall of New Jack City where G Money's about to stand up, and what did Wesley Snipes' character Nino Brown say to him?
$5 ass down before I make
change.
No, you said it wrong, man. You said it wrong.
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change.
You need those. And yes, motherfuckers, I ain't no pom-pom waver. But trust and believe, at times, no. The truth of the matter is, that's the truth. That's the truth. If we need to bring what's his name from LJPN, he would tell you, look here, y'all, y'all bunch of pom wave. No, you ain't no pom wavers. Y'all bunch of high haters. You're fired. You're fired.
AB, you got that one.
Yes, I do.
The one he just said.
Look here, youngin. I said we need pom wavers, no high haters. After this, I'm going to the city.
Oh, God.
You're fired.
There you go.
You're fired.
For fucking up Snow White. Play it again.
Yeah, what's up? What's up, everybody? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, what's up?
You're fired.
Yeah. As far as the Snow White thing, I'm convinced that that's just social engineering. They're doing that shit on purpose. There's no whatever the investors, like BlackRock or whoever, they have done this too much with too much money for too long. They are doing that. Maybe it's social engineering. Maybe they're trying to keep Disney's price a certain way so they can sell it to Apple. I don't know, but this is not accidental. And as far as Rachel Zegler, yeah, she's not gonna last long. Like they tried to hold the movie for a year, because she was messing up so hard. They actually sat her with Haley Bailey. They actually made her do an interview with Haley Bailey because Haley Bailey did so well, at least in the interview to her, that even the white boys that felt some type of way about her being Ariel. They would actually comment and say like, oh well, the actress is fine, but
they don't like a black woman playing
which is unique, which is like unique of any of this Disney stuff, that they actually went in their way to say the actress herself is cool. And so they wanted some of what Haley Bailey was doing to rub off on Rachel Zegler, because Rachel Zegler is the absolute worst of all these actresses when it comes to doing this. She literally, if somebody paid her to torpedo the movie, they would believe it, because she literally did. I mean, Gal Gadot wasn't a great actress either, but it's all on Rachel Zegler. Like, she literally torpedoed the movie with certain like comments about the original work that was gonna make white people. And she's Latina, FYI. She's kind of like coming up like but Jenna Ortega, that's the other Latin chick that the white boys love. Yeah, so, and even Jenna Ortega don't like her either. It was like a thing that people have been playing where they got into it, because Rachel Zegler is like everything wrong with these like modern feminist actresses. She just and she's the Malik Andrews of that shit.
Okay.
She really
God.
is. She's that bad.
Oh dear. Oh dear me.
Pretty much the Latina version of Brie Larson.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah, she's way worse than Brie Larson.
Yeah, probably Malik Andrews is probably pretty close to it.
Yeah.
Malika.
Yeah, she's way worse than Brie Larson, and Brie Larson's not great, but
yeah, Malika Andrews is a good example, because every time I look at the video on her, when I look down in the comments, I see the same thing. I turn on ESPN, I see Malika Andrews, I turn the channel.
I don't know how she keeps a job, man.
I don't either.
Because that dude she married. That's
not enough when it comes to money. It's not enough.
Hey, it's something, because that plus her being half Jewish, he's Jewish.
Yeah.
Because it can't be her talent.
No.
The thing is, you can't lose that. People turn that many people off and keep your job unless you're doing what they want you to do.
Steal anyone.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's cool. I'm all for promoting.
Yeah.
I'm all for promoting these YouTubers. Let ESPN keep losing money, because they got these basketball contracts too. So if that's what they want to do, because they want to thumb their nose at black men. She might go out. What's the chick from Fox Sports that they pulled off the air because of that scandal?
Joy Reid.
No,
she might end up like that.
MSNBC. Joy Taylor.
Oh, Joy Taylor.
Joy Taylor's got my mistake.
And Joy Taylor wasn't that. She wasn't that bad. She's just scandalous. That's all.
No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't. No, she wasn't that. No, you're right. She
wasn't that bad.
Malika, yeah.
Malika was an asshole.
Yeah, and
he wasn't even a bitch. He was an asshole.
Yeah.
I got a button for AB that I just got. Hey, Malika Andrews, do us a favor, will you?
Sit your $5 ass down before I make change.
But and you know the funny thing is, like, Malika can be checked. It's just she'll probably be one of these. She was assaulted verbally. Like Stephen A got real close to really checking her.
He came
and he's
real
defended
close.
her.
He had to. Yeah.
He had to.
He's told.
He was given orders to defend her.
Yeah.
He was given orders.
So he got real close. And
you
at
can
the end
see
of
him.
the day,
He was biting his tongue, just like he got real close to Monica McNutt.
Oh God!
Yeah, and you know, and it's all good. If ESPN want to lose money, I'm happy.
He was spitting mad behind her, boy. He was spitting.
Yeah, I'm happy for ESPN to continue to lose money because they want to fuck with her that bad. So
yeah,
because they are with these contracts they signed with the NBA and all of that. If it's that serious and you can't put another white person, because she's literally like the worst melanated black woman on there to ever do it. I can't think of a worse woman. Even she's worse than Sage Steele. I'm talking about like her vitriol with black men. She's worse than all of them, and that's saying she's worse than Sarah Spain. It's saying a lot.
And her father's black.
Sage Steele wasn't that bad.
No, Sage Steele just had this thing where she was almost black. Like as far as the talent to do the job, Sage Steele can do the job. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about their issue with black men.
Yeah,
I'm talking about their issue with black men. That's what I'm really measuring. I mean, even Malika Andrews isn't bad. The issue with Malika Andrews, like honestly, Malika Andrews would be great if you don't put any black men around her, because she won't act like that with white men. She only acts like that around black men. So it's really like if you put her around somebody.
And the thing is that they keep surrounding her with black men.
Well, yeah, and eventually them dudes are gonna have to nut up and say and refuse to talk, refuse. Like they're gonna have to. And I get it. I'm telling them to like quit their job essentially, but some of them have got to nut up and say, I'm not gonna be around her, man. I'm just not. But they put up with Sage Steele, and Sage Steele behind the scenes, black women or black men didn't like her because she was really one of these. I'm not really one of you. I'm different.
Yeah. I didn't like her. What I'm saying is, she was competent, so they tolerated. You could tolerate a Sage Steele.
Because Sage Steele believes in a decorum. Sage Steele actually believes in decorum on camera. You know, and I'll give her that. Malika doesn't. And the thing about it is, I'm really looking at her dad funnies. Like honestly, Malika, I'm like, F your mom is. I'm looking at your dad because I'm like, yo, I don't know what the fuck you got her thinking, but like. She gonna come across the right one day. Like somebody like she gonna come across like Rasheed Wallace or just somebody that really don't. Like she gonna say some slick shit to Ja Morant or something.
Oh, they keep
Ja Morant.
They'll keep her away from people like that.
Oh
yeah,
because they want her around.
They want her around.
Yeah. They want her around. So they're gonna keep her away from the people that can really start a fire against her.
Check her hard.
And check her, just check her hard and with no fear either, period. No fear of repercussion or nothing. And it's like you guys said earlier tonight, Stephen A. Smith came so close to crossing that goal line.
He got too much
so close, but he got.
This is what Gilbert Arenas is for. This is what we need, like what a Gilbert or what's his name this on to be on there too. I forget what his name. Light skinned dude is known for hard fouling people. You know what I'm talking about. He used to play for the New Jersey Nets.
Those kind of cats, they know what lines to cross, what lines not to cross. So don't.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, if they really got their paper straight, I mean, what line are we talking about? Like, don't say Malika Andrews hates black men.
Disney has a lot of power. You're on YouTube, okay? They know what lines to cross, what lines not to cross.
Well, it's time. It's time. Like this is where I get like. Yeah. It's time to test those lines, man. Some of them.
I mean, you get independent thought from people like Snowman. You're not going to really get it from because they make a lot. You know, they get sponsorships and shit like that. Like Gilbert Arenas, you get sponsorships.
You know what the big stations have, and I'm talking radio and television, compared to what I have. They got a production studio that's 4.5 miles long. And B, they got sponsors that are 10.5 miles long.
And plus their legacy media, people are used to coming to them. So where you have to establish yourself on social media, you have to establish yourself.
You know what they don't have? You know what these stations don't have? And I've seen them all: ESPN, Fox Sports, FS1, most recently CBS Sports Network, NBC Sports Network. And CBS and NBC Sports Network are trying to compete with the big boys. They're going to get pummeled in the next couple of years. FanDuel Sports Network taking some of the regional play-by-play. They're going to get pummeled in the next couple. They're going to get pummeled in the next couple of years, thanks to Bally Sports and that bankruptcy shit that they went through. You know what they don't have? Authentic coverage.
There's a bunch of things going on. One,
they're going straight to consumer.
The thing is, what's the difference? Okay, between it's like Gen X and boomers, even some of the millennials, right? Is that these kids don't play sports? Okay, the kids coming up don't play sports. Okay, so your base, like your 30 and under crowd, they didn't really play sports like that. Where are they? They're gamers.
Yeah, true. Very true. Very true. That's what I'm competing with on Twitch, but some people are starting to find me on Twitch now when I do the morning show.
Yeah.
Some, not all, some. Most of my audience on YouTube, and I know that.
Sports is a funny niche.
It is.
Yeah, we're about to switch topic here, fellas. I got a fun one I wanted to cover today. To give you a hint.
Get yourself ready for a minstrel show.
Minstrel shows for the price of one.
3?
3. Yes, 3.
So we're getting
wait. I'm sorry. I misspoke. We have 3 sassy minstrel strolls for the price of one.
So we're still getting a triple play.
Yes.
Oh dear. I love it.
We have Angela Rye with Les Tomato on the side.
Okay.
Oh no.
Tiffany Cross.
Yeah.
Oh no.
And Roland Martin.
Extra sassy. That's 4.
Round the
Roland's 2. Roland counts for 2.
Roland is 2.
Roland counts for 2.
So instead of a triple play, we get a grand slam.
Get a grand slam.
Yeah, grand slam.
Over the center field fence.
You may as well call it a grand slam.
You know when the bases are loaded and it doesn't go out. It doesn't go out the off the field, but it bounces around, and the guy goes all the way over
in the park. Grand slam.
What did Scully say that one night in '88? No, Joe Garagiola, the late Joe Garagiola said it. It didn't get up, it didn't get down, it just got out.
Yeah,
and it hit one of those corners and kept bouncing around.
It did.
The guy just mowed it all the way around, and it slid in.
Yep. It kept bouncing around all the way to the parking lot.
And so, listen, I love Southern Soul. I'm always dancing. But what I understand is...
Well, actually, he is always buck dancing. I'll give him that.
This is not a moment of rest. We must be sitting here saying, how do we protect what is local in our neighborhoods, in our cities, states, then nation? Because their goal is to go after all of that. And so what we need to be saying is, okay, what's my place? So all of these folks who gathered on Saturday with Indivisible, I certainly support that. But my concern is not 500,000 or 1 million or 2 million who gathered on a Saturday. What are those 500,000, million, 2 million doing on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday? And that's really where we are. And so I need people to understand this is not something that's just about next week or next month or next year, or, well, the Democrats win the House, then no. This is literally, and I have...
Keyword, if they win the House.
If.
I've been saying this since 2009, when I was on CNN, in speeches on Tom Joyner. This is literally a war for the next 100 years. And we have to approach it that way. And this is not a moment for Black people to be checking out. This is a moment for us to be strapping up.
You know, Angela, we should talk about this later because...
Go ahead. Can I ask a forward question?
Yeah.
Who told this lie?
They did.
That's all I want to know. Who told this lie?
They did, obviously.
Angela and I were before the show. We were chatting a bit about meeting the moment. Angela did a Substack on ways people can meet the moment, so be sure to check that out. But also, we talked about people like complaining, and like how can you meet the moment? So maybe we'll do that on our mini pod. But I really appreciate your point, Ro, about what we have to do, and I love your multi-pronged approach. Protect your local community, protect your state, protect the country. Like it does have to bubble up. I'm a little concerned though because I think this is not the mess we created. So I do understand Black folks feeling like, you know what, hands up, like y'all got it. I saw some pictures of when all the protests were happening, and it was like pictures of Black people eating brunch and, a whole array of people who don't look like us protesting. And it was a diverse coalition of people. It just wasn't a lot of Black people out there. And
that's fine.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
Yeah, I agree.
Let them do that. But while they are doing that, we also doing our own stuff.
Yes.
I'm just saying it can't be all rest all day, 7 days a week.
No.
I agree. Yeah. I appreciate your point. Go ahead, Angela.
That is really frustrating to me because I'm trying to figure out how I really don't honestly, sorry, young folks, I'm about to throw y'all under the bus because I think most of this narrative is and it's not all young people. Shout out to Lolo and Chloe and Jael and Janae.
I was just about to say, we got a bunch of young people
we got
on
a
the
bunch.
line.
Mary, Pat Hector,
yes,
Victoria, shout out to all y'all. I ain't talking about y'all. Jarius, let me throw some young men in there.
Well, the audience don't know who we talking about, but we're saying the people who doing the work.
You stupid. You're
not near my PGS, but go ahead.
Sam, get to the point. Jesus.
Okay. They know I'm naming young people right now. What I want to say though is for their cousins, I'm tired of y'all because I don't know what you think about the Montgomery bus boycotts and the fact that it took over a year. I don't know what you think when you consider the 1960s.
I know they're not talking about the bus boycotts because if I'm not mistaken, they did a blackout boycott and it only lasted a day, and y'all thought that was something special. But you want to talk about the bus boycott, really?
I have a sentence I want to say. I have a sentence I want to say, but I will not say it.
Okay.
Can I ask
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go.
Can I ask a question? Because I'm a little bit outside Toulouse. First of all, good day, elders. Thank you for letting me up on this panel.
Okay.
And second, what exactly is the strategy? Because Roly Poly was talking about 100 years.
They don't have one.
So they're just talking.
They're talking. Yeah. They're trying to fire up the base to do. They're trying to keep the
base in line.
The base in line for the next election.
Black base in line, at least.
Yeah.
Okay. The Civil Rights Act was what's the word I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I don't know.
The result of
the culmination.
Yes, that's the word.
Lauren,
you saw me praising.
Listen, our executive producer Lauren is off camera, completing your sentences. She's like culmination.
I was like, what is this word? This word.
She understood the culmination.
The culmination of decades-long work. There is a reason why there was a Civil Rights Act of 1866. A lot of folks were talking recently about this.
There's a reason why she comes with less than tomato on the side because most of it is just word salad.
Civil Rights Act of 1957 that Strom Thurmond was filibustering against, the record that Cory Booker broke for Senate floor debate. The reason for that is because those were the pillars. Those were the foundation. The 13th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, those were the pillars of the foundation that became the civil rights movement. So it is ridiculous for us to think that in a moment like this, where all of our rights are on the line, and I would argue, quite frankly, even the Equal Protection Clause, even the 14th Amendment is on the line, why would we now say, child, that's on y'all? No, it's not. I am not putting my salvation, liberation, or life in the hands of white folks. I already know what they're going to do. I'm not talking about allies and accomplices.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the ones that are seeking to steal, kill, and destroy, and have been doing that for 2 months. And have.
Oh, you mean the Democrat Party? Like they've been doing since the
Kill
beginning?
and destroy. When have they been doing that?
Yeah, boy.
What's she talking about?
She doesn't know. Can I just?
Is she talking about the terrorists? Is that
No,
killings?
no,
it's not even that.
Out of her neck.
No. Yeah, and no, it's not happening. Okay,
not even close.
And dismantling and erasing a lot of our progress.
In fact, I've never heard them talk about terror. That's probably above their pay grade, maybe except for Roly Poly. But anyway,
in 2 months, I'm not about to let them fight that battle on our own, and I'm not about to be talking about resting. Let me tell you how I'm resting right now. I'm waking up in the middle of the night like, what I forget to do. That's how I'm resting right now. Right?
I want to talk about that though.
When the Supreme Court ended affirmative action, especially for schools, they didn't say a peep.
Nope.
Okay. Right, but I'm not suggesting that's everybody's call or response to the moment.
Right.
What I am saying is do your breath work and then get your ass up.
Yeah.
Take a nap and then go fight.
Let me just
get your 8 hours if you can take your 8 hours. But for some of us, because of the age we are, we don't get to sleep.
Oh, let me get this out. Sit your black ass down.
Like that no more. Do what you got to do, but then get up. You have a role to play. We not all playing the same role. We don't all feel the same part, but you still got to do something. All right, y'all trying to interrupt my
I know. Sorry. Before I come to you, Ro, I just want to say real quick to Angela. A lot of our comments are people concerned. They're like, how is Angela? We want Angela to rest. So that people do make comments about the importance of your rest. But I appreciate your point that you're still out there, and I'm coming to you. But I just want to make that point because so many people are always asking me personally, or they leave comments on YouTube. Yes, I read y'all's comments.
Y'all don't know when it's time for me to rest because I literally will get on here screaming and crying, and then y'all should say, "Please go take a nap, lay your ass down." It has happened before.
Yes, but
yep.
You got to rest before that.
But I'm saying
we need our faithful.
I don't feel.
You probably need to do that now. I'm just saying.
Like the gospel song. I don't feel no way tired right now. Yes. I am energized right now. This isn't my season of rest. This is my season of action. You follow your season, but I'm telling y'all that are feeling that your time to rest and be in a Sabbath and to be on a sabbatical. I'm telling you, y'all not reading the room, and I'm telling you, it ain't the Holy Ghost that's talking to you.
What are you talking about?
What the hell are you reading?
What are you talking about? Okay, yak.
Get out of her neck.
Get to something. Make it make
something
sense.
else. Maybe heartburn, maybe frustration. But y'all listening to the wrong signals.
I just want to say your frat brother, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., was 26 years old when he led the Montgomery bus boycott. This is a young person's movement. What you got?
Yeah.
So So all that is absolutely correct. But I'm going to put it another way. And I did a whole video of this in my show.
Oh, he got a pin out. This about to be good.
No. I had it. So this is what I need. This is what I need. I need everybody who's listening, who's watching to truly understand this. Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z. This is the generations that are what I call post-civil rights movement babies. Those three generations have been making withdrawals from the Black Bank of Justice and have not made reciprocal deposits. Now follow me.
Say it again. Say it damn again.
Now follow me.
Don't
I'm not going to talk about the federal laws. I need people to really understand what I'm talking about. The reason we're where we are today, because there was a generation of Black people, baby boomers, who went to the city council meeting, went to the school board meetings, went to the county commissioners meeting, sued to get single member districts, created the MWBE programs. That generation did the groundwork, not in Washington, D.C., but in cities across the country, in neighborhoods across the country. They fought for funding of our parks, repavement of our streets. My parents never went to college, but they were co-founders of the Clinton Park Civic Club, So I witnessed this at the age of 9 all the way through. The problem is my dad, in a few weeks, will be 78. My mom will be 78 in November. They are tired. My parents were precinct. They worked elections. My mom was a precinct. She was a precinct judge. They retired last year from working elections. They worked campaigns, phone banks, putting up signs, all those different things. So we are here because those people did all of that work while we get to reap the benefits. So now the question is, which is what Angela was talking about, which is what Tiffany's talking about, where are our deposits? Where are our deposits in the bank of Black justice for the next generation? What we've done is withdraw. And right now, the balance is real low, and in some places, it's a negative balance. And that's the problem. And so, the people y'all named, those people are actually doing it.
Overdrew the damn bank. You overdrew the bank.
Precisely. And so, people are sitting now, it's like, well, let them do it. Hell no. Because right now, too many Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z are still asking baby boomers to do the work. They're still asking for baby boomers to go to the march, to play in the march. They're still asking for baby boomers to go down to the council meeting. No, this is the moment where your ass must step up. And that's the issue. When Tiffany brought Dr. King up, 25 years old, Montgomery bus boycott, but it was Joanne Robinson and the women of Montgomery who actually conceived the idea of the boycott. King and those folks were following after A. Philip Randolph. And so it was a generational thing. But we cannot continue to ask baby boomers who are now in their 70s and 80s to keep doing the work while we sit our ass at brunch, while we hang out, or we take multiple vacations, or while we check out of the process and sit down on the couch. The reason Black voter turnout is down is not because we just checked out. It's because the Black infrastructure going door to door, precincts, voter mobilization, those people are retired or they die.
Can I ask something because I'm confused? He's talking about his parents, okay? So the next thing he should talk about is himself, and then his next generation, basically his children, his nephews.
He is talking about them. That's what he's trying to say.
But he's not directly. He's not like he said. My parents.
No, he's saying his parents' generation. Because he's out there. Yeah, he's out there. He can't. He's doing it. Okay. Now I don't think he has kids or anything like that.
Doesn't look like he's doing good enough. He's not giving the torch further.
He's politically involved. You can't get more politically involved.
Yeah, but where are his heirs?
Here's my thing.
That's the problem.
And I don't mean no offense to this, BGS. I got a lot of respect for you. I got a lot of love for you.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, for example, with particular boomers, you can't say, "Oh, you had this." That with withdrawing, you literally after integration, it's not like you said, okay, we are allowed to not sit at the back of the bus or be able to drink from the water fountains. You deserted your Black businesses.
No, we didn't.
No, yes, you did.
No, we didn't. No, we didn't.
Yes, you did. It's been proven. It's documented.
No, we didn't.
So where are the Black businesses?
They're still there. You have more Black businesses now than you had back then.
Well, I'm talking about in terms of a enclave, like a Black enclave of just.
You can't. Okay. Which one do you want? Okay. Do you want to have the right, because you want to have the right to move out of little Black pockets that that you're in? You don't have that right, like everybody else. You can't have both. Which one do you want?
Why does it have to be either or though?
It's not either. You can live any way you want. Okay.
No, but that's my point.
The thing. Okay, where the millennials and Gen Z all collectively live together in black enclaves?
We can't, because we can't even afford the housing.
You can't. There's plenty of places in the Midwest to afford houses. Okay, And
And it's gonna have the same infrastructure and the same amenities as a metropolitan.
See, now you want amenities. You know what? When we lived in the black enclaves, you think we had amenities?
But see, this is what I'm saying. I'm not making it. It's not a thing of like I'm blaming.
Yes, you are. Okay, look, dude. Look, okay. You know why you have the rights that you have? Because motherfuckers burned down cities. How many
That is
cities?
true.
How?
Very true.
And if you want to talk to me, you asked for an answer, did you not?
Understood.
If you want to talk to me, go ahead, because you wasn't fucking there, okay? I actually talked about this, okay? The reason you have what you have is because of the Kerner Commission, right? All the schooling, the right to live where you want to, the FHA loans. We wasn't getting FHA loans and stuff like that before 1968, 69, right? We wasn't getting that. You didn't have home ownership like that. You couldn't. They were burning down black businesses back then, okay?
And then what happened? Black flight, right? Am I wrong? Am I right or am I right? Like
most black people still live in proximity to black people.
We're talking about, and you know as well as I do. In California, in Los Angeles, how many middle class black people were in Watts?
You know why they left Watts, sir? Because I'm in Los Angeles. You know why they would left Watts?
Tell me why.
It's because of the crack era.
Yes.
So if you have, do you have kids?
And you know damn well the crack era is not the baby boom.
You have children. You have children?
No, I don't.
Okay. How old are you?
I'll be 31. Hold on. Sorry, I'm eating. My apologies. I'll be 31 in July.
So if you're 31, 32 years old, you got a wife and kids, and where you are, that they have to walk past the drug dealers, and they have to walk, and sometimes running gun battles. Okay, what's the first thing you gonna do? If your kids have to walk through that shit every day.
No, I understand, but it's not like they went and built another black enclave. That's what I'm saying. They just dispersed into the white neighborhoods.
So what?
No, hey, everyone has their right. This is a free country. But what I'm saying is this whole thing of, oh, there's no more equity left because the millennials took it all. But it's like we don't black millennials can't even afford a house. So it's like all you did was you left your black.
Okay, hold on, let me finish. Okay, go ahead, finish.
Woolworth. Like, come on, I'm not, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead and get frustrated because you want to talk over me. Go ahead.
I'm not. I don't have my issue is not with you, BGS.
No. Oh, the thing is, okay.
Like, we're leeching.
I don't want to cuss. Why is your housing so high?
Well, there's a multitude of reasons.
No. Give me one. Why are your housing so high? I would say
a distinct reason is because well, I mean, I would say outside of just BlackRock in general, I would say that the tradesmen there's a lack of tradesmen. So
It's bullshit.
Okay.
No, it's definitely a deficit of tradesmen.
Oh, I want to keep
supply and demand issue.
No, it's bullshit. Okay, it's bullshit. You know why?
You hit my cash app and support the show for this.
You know why? Okay. In fact, I was just looking at it. Right. If you really wanted the real reason is you don't have no houses is because the fucking banks, okay, and they don't want the price of the housing to drop below a certain amount, okay. If you really wanted to do it, just like he said, you be down. Well, I'm because you young motherfuckers will be down there at your city council meeting, at your what is it, your county meetings, stuff like that, trying to change the laws, okay.
My premise, BGS is what Roland's saying. This whole thing of
he's right.
Off of the boomers and
he's right.
Generation.
Look.
How can we leech off?
No.
We don't have anything as millennials. We don't.
What was the last
leeching off of? It's not like they passed down a whole sector of Black Wall Street.
What I'm saying is, okay, we passed down your right to exist without getting fucking hung, okay? We passed that shit down. When was the last time millennials actually burned down a city? I'm not saying that you should. When was the last time they rioted and burned down a fucking city?
Yeah, but how did that work?
When was the last time they've rioted and burned down a city?
It's definitely been a minute. They're too busy on TikTok.
Okay. So in other words, just with this shit about the with the kid, right? Stabbing a white boy, right? Okay. All that big kerfuffle would have never happened back then. Okay, you have the right to even protest, come out and demand that this kid get a fair trial.
No,
Okay,
but this whole idea, I hear you, but this whole idea of we're just leeching off of the older generation when millennials of all races, especially black ones, are scraping by. Like we're still trying to gather up, well, to be able to afford a house. Like where does Roland get off of saying that
okay,
taking
and another
drawing? Like
what he's saying is we okay. I'm gonna say this nicely, okay? I'm gonna calm down. I don't want you not to talk through me, okay? I want you to what color crayon do you have? What you want me to draw it in? Because I made it plain. What color crayon do you want? Is it red? You like it blue? What color you like? Okay. Okay. In other words, how do you think you got the rights that you got? Okay. It's because the baby boomers at 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 got out in the streets and actually pushed for it. Okay. Push for it. Do we my mother was a freaking sharecropper, right? I came up, I came up in the area where there was nothing but we call them black enclaves, we call them ghettos, okay? Because you couldn't go no place else. You couldn't move out. You couldn't get a mortgage. Okay? You had to pay the Jewish folks to rent a freaking house. Okay? That all changed because the boomers, like them or not, got out in the middle of the streets and did something about it. That's how come you have all this stuff, right? Okay, fine. The thing is, if you can't afford a house, that ain't the boomers' problem. Whose problem is it? And what are you doing about it?
It was the policies that were pushed. It was boomers.
What are you doing about it?
Pushed no fault divorce. Come on now.
No, we didn't. Boomers did not push no fault divorce.
No, it was not the boomers.
They did.
You guys were middle aged.
You don't know what you're talking about, brother. Bro, hold on. Nah. I can't let that slide.
Who was the one to introduce no fault?
It was
divorce?
Reagan, but you guys were still
No, we didn't.
They didn't.
No, we didn't. You trying to tell me what we wanted? No, we didn't. In fact, right after that's where the men's right movement actually started. Right after that. No, we didn't.
No fault divorce came long before the boomers were of age. I can tell you that because all my brothers and sisters were boomers.
In 1969 was when no fault divorce became those were actually white women that did it. Okay, and older white women. It wasn't young white women that did that shit. Older white women that did that shit. Okay.
It came into effect it was signed in 69. Came into effect in 1970.
Yeah,
January 1st. It was called the Marriage Equality Act.
Basically in 69 under Reagan in California was no fault divorce, and that's where it started, right?
Mm-hmm.
And all Title IX.
You tell me the boomers weren't of age then?
We weren't in power. How could we put something in we weren't in power to do? We were only 20.
The boomers were the young people at the time.
Them folks at best was in their mid-20s.
That was the silent generation.
No, it was golden. No, it was the GI generation.
It's GI generation put that stuff through. The Bushes, the Reagans, and all those kind of folks put that stuff through.
Yeah, the GI generation that fought World War II.
Yeah, the greatest generation is the one that put that through.
Yeah.
Most of your men's rights folks were boomers and Xers. Okay, those are the counterculture. What he's saying right now, what he's saying right now is, what are you doing about it? If what really wasn't for the black manosphere, most black folks wouldn't be doing squat for the most part.
I'll give you. True. See, this is where I will yield to the floor. I'll yield in terms of the establishment of the manosphere. Even though I'd say it's a modicum of Gen X and boomers. I will give you that, but. Mm-hmm. My issue is not with like I said, to reiterate, my issue is with this thing of like.
Are you sure it's a Gen X?
No. What I'm saying, what is it? You don't have no jobs, right? So supposedly, right? You can't afford a house. Yada 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 yada. Right? He's like, yada 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 yada. But the thing is, okay, give me one millennial action against all this stuff. Anything. Give me one.
I would definitely say the influence of Trump going into office. Definitely.
No. Just give me one thing that you guys put forward to actually counter
You
this
can't
stuff.
put it forward because you got Pelosi and Mitch McConnell.
No, Jasmine, AOC and Jasmine Crockett are millennials.
Yes.
You know what? I'll concede to that because they're bozos.
Most of Trump's cabinet is what? Millennials.
Yep.
Yeah,
most of your congressmen are millennials.
Now,
Roland said, most are dead. Most boomers are dead.
Yeah, but look how long it took. They literally had to be chained to be removed from office. Remember, they found a politician, a female, I think a representative found her dead in her building.
How old was she? She was what, 40 what?
No, she was no. I know not the one from West Virginia. I'm talking about an old one. Like she was.
There's a lot of old ones. Tom Thurman was old. He died in office too. What I'm saying is, you also had young ones die in office too. The thing is, you have millennials in office. In fact, he just showed now. Okay, what are you talking about now?
Yeah, look, let me talk to him for a minute.
Go ahead.
Everybody knows I am no fan of Roland Martin, but in this case, he's not wrong. It is our time to step up. We can't complain. We can't cry bitch to BGS's generation anymore. It's our time to step up. He is not wrong in this case.
You don't think millennials haven't stepped up in terms of being
started to step up?
You're advocating for him. Give me something.
Look, a push towards.
No. Give me something. Not what I push for as a group. What do you guys push for?
Pushing for more conservative rights now,
such as
for more traditional households and more traditional values.
Do you know what traditional means?
Such as
conventional nuclear family. Yes.
Such as
nuclear family is not traditional.
No. Hold on. No, you're not even here. Such as what policy have you pushed for?
Now, you know what? I will slightly concede to that because
slightly. No, Negro, you up here going toe to toe with me. I want something right now, not no slightly shit. If this is the debate, this is a fight. No, you came at me. I want something on the table right now because you know what you're talking about.
I'm not coming at you.
Yes, you did.
Yes,
you did.
It's this concept of that.
Give me. I don't want to hear that. Give me something, okay?
I would definitely say advocating for what was it? Paternity test. I think that was definitely an issue.
Guess where you got that shit from? And he's not a millennial.
That was definitely pushed by millennials.
It wasn't.
No, it wasn't.
To go mainstream.
No, it wasn't.
The idea was definitely.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
No, the idea is older nowadays because most.
But
most baby boomers are dead. Yeah, but most baby boomers are dead means the ones who are pushing are the ones that are still alive.
Millennials had to push that to the forefront to be.
Where? Who pushed it? Who started it?
I mean,
Tiger uppercut.
No, I can say. I would say.
Go ahead.
I couldn't give you a definitive person, but it's just the movement and the men.
Where?
It was definitely men pushing for no paternity test at birth. It was definitely millennial men. I couldn't give you a specific person.
Prove it.
Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? I mean,
yes, right now.
The two words I said.
Prove it.
Prove it.
I couldn't. You know what? I'll say that I can't give you a specific person.
Well, you know what?
You lose.
No, Google's your friend, bruh. Go look. Okay, go prove it.
Wait a minute. In my drunken haze, what's the argument?
Because the big push for DNA testing at birth was when Dr. Johnson put it in the freaking black male agenda.
But he just put that out there like about a year ago. The book.
Wrong.
2020.
The book. I'm talking about that book.
No,
That
you're not listening to me. We're talking about the black male political. Do you know why I know?
well,
Because
maybe I'm confusing with that because
wait,
I was
because
told with the book.
let me ask you. Let me ask you this, man, about you millennials, the way you guys to talk. Okay. Why do you guys keep talking when you don't know the answer? What's that? Where did that come from?
Because they're special, BTS.
No. I want to hear it. Where does it come from? You have no idea. I'm getting ready to tell you where it came from because I asked him to actually write the doggone political agenda in 2020.
When was this It was published at least a year or two ago.
No.
It was older than that.
He just told you when it was published, man.
What does that say? 2024? Am I not?
Listen.
Didn't you read the beginning?
Wait.
You go up real quick and you go up.
You want the answer? You want to keep talking?
I'm curious because I would assume it said 2020.
The book, okay, was not the agenda. Okay, now that was the piece of the agenda in the book. Yes, that was the book. The agenda was actually published online in 2020.
Hey, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right.
And it's a living document. Okay, I know because he's trying to get me to write it. I said no, we need a PhD to write it. You're better at it. That's why he put it up in 2020.
To that point, because
you have to, because you don't. All right,
never mind. The first time I heard about it was through when that
I don't care, dude.
Like I said, I'll concede the point.
You have to concede the point because you don't know what you're talking about.
You didn't mean. Like I said, it was millennials that did definitely.
No, they didn't
push.
No, they did.
Now, did boomers and Gen X contribute? Absolutely, but it was DNA
testing has been pushed since I was in my 30s.
Even the concept of not being even the concept of not being a stepdad, that was definitely pushed by millennials.
Of course, yeah, that was okay. But what does that have to do with your political rights, though?
Nothing.
That's the catalyst towards.
And those are Gen X people that should push the not being a stepdad.
Or how can it be the catalyst?
It is true.
No, that is true.
That is true. Your original manuscript people were Gen X folks, okay?
We were told by
accident. I agree. But it wasn't until millennials started saying no towards not being as because
you don't say, and for the record, you don't say millennials.
What does that have to do with your political rights, sir?
I mean, that has to do a lot with the political.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
All right. All right. Okay. Oh, you know what, man? You know what? I'm gonna give you a win. Okay. We'll give you that win. All right. Are you happy?
No, but here's the thing. I said I conceded your point that I didn't know the book.
We'll give you that because you need a win. I'll give you a win.
It's not about the win.
It is about your win. I asked
you. Take a W and walk out of the way, fool.
I agreed with you on the
closest.
Take your W and walk out.
You know what? The closest time the millennials actually came up and actually stood up and actually would pushing for their rights was during what Occupy Wall Street. Remember that? 2011.
Yeah, I remember. I was a teenager. Yep.
Remember that? Okay. And guess what happened?
I mean, it didn't work. Bloomberg wanted them out by like the
No.
They gave them jobs.
They gave them jobs. They got bought off.
Well, not all of them, but I did.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Oh, yes, they did.
BGS, that is actually the point I wanted to talk about Ron Martin. It's not that Ron Martin is wrong. What I wanted to talk about, somewhere in the chain, say giving the flame to the next generation. Somewhere it failed. Not that Roland Martin's or the baby boomer failed. I'm just saying somewhere it.
I know we know where it failed. In other words, the same way it's failed in Gen Z in Alpha, right? It's called a feminist education. Okay, we
and that's what I wanted to talk about, because when you try to find a solution, just saying, "Hey, just do it." Sometimes not good enough.
At some point, the stuff that you complain about, okay, because we hear this all the time, right? Okay, if something's not going on right in the United States, especially amongst black people, guess whose fault it is?
Black man.
No, boomers didn't pass it down. Boomers didn't set us up. Boomers did let stuff go awry, blah 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 blah. Boomer. But
the issue is he's.
I hate that. I'm talking to him. Otherwise, you're gonna get the evil twin in a minute. Okay. because
Don't
because,
summon the
because
evil twin.
I'm holding back right now because I know you don't know. Okay,
He sure is.
because I have been doing this crap longer than you have been alive. Okay, there's a reason that you come here instead of you being where I am doing the same thing. There's
He's
a
been
reason
doing
for
it
that.
longer than I've been alive, but I'm 53.
Now, because BGS, we had those discussion, or you had those discussion.
And,
I
and,
was
and
just in the background.
it's the same reason. And why do you think that people like me are here
Mm-hmm.
instead of on a beach somewhere reading a book? It's because we're trying to wake you guys up.
But it's not working, and we talked about
It,
it because
it's it's
very
it's
often.
it's working. It's working. But the thing is, at some point, you're going to have to stand up and accept responsibility. You got to get out there. You can't just say, "Oh, no." You got to get out there. He's right. You got to get out there.
The evil twin has arrived.
Basically, you didn't, you didn't get your rights by us tweeting. You didn't. Okay.
I'm not saying that, but like when we have this discussion, like they don't even know the history. So
Hey, you know what?
You know what? They know the history just like everybody else. They don't care.
Here's
okay,
here's
that
the
is that
here's
is
the
that
worst
is
part about
And
it.
they do. Everybody heard of Martin Luther King and Montgomery.
Here's the worst part about it, right?
Y'all do not care. Yeah, go ahead.
Here's the worst part about it, right? Here's the worst part. Civil rights was a great thing. We all agree.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But the evil part about civil rights is that it made niggas lazy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Say that again.
And I'm gonna say this why? Because
How do you stop people, the rebels from fighting?
you hear to their grievances.
Grievances, right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, what do you have to fight over if they
They're getting what they want.
When you take away the struggle or the perceived struggle, the will is over.
Well then if the will is over, then what are you complaining about?
And that's the part where people get it. It's like, look, let me put this in everybody's mindset, right?
Please do.
How many men, black, white, and in between, complain about child support?
Yes. Yes. The answer is yes.
Well, give me a percentage. Give me a percentage.
That have to deal with it, probably 90%.
And you
So hold on, BGS, hold on.
All right.
So what happens if that 90% says we're getting fucked? We're not seeing our kids. I'm not paying. Could they jail all of us?
Nope.
Nope.
Not a chance.
No.
So how is child support effective? Unless you do what?
Allow it.
Fear.
And believe in that fucking system.
Which is
So
the
if all the men said, but guess what you allowed? One of the things me, Sandog, and Nameless said, one of the most criminal things of the black community, especially black men, you find your masculinity through a bunch of bitches.
Yes.
Yep.
So it's so easy for them to shame you. A real man would, bitch. You're bitch. You're fucking extorting me.
Yes.
Legal extortion.
So in order for you to extort me, I want you to think about this. Niggas complain about taxes now. 250 years ago, you fought over a 2% tax for fucking tea.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
Let's put shit in perspective real quick. So you telling me motherfuckers won't fucking fight for their kids or say, you know what? 90% who has to deal with that child support, fuck you. To a bunch of them hoes.
Yep.
But you look for your masculinity through what? Hoes.
Pussy.
You motherfuckers got the same amount of fucking 24 hours Michael Jackson had, but so many niggas still want to be fucking a nobody. And this is the shit that gets me. Y'all don't have an audacity. There are so many motherfuckers who I know cowered under the fear of child support.
Yep.
Before me and my son's mother were on good terms, she tried to take me down to child support, and the motherfucker lived with me. I said, you know what? If they grant it to you, I'm just going to shake your hand and say you fought a good battle. But guess what? I'm going to make you look like the worst motherfucker. I have no feelings. I'll be ruthless. Well, that's mean. You haven't seen mean yet. I'm ruthless. You know what? For all my Street Fighter fans, guess what? They call me Hadougat because I'm downright fierce. And see, the part about a lot of this shit that we get, you motherfuckers, how the fuck you worth $100 million, but you flying a floozy out to see you?
Yeah.
Think about that. Bitch, if you don't bring your ass here, why would a king go bring a bitch here to make a fucking 6 or 7 before surgery feel better about herself?
And you got all these young Z's doing what? Getting old bras pregnant, man.
Yes.
Oh, Marcus, what is he talking about? I'll explain what I'm talking about. Is how the reason why you a slave. See, you weren't a slave if you were in chains. The greatest form of slavery is when you had an invisible wall and you never went past it. Unchained, unrestricted.
Charles, don't talk about black people in the Democrat Party like that.
I'm talking about black people in every party like that.
Not pretty much.
Go with it, man.
Because I'm gonna go really deep into this shit. My parents raised me to be a thinker and also a doer when it needs to be. I'm like, because even as a teenager, how would child support work if all these niggas didn't pay?
It wouldn't.
Yeah, but
How
Charles,
would child custody work if niggas just walked away?
Charles, we cannot do that. I play devil's advocate. We cannot do that. You know why? Because of the laws, Charles.
Snake Man, you're from Germany, a very authoritative country. You can't. If all the men say, we will not fight your wars, we will not join your military, we will not join your police, your fire, all your essential, we won't even take out the fucking trash.
We won't even buy.
How does the fucking system work?
Yeah.
Think of how much they sweating. Think of how much they're sweating after COVID when niggas just won't even take these bitches out on a date. Are you picking up what I'm putting down, niggas?
Nah,
Can the church say woo?
Woo! Charles, you gotta tag me. Tag me into this one. Tag me into this one.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Because last time I checked, so many niggas historically get their value from a bitch. And this is what I told one bitch. Well, I don't like a nigga who only lasts 10 minutes. Well, bitch, you surfboarding. You get more nuts than me. I don't give a fuck what you get as long as I get mine.
Period.
And that's the problem what men don't understand. Get yours.
Or pay me.
Fuck you, pay me.
Fuck you, pay me. Go ahead. Who are next? This mic is hot.
I want to tag in.
Hold on.
If I may. Oh, hey, that's it.
Hey, what's up, brother?
If I may, for a moment.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let Dead Set go in.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
Shout out to Dead Set. If I don't see if I don't got my kids, I ain't paying. Fuck you.
That's exactly how I lost my license.
And with me now together. What was one of my pinnacle live streams? If I don't lead,
I leave.
I mean, you have people like the Black Ministry fighting for you guys, and how much support does the Black Ministry get from millennials?
Not much, except for reviews and likes.
They don't get that many likes.
You get a lot of support if you are retarded.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna tell you one of the most pivotal things Charles Sr. said to me when I was a little boy, and I had this bully, and he was teaching me how to throw a punch and a kick. I don't want to hurt him. You think he was gonna do this fucking Papa Cleaver shit and explained to me. He laughed at me. And he said, "Boy, you're going to get tired of taking ass whoopings."
Yeah.
Guess what he said? He said, "All I remember was picking your ass up from school, and all I seen was the teachers and the assistants pulling you off that boy's ass when you took that Optimus Prime and made him have a short meeting with his forehead."
Man.
So this is my question, BGS and everybody else, AB, Namer, Dead Set, who else? Snake Man, AL, who else on this bitch?
You're
me here.
When are black men gonna be tired of taking ass whoopings? And I'll stop right there.
I'm going to address that whole child support thing.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Because the deal is, because they had to come. I ain't never voluntarily paid child support. They had to take that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And then once they started taking it, that's when I floated around and I said, okay, I'm just going to work for myself. And then I ran through my own corporation. The thing is that everybody know my case was built on fraud.
Mm-hmm.
The courts know that it's built on fraud.
Mm-hmm.
The child support office is scared to even take it to court because they know it was all fraud.
Mm-hmm.
They know it was fraud. Yep.
They know it was fraud. The judges have even told me it was fraud. They said, yes, you are right. This is fruit from the poisonous tree.
Mm-hmm.
But then they turn around and said that, but we can't do anything. We're well past that point. And I was like, well, don't expect to draw blood from a turnip because I ain't giving it.
Mm-hmm.
And so these dudes are talking about, like, you don't pay, go to jail. That's the reason why they got these things such as that, the Dear Colleague letters, because the federal government knew that it was a losing battle.
Mm-hmm.
So, to Charles's point, there are lots of us out there who are defying this whole system in our own ways. Because like I said, and I meant it, if I'm not raising my children, I ain't paying jack shit. Plain and simple.
Hear a great conversation between Charles, myself, and Matt Granahan, one of our dearest friends. And this is Charles's debut interview and debut stream, because he did it on Matt Granahan's show, which I was the producer of. You're going to have to follow this link that I put in the chat and sign up for Snowman Multimedia's Patreon, because what I'm going to do in the next week, depending on how many people sign up, and I hope y'all do, I'm going to post it there, unedited, unscripted,
raw and uncut, like my favorite Colombian dope.
Raw and uncut, because I have edited versions of this conversation. But when I tell you that we planned only, according to Matt told me that we were going to have a 30-minute conversation, Matt, myself, and Charles. I will tell y'all that bullshit went out of the window when I heard Charles's voice, and I heard the angst in his voice when he spoke of his child, when I heard the angst in Matt's voice when he spoke of his child, and when they heard the angst in my voice when I spoke of Donna. And this is on top of the fact that it was barely 6 months after I just lost Donna. That's when we had this conversation, because they told Liz's family, uncles, aunts, and all of them, because her mom was gone and her dad was gone. They convinced her to boot me out of the picture, but she didn't do the booting. Matter of fact, they told her to give me the threat of child support. And I told her, look, you put me on child support, you ain't seeing my ass again. I flat out told her that. And when I told her that, and she agreed, they cut communication. So I will tell y'all right now, patreon.com/snowman multimedia, in 1 week's time, 1 week from tonight, I will drop that entire raw, uncut conversation.
And did I change a goddamn word that I said today?
Fuck no. Matter of fact, you went even deep. You went even deeper than you went deeper here than what than all the stuff that you said 8 years ago.
And excuse me for a second, Snowman.
Yes, sir.
I know when people talking about, well, you could lose your shit and go to jail. This is how I know the
Risk is part of the
revolutionary
game.
spirit within the black man is dead.
Yeah, risk is always part of the game.
Guess what? If I had to go to war so my child didn't have to see nothing but peace in his lifetime, would you do it?
Fuck yeah, I would.
BGS said the most profound shit. You know why Obsidian can say shit that Dead Set, BGS, and myself wouldn't say?
Why?
What's the one thing me, BGS, and Dead Set have in common?
Oh, children. Yeah.
Because here's the thing. When you put me out of my son's life, what do you think Angie would be? If you put BGS out of his children's life, where do you think BGS's children's mother would be?
Yeah.
Where do you think the children would be? I'm pretty goddamn sure, BGS, nigga to nigga, you wouldn't have chicks who's with degrees and a son who plays semi-pro.
No, they wouldn't. Yeah.
I'm pretty damn sure the level of intelligence between your daughter and son would not exist. What did Dead set? So the problem is with black men is that you need to grab your fucking nuts.
Period.
You need to act like you got a dick and a pair of balls sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
And what the fuck you willing to risk?
You gotta take an L. You gotta be willing to take an L.
Trust me.
Yeah.
I lost my first match to win a championship that same fucking year.
Mm-hmm. Well,
what are you willing to fucking? What the fuck? What's my anime?
Yeah.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, the equivalent exchange.
Yeah.
You have to sacrifice something of equal or greater value.
Yep.
You motherfuckers don't even understand the word. And that's how I know a lot of you motherfuckers don't have children. If you're willing for our son to be a failure, because you know if I'm not in this equation, you can't handle that motherfucker.
Where do you think you guys would think I would be if I didn't have the love and support of my wife and my children?
Dead
in
a box.
Guess what? I'm gonna say this to Marcus. I love you, bro. Please highlight Marcus real quick. Child support is a court order. If you don't pay, you're held in contempt. You go straight to jail.
How many people can they lock up? That's what he's saying.
Guess what? I'm gonna tell you this. What did I say earlier about Captain America? Why is Captain America so respected? He will take off that fucking uniform and throw it in the fucking country's face because he doesn't believe that what they're doing is patriotic. Sometimes the most patriotic thing you could do is go against your goddamn country because you know they're fucking wrong. Let me ask you this question. The same argument you making for child support is the same argument motherfucking black people made for slavery. You didn't realize that, did you? The same argument that you had for child support is the same argument to actually uphold Jim Crow, separate but equal.
How many of those civil rights men went to jail?
I don't think that.
How many of them were never found?
Exactly. How many bodies did they find when they found fucking Emmett Till?
Yeah, about 30 of them. Yeah.
So you telling me if motherfuckers had to go, this is how? Do I need to go there? With your permission, to AB, can I go there?
Go there.
If motherfuckers were under threat of death to learn to read and write, how cowardly do you have to be against a court order for some motherfucking child support? See, you can't tell me about bravery. My grandfather on my mother's side never went to the military, but he faced the greatest enemy of this fucking country, which was the Ku Klux Klan as a child.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Why do you think we nicknamed that shotgun that's in my closet now called the Cracker Smacker?
Imagine
my grandfather had one of those.
Imagine if we had 1,000 guys just like this, not a million, 1,000, just like this said, willing to go toe to toe and willing to put paper on these judges.
Stop the equivalence, nigga. No. God damn it, no.
The link's in the chat, boss.
You think I'm gonna fucking face insurgents and terrorists, and I'm gonna be in a fucking country that's 5,000 miles away, and I'm gonna be a fucking coward in my country of origin? You got me all the way fucked up.
Yeah, I mean, I don't get millennials, man. You guys look at these people spend trillions of dollars elsewhere, and you guys can't afford a fucking house, really.
Yep.
There is no fucking way.
That would never happen. It would never happen with the boomers.
You telling me right now? We fought the military might of the world at the time, which was Great Britain, over a 2% tax over tea.
And then later the veterans fought fought the government. We talk about
draft. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean right after they began taxing the veterans who fought in the Revolutionary War, what did they do? They marched up to Massachusetts.
They sure did.
In a minute.
Kill all of y'all.
When's the last time you seen veterans laying down and surrounding the White House?
Exactly.
When was the last time?
You telling me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The bitches must be very successful to breed bitch in your blood.
Say that again.
Because I'm sorry. Child support, you got to pay this child support. Where does in the Constitution it says that, sir?
It doesn't say it anywhere.
Court of Chancery.
Yeah.
Matter of fact, where does the state constitution of Maryland says I have to do that?
It doesn't.
Say it anywhere.
It doesn't, but it is. It's in the penumbra.
But guess what? I will sign all my rights away. If the boy can't be with me, then give it all to her.
Yeah, that's the way it's supposed to be.
Well, wait a minute. What? You wouldn't do that to your child. You love your child. Guess what? I love my damn cat.
Because she gets the kid, but the responsibility is still yours.
Exactly.
And that's the problem.
And that's the part where niggas don't complain.
Right.
And see, here's the worst part. And I can't even blame the bitches because bitches are gonna bitch. That's why we call them a bitch.
Yep.
It's the niggas that fucking coincide with this shit.
Yeah.
And co-sign.
It took us to go look that shit up, man. The shit's there. It was just nobody.
The numbers. The numbers.
And I want to. And people, talk about the reading part because that's. Defiance is good, but we got to understand, the battlefield.
Yeah.
And that's, I urge people to go and read Santosky v. Kramer. That was a landmark case, 1982.
Really?
And that talks about who can take. The Supreme Court laid it down. It's like, wait a minute, taking your kids away willy nilly. That shit can't happen. And that was a New York case.
By the way,
wow.
Master Teacher, if I may, sir, permission to speak.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Okay.
The Constitution says that Congress has the right to tax. Okay.
Yeah. For any reason.
For any reason whatsoever. Yeah.
Pick up what Charles was talking about and everything. Let's not forget something, and this is something that you posted by Craig B. Hewlett. We talked about the Civil Rights Act that was signed. Because it's something I remember my family would tell me. My grandmother and everybody used to tell me, be careful about laws. Because what they give you with one hand, they take with the other. Because immediately what happened once you guys got the Civil Rights Act passed in? Countless black men later got draft letters in the mailbox.
They were getting draft letters before.
They were already getting drafted.
And furthermore, remember, Craig B. Hewlett mentioned this. Hey, if they come home with PTSD, they ain't gonna be protesting no more.
They were protesting.
Oh yeah.
No, trust me, the biggest protesters were the people with PTSD. You know why? Because they were the motherfuckers getting arrested and for alcoholism and public drunkenness. Why do you think What? Let me tell you what my father said. Why the fuck do you think the movie Rambo First Blood resonated with so many motherfuckers?
Because Rambo had PTSD.
Yeah, think about it. Okay, Naima, let me ask you this, man. Okay, this is something. The only thing I agree with Thomas Sowell, right? Okay, about solutions and trade-offs.
Yes.
Okay. So being drafted, was that if you're a black man in America, you can get lynched for looking at a white girl. Okay.
That's true.
You get your door kicked in and dragged out by the cops and never seen again. Okay. Is serving and getting drafted a fair trade?
No, sir.
It's not?
Oh, no, sorry. It is trade. I guess it is a fair trade. Sorry, excuse me. My mistake.
No, it's not. I mean, Muhammad Ali defied that shit.
Muhammad Ali, you know what Muhammad Ali said?
He did defy it, yeah.
Because he had a better deal, though.
What did Ali say?
He would have defied it anyway, I think.
He went to jail.
Yeah, he would have defied it anyway. Yeah.
He was happy to go to jail. In fact, if you remember that interview, you know, what was the thing he said? All right, I ain't got no problem with no Viet Cong, because ain't no Viet Cong call me no nigga. Secondly,
exactly.
He also said, I've been living here. I've been denied my rights and detained for 400 years. I can do it for another 400 years. He called out the hypocrisy and everything. Yeah. It's not a fair trade. Secondly,
it's not a fair trade.
Charles? Yeah.
It's not a fair trade.
Ugh, it is a fair trade, I guess. I don't know.
Okay, I don't. I understand. Okay, my mother was a sharecropper. Okay, I'm one generation out from being a sharecropper. I lived under Jim Crow. Okay, I lived under that shit. Okay.
I agree with you, sir.
And that shit didn't get resolved to the mid '70s because they were still lynching you. Okay.
Yeah. And sometimes the '80s, and depending on what part of the country.
I think the last lynching in North Carolina was, I believe, in like '79.
That you know of.
And they
still the last recorded one.
They still talk about it, but they just don't call it lynchings now. They're not public anymore. They're quiet. Okay.
Yeah, they drag it behind pickup trucks and shit.
I mean, picture. What's his name? The guy from
Ahmaud Arbery.
No, the guy in St. Louis. Okay, where his mother came outside. And found him hanging in the tree. Okay, and then nobody knew how he got there.
There was that dude in North Carolina, actually in Henderson, North Carolina. Like,
why do you think? Well, why do you think when I drove to North Carolina, my mother asked me, "Why are you taking your rifle and your guns with you?" Where are we going? North Carolina. Enough said. Get in the truck, Ma.
North Carolina.
What I'm saying to millennials, if you're happy with the government that you had and the situation that you had, then fine. Okay.
Be content.
Be content. But what he's saying is, if you want something different, you have to get off your ass and do something about it.
Yeah.
And stop expecting that the rights that were earned by people going out and marching was supposed to keep you safe. Okay. Y'all didn't, when they got rid of affirmative action, y'all didn't say squat. Not a squeak, not a squeak. In fact, y'all glad to have it gone.
BGS, we put out tweets.
Oh,
come on now, leave us alone. It was some tweets.
That said,
I didn't even see tweets. Okay.
I saw a lot of complaining.
I ain't seen no tweets. Okay.
Come on, Lewis.
I didn't. Did you tweet your congressman? Did you tweet your senator?
I was already at my PWI. I was good. So. I have a little white woman on the side. I was good. So
you know what the problem was? They had their reparations, 40 acres of a white woman.
Hey, I had one when I was in school. You know, had my obligatory white girl. Praise the Lord. She was good to me.
But my thing is okay. That's why you would say hit dogs holler. Okay.
Yeah.
We don't like Roland Martin, but he's right about that. Okay?
Yeah, he was right about that.
He's right about that. So in other words, stop crying about your situation, and then run into your parents, right? Your parents, grandparents. Okay. In fact, you guys are dependent on us. We're supposed to be dependent on you.
Yeah.
We're supposed to go. Okay. In fact, we do this all the time. A lot of millennials would not have homes if it wasn't for their parents.
That's true. That's fact.
Nope.
I didn't have that luxury, but yeah.
You gotta understand something.
Mm-hmm.
When Look at the average millennial and Xer right now, and Gen Z right now.
Zoomer.
Especially the Gen Zs. You motherfuckers never. Millennials are the last generation to get a weight set for their Christmas gift or their birthday gift.
Lucky bastards.
You motherfuckers who are Gen Z, your bitches are bigger than you.
Yep.
Did they even race their fathers? Because it was a thing, man. It was like, Dad, let's race. I'm faster than you, and then your dad would
Who
race
said
you.
that? Who just said that shit? Who just said that shit?
I did.
Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
J Man.
J Man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you a story that my uncle said at my grandfather's funeral.
Talk to me.
My uncle won a state championship in track, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's goating my grandfather. He was in his 40s.
Mm-hmm.
He raced my grandfather. My grandfather smoked him like this cigar. Everybody who knew that man, they said if he would have went to the NFL, he would have been a Hall of Famer. That's just an average man with an 8th grade education who became a master mechanic.
Right.
You motherfuckers get college degrees and can't hold a job down at McDonald's.
Nope.
No, it's even worse than that. They get a college degree, can't spell word for shit. They spell worse than
you got motherfuckers. You got motherfuckers who called me a coward, and I'm sitting at the gates when they gave the power back to the Iraqis. You motherfuckers got bravery.
Look what happened.
Awful. We went from being brave, fighting in a war, standing up for your rights, to being brave of grown men wearing dresses.
You know what?
Ain't that the truth?
Charles, now we're internet brave.
You got motherfuckers calling a nigga who you got motherfuckers calling a guy who fought 18 months of war and damn near 17 years of law enforcement, both as a patrol officer and twice as a fucking supervisor, and has a security firm and saved countless lives doing all that shit.
Yep.
Because you have a disagreement on YouTube. This is where masculinity's been. Elon, get the fucking ships ready. I'm ready to go to fucking Mars.
Man,
you gotta be fucking kidding me. That motherfuckers are scared of fucking going to jail for child support. But yet, you will let them rake you over the coals. Matter of fact, this is how I know men are cowardly. Get ready for this.
Ready.
Wait, drum roll.
A bitch will have you at child support for 10 years. And you find out the child is not yours, and that bitch has no fear of your repercussions.
No man.
Yes, sir.
Did y'all just hear what the fuck I just said?
Repeat it again.
A bitch will have you paying child support for 10 years, and you find out the child isn't yours.
Tiger uppercut.
And that bitch has no fear of your repercussions.
Dun, dun, dun.
I played it too early.
Tiger uppercut.
This is how cowardly men in this country, black, white, in between, have been.
And the whites are even worse than the whites.
And I'm gonna tell you.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you don't pay child support, I said, guess what? Well, Charles, it's easy for you to say because if you were you don't know what the fuck I would do. I would sit there in prison and be like, I have audacity.
You'd be Kaiser Sose.
You want to hear
suspects?
I've told Charles this behind the scenes. Sometimes I think God didn't have kids because what some of these single mothers be doing with their children, I would be in jail. I'm gonna leave it right there. I'd be in jail.
That's the risk that we take.
I share that sentiment.
But they say dead set. I don't live in the hope factor.
Exactly.
I live in the wish. I wish a motherfucker would.
Shout out to Cedric the Entertainer for that one.
Listen,
I tell people all the time. I told my homeboy he like giving money to his child's mother. Well, I got to get his child support. You don't have an order. Well, she needs this money. No. You don't give no bitch money in her hand. You get the child what they need.
Yep.
I'll give you a story. I'll give you a story. Now this is partially baby daddy's fault, but I saw a black boy on a stripper pole.
Oh no.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I need to say anything else.
It's late now.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, it's very late.
Wait a minute.
I need to explain what. Okay.
The sun's going down, big guy. The sun's going down. Where's Black Widow?
Shut up, Charles.
The shark has been jumped, gentlemen.
Yeah, the trannies invented the stripper pole, so it's not.
You know what?
I could be some of these chicks' baby daddies. I would have them by the throat.
I said this to myself when I went on some of these calls. And this chick refused to let the father see the daughter and the son.
Mm-hmm.
The daughter is 13. And she's like, well, I'm taking all these medications. And I even said it on body cam. There was a nickname at ID with me. Oh, this is Mr. I don't give a fuck. And they would say it just like that. and I was like, look, ma'am, shorty. That's when people get tell I'm from Baltimore. Shorty.
Mm-hmm.
Either let that girl see her father at 13 or you're going to be a grandmother at 14.
Yep.
All that, you know why you're on those medications? Because you're handling stress you weren't built for.
That's right.
You're thinking that I can do this all by myself, and you know you can't.
Yeah, you why are you still mad at him?
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to hurt him, but your children are the ones who are going to suffer.
The thing is that she's trying to control him. He doesn't want to be controlled. Because if she worked with him, he'd be there.
And I told her, I said, what you're doing is some heinous bullshit. Mm-hmm. Well, I'm doing the best that I can, and obviously your best ain't good enough.
Yeah.
Hey, BJ, you know what these bitches, I'm just gonna come out and say, you know what these bitches on there bitching about on TikTok now? These boys are harder to raise. No shit. You don't have to.
No, they're not. No, they're not. That's the biggest lie in the world. Boys are easy.
Boys are much easier to raise than girls.
Boys are easy. Girls make you want to throw them down the steps.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, just from the time that they're born, what you expect it to have for a girl, right? She got to be dressed a certain way. Her hair's got to be styled a certain way. It's got to have certain, skin's got to be a certain way. You basically have to send her to a spa day every day just to send her to school. Okay.
Yep.
Boys, give them a decent haircut, some jeans and a t-shirt, and some tennis.
And they're good to go.
Good to go. Okay.
Hey, do me a favor, AB. I need you to do this. This is very important. I need you to highlight Marcus's 2 last comments.
Yeah, but if you're trying to make a boy into a girl, then you're gonna have problems. Okay.
Yep.
Major. You know what? Before you go, Charles, let me tell the panel about a situation that I went through up until my mother died, and that's trying to see my nephew. Remington, which my bitch of a sister Nicole wouldn't let me see, wouldn't let me take to a ball game, wouldn't let me take on assignment with me. Okay. In fact, she used him as a shield or an upfront offering because I was 2011. I was going to cover a game between the Miami Heat and the Chicago Bulls. LeBron was with the Heat at the time. I was so sure that my mother and my sister did not find this fact out because that was one of the first games I had when I became a member of the Chicago Bulls media. Yeah, guess what? Somehow through the grapevine, they found out that I was covering that game. And my sister came to me and said, you can get us some tickets. I looked her in the eyes and I'm not sparing you any tickets or nothing whatsoever because I'm not going to have you ruin my connection to not only Chicago Bulls media, but Chicago professional sports media. You know what this bitch's next line was? Well, if you can't do it for me, you can do it for Remington.
Oh. Then the baby can do the dirty work.
I'm going to say
she used him as a pretext.
They always use
You know what I did? I flipped her off and went on my merry way. You know what she did next? She raced in the house and tried to tell my mother. And I was already on the bus headed down to the United Center out of earshot.
I'm gonna explain something real quick.
Go,
Marcus.
Go ahead. Because the next thing is I'm going to time him out.
The evil twin is coming out.
No, don't time him out because I got to explain something.
You can explain to him all you want. The thing is, next time he come up with some bullshit comment, time him out. Okay.
I'm gonna tell you this. Go back to his first comment and his second comment, please. And shout out to MS Delta guy. Facts. When my sister and husband had 3 sons, my sister said she was happy. I can't tell you but below there, but I'm on my phone.
I can see it. She said facts. When my sister and her husband had 3 sons, my sister said she was happy because she didn't want to raise girls. Clothes, hair, pregnancy, etc.
Exactly. I got 2 of them. I know.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why. But the thing is, if y'all had kids, you'd start laughing at them when they said it.
Yep. I'm gonna tell you something. When Marcus said he's lying, go to jail, lose everything, job, house.
Which is part of the game.
Okay, let me explain this about Charles Lawrence Faulkner Jr. Been there, done that twice. I've lost houses, I've lost careers, I've lost fucking cars. And I bounced back. I bounced back like the man that I am.
Bounce back 10 times.
Somebody as Charles is willing to do 30 days standing on his principles. That's why they call it principles, nigga.
Principles only mean something when you hold to them when it's inconvenient.
Mm-hmm.
Let me explain this.
Mm-hmm.
The more they lock me up, do you think she's getting child support?
Yep.
No.
In fact,
so am I proving my point? As a matter of fact,
yes, you are.
I'm becoming more of a burden to the state than a benefit.
They gotta pay because they gotta, shell out just to have.
And the thing is, the system would collapse if more people did what Charles did. But most people, like Marcus, they're afraid.
But that's the reason why the federal government sent out those Dear Colleague letters.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think they are trying to circumvent the manosphere, the black manosphere in particular? Because them little boys are saying, wait a minute, teacher, what you saying is making no logical sense.
Bingo.
Why do you think they're afraid of that? Because if the boys don't believe in the system, what did we find out in the last 55 years? Women don't move the country forward. Men do.
Yeah. That's one, and that's why we highlight that stuff, because what is it? The results are in.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, the result is in.
That's why I showed it with the difference between China and us, right?
Yep.
What's the difference? Okay, they handed over the system to the females. Okay, guess what? Now you're behind. So now you have to reverse all that shit. That's why I'm saying now's the time.
Yep.
You got to reverse.
What did I say 4 years ago? The keys to the kingdom.
Kingdom, yeah.
Keys to the kingdom. To finish the
story.
Yeah,
I'm willing to do. If I do 18 months in Iraq in a place that wasn't friendly, what's 30 days in a jail?
What consequence is that?
What consequence is that shit to me?
Bingo.
If I'm telling you, first and foremost, I would go to the court. It's okay for me to pay for this motherfucker, but I can't raise and have no dictation or no authority over it. Where did they do this? Show me where in history. Why should I pay her money? I said, here's the logical BS about it. She's claiming she can't take care of that child by herself alone. I'm claiming that I can. Why should I pay her money for something she fails to do by herself, but I succeed doing on myself?
Exactly. And I had almost gotten Donna that way. 2 things intercepted it. A, my daughter's mother's family, and B, my mother. Because this is the one part I didn't tell anybody. The only person who knows this, only people who know this is my current family. I told y'all about how my daughter's mother her family, aunts and uncles, intercepted our communication. What I didn't tell you is that on the back end, I was getting picked off from behind by my own family with statements like, from my mother, quote, "I am not going to let that girl in this house." Meanwhile, my nephew's living there.
What race was Donna?
Donna was mixed.
No. The mother. Lynn.
Liz was white.
Exactly.
But just hearing that pissed me off. Just hearing my own mother down my daughter. I mean, hell, I tell this story all the time. I mean, God love you, Mom, but damn it, you had no right to say the following to me when I called you, and you were the last person I called after Donna was born. My mother didn't even congratulate me.
Wait, were you staying with her at the time?
Was I staying with Liz? Yes, I was.
I mean, with your mother's, because she's like, I'm not going to let that daughter in there, that girl in the house.
Yeah, it all. The war started. The war started with my mother saying, quote, "Are you going to be there for her?" You know what it took for me not to go completely the bloody fuck off? And then I hear the same thing from Nicole, my sister. And it gets even worse from Nicole because she kept picking at me and hounding at me and picking at me and hounding at me. You know she's not yours. Why don't you go get a DNA test to prove it?
Did you get one?
Nope.
Well, I'm not understanding a lot here then.
I saw Donna be born.
Well, I mean, that don't mean it's yours. I mean, I'm not picking you apart, but it's just like,
I understand. I understand. A lot of people didn't understand.
Amber, you got some feedback.
Donna was mine from minute one. Thing is, we didn't realize that Liz was carrying. We didn't realize that that she was pregnant because I had been with her about a year. And then to find out that she was, because every test that we took said no. Then a horrible stomach ache happened. We didn't know what was going on. And then we called it. Neither of us could sleep. So I called an ambulance. I called for an ambulance and I followed my gut. Race to the hospital. Get in there. They get her situated and they said, "Please wait out here." I waited outside, and then about 30 seconds later, not even 30 seconds, I was ordered to come back into the room, and Liz's eyes were as wide as saucers when she told me what was going on.
So she was delivering, or was she just pregnant?
She was delivering. March 6, 2013. March 6, 2013. Here's the twisted, fucked up part about it. And I think I talked about this during the interview I had with Charles and Matt. Most of her friends came up to the hospital and were telling me, "You need to leave before her family gets here." Let me repeat that sentence. Her so-called friends were telling me, "You need to leave before her family gets here because they're going to tear you apart." My response was, they lay a finger on either of those two, I'm tearing them apart. "Well, you're going to go to jail." Then I'm a jailbird motherfucker because they are not touching my child. They are not touching my family.
Speaking of which, if you got something to say, Marcus, you can say it now.
No, I just wait until the air clear. But yeah, listen. Roland Martin is right. Regarding the generations who don't do politics, that's really the baby boomers' fault, or that generation, that first generation back in the late '60s and early '70s that began to take political power in their local cities. They got in power, didn't cultivate another generation to come up behind them. And on top of that, crack came in and caused a civil war in the black community. So there was a gap there. And there was no politicians developed to replace the that first generations in the 70s to come in. So as time moves on, Black men have moved away from doing politics, and Black women moved up. When they moved up, they start tinkering with the laws and city codes to their favor, and that's how we get all these judges on the bench who will favor more women than men. That's how we get all these laws regarding child support, because the bread and butter politicians are voters, and the voters were women. Men got separated from it because they started catching all these felonies. These were Black men, and they just kind of move away. Now, saying all that, if what we need to do or learn how to do is do politics to change things, being a sacrificial lamb or standing on principles and can put you locked up is a foolhardy act that gets you nowhere. You don't win doing that. You do 30 days in jail, you're going to lose everything. Who wants to go start in life at middle age to rebuild yourself again? That's foolish. You need to go learn. We Black men need to learn how to do politics, how to find your own candidates, how to put them in power positions, and how to have them tinker with laws in your favor or more balance to get this equilibrium between child support and parenting.
I have a question.
Yeah, here's the part about that. You know what's foolish? Is that all of that is all good and dandy. But the reason why you have civil rights is because you did what? Fuck with the system. No man ever got power from begging.
Nope.
Ever.
See,
here's the hold on, though, man. See, here's the fallacy and all that. That go along to get along put us in servitude after slavery for another 100 fucking years.
Yes, it did.
Most certainly.
When you started burning cities down, that's when motherfuckers said, you know, that civil rights shit ain't that bad.
Kerner Commission.
Mm-hmm.
The more docile you became, the more shit they pulled.
And continue to pull.
And here's the fucking fraudulent part about it. Child support is not an indicator of being a good father.
It is not.
It's not. It's not.
But yet, if they really wanted to, and by the way, a lot of these so-called politicians that Black men supported were the first motherfuckers to stab us in the fucking back.
Can you say that again for those of us in the cheap seats
There's
at
a
old
reason I
Chicago
call them the
Stadium?
congressional black joke.
Because here's the fucked up part. How long have some of these politicians in the Black caucus have been around and knowingly
and willingly,
knowingly how much the destruction of the Black family was put upon us when it came to draconian laws, when it came to child custody and child support? You've been raking Black men over the coals, and all these Black politicians said what? Nothing. You've been putting Black men in jail for what? Black boys can't even get an education, and what the fuck did they say?
Nothing.
Nothing.
School to prison pipeline, anybody?
You allowed Black boys and men to be the sacrificial lambs
for many years.
And you're even your women. The same motherfuckers raising these same fucking homes.
Mm-hmm.
How the fuck your daughter get a college degree and your boy can't read? So if you keep doing the same damn thing, expecting a different result, what is that called?
Insanity.
So we are insane to go by, well, we need to educate these people. No, you need to do something totally different.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because we're not even at a stalemate.
And never will be, given what's going on right now.
So all that good shit that was just spoken about, dismiss me with that. Because if black men said in unison,
let him finish.
I'd rather do 30 fucking days. You enslaved me for 400.
Mm-hmm.
You put me for Jim Crow for another 100. You gave me 10 years of the crack epidemic. You gave me 15 years of the war on crime and drugs. You fucked me over for 5 years with the housing crisis. What the fuck else can you do to me? What literal consequence are you to me? You literally gave me, I was not property 150 years ago. Cattle had more of a vote than you.
Find the lie.
So what, in any logical sense, if men say, fuck this shit, we rather do the time, what power would the United States government hold?
None.
Because if men don't believe in the system, what happens to the system, Marcus?
It falls apart. Sorry.
Why fight a system with conventional war, with conventional means, when you know it's too overpowering? What resort? What do you have if it's too overpowering and you cannot use conventional means? What do you have to do, Charles?
Guerrilla.
You fight unconventionally. You fight asymmetrically.
Yeah, that's guerrilla warfare.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm hearing a Palestinian argument, meaning
a Palestinian argument. Really?
Whoa!
No, hear him out.
You heard what?
Hear him out.
No, okay, let me finish. Let me finish. Go ahead.
That is the type of conversation Palestinians have against Israel. Well, we're going to fight them to the end, no matter what the cost is. And where have that gotten them? Where's that gotten them?
It got them noticed.
Exactly.
Okay, and they got 50,000 of them killed, and it got their whole area, 60% of it, 70% of it being bombed out. They're living in rubble. So I guess they won in the end in principle.
And where are the majority of black people living in? Rubble. Your women boarded 27 million of you.
No, he's talking about relative to the rest of the
population. A majority of black people, are they living in the lap of luxury?
No,
yes.
They're not.
65% of black men are middle class under American standard. Let me say that again.
Under American standard,
65% of black men are in the middle class under American standard, which is the highest standard in the world. At least it's the second highest.
They're not living too well under this standard in America, are they?
Yes, they are, brother.
No, they're not.
No, they're not.
Who's the number one homeless? Who's the number one in prison? Who's the least educated?
I said 65%.
No. The majority.
That's the majority of us.
Majority of us are at the bottom.
65% of us
65
are making.
No, we're not.
Minimal.
Here's the crazy part. Here's the crazy part.
Demographic and look for
here's the fucked up part. When they get stuck with these draconian laws of child support and child custody, what happens to that wealth?
It drops.
It transfers
it melts.
to women. It transfers to the women. That's what it is.
So
wealth
here's the argument of it, right? Don't complain about the Palestinians when they got something they rather die for than to go down on bended knee. Because all I hear is this: you're making an argument. Well, we should pay and just shut up.
You're making an argument that you can't prove.
And here's the fucked up part about it, right? If black men are that high of being in the middle class, which the middle class is almost eviscerated right now because of inflation, because we got to really look at the terminology of middle class. And I live in the state of Maryland. Middle class 10 years ago would have been $85,000 to $125,000 a year. You need damn near 250 to be really considered true middle class.
I lived in Chicago for many, many years. I finally left at the age of 43, and there was a slow climb in the income of middle class, but it was kind of in the same range, 80 to 90 to about 120 to 130. You better double that now, especially if you want to live inside the Magnificent Mile area or the Loop area. Man, you better be able to come out your pocket with a pretty penny. And the last time I went to Chicago, which was 2023, Jody and I drove around. Didn't see that many black folks, if at all, in the Loop living. Visiting, yes. Living, hell no.
And then here's the insanity of it all, right? Majority of the homeowners are not black men.
Nope, they are not. They are not
in our community.
That's by choice. That's by choice.
No, it's not by choice.
Shit. Wait. Time. Let me take this. By choice, that's bullshit. And I can prove it's bullshit because I see the bullshit going on in my own damn family.
A 25-year-old man who makes $50,000 don't want to buy a house.
Yet.
Well, he can't
afford a goddamn house. He can't afford it.
$50,000 a year. Come on, man.
He can't afford it.
So here's
no. We're gonna stop you with that bullshit now. You go from 1982 to now. You go to 1982 to now. $1,000 now to equal that to get $1,000 from 82 to now. You need triple the amount.
Yep.
Because that 50. See, this is the bad part where people. Hold on. Sorry. Here's the bad part where a lot of people get this middle class bullshit misconstrued. They're still going by 90s and early 2000s rates.
Yeah,
and in some
that's 25 fucking years ago at best.
Yep.
You motherfuckers are complaining about eggs.
Mm-hmm.
And you think, oh, well, black men are all middle class. How the fuck is it when you're the number one demographic that's in prison, has a record, homeless, miseducated? You can't even get, most black men are looked over for fucking jobs because they were going for how many decades for the double minority?
Again.
If it wasn't, they just recently, less than a month ago, got rid of DEI.
Mm-hmm.
That fucking suffocated black men for jobs.
All right. Well, all I'm saying, all this information is in black demographics. Feel free to look it up yourself. This ain't
black demographics.
I'm blowing out my ass.
Black demographics hasn't been updated in 5 years.
Get the fuck out of here. It hasn't been updated.
Get the fuck out of here. It's not.
It has. It was just updated not too long ago.
All right, then
it hasn't been updated.
Niggas.
And Marcus,
it hasn't been updated.
All right.
So
okay,
let me put it to you this way.
Again,
let me put it to you this way, right? Does the American dollar still hold the same weight that it did last year?
Hell no.
Let me say
no,
this.
Answer the question, goddammit.
No, this is what you do.
No, answer the goddamn question.
What you do. You draw on stuff that's not related to the topic to try to get
I'm drawing on the topic. We are on the topic. Answer the goddamn question. Does the American dollar still hold the fucking weight that it had last year? Does it hold the same weight as it did last year?
No, I ain't asking that bullshit question.
You answer the bullshit because you know you're full of bullshit.
Yeah.
Stop being a fucking woman about it and answer the goddamn shit.
No, quit being emotional with your.
Stop being. I'm not emotional because you can't answer a logical question.
Emotional.
You're full of shit and you know it. You're full of shit and you know it.
All
right.
It's a very relevant question.
Hold on.
Objective? Go ahead.
All right, PK, were you gonna say something?
Well, yeah, I found this whole entire back and forth kind of hilarious. Because, I mean, like, the bottom line is that the American dollar isn't what it was worth, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago. And so middle class is obviously not the same as what it was 20 years ago, period.
Mm-hmm.
So the consideration that you make on middle class being what most black men in America make, which is, anywhere in between $30,000 to $60,000, that's not middle class. Not by those same standards that
what is that, Ben? What is that?
That's poor.
Barely making it.
That's low.
We're barely making it. It's walking
median of black men's average earnings.
I mean, okay, let's put that.
That isn't middle class by any standard. in today's America, period.
Go ahead.
I want to add some perspective here, because a black man living on his own making $60,000 a year is one thing, but if he has to raise a family of 3 or 4, now we're talking something that's just not going to happen. And families are where the rubber meets the road. So a black man or anybody, any person who lives in this country and are not producing children, they're not really doing what you call it, the Africans call it, performing their natural obligations. And we know that a country runs on its children, because that's one of the things that this country and most Western countries and Eastern countries are lamenting right now: population erosion. So
52% of black men don't have children.
What?
Yes,
So that's fair. That's
true.
statement.
That's true. Yeah, that was something.
Right. So I don't know. Whatever this narrative you talking about raising a family of 3, that's only a small percentage.
Correct. So let's do this. Let's actually account for what we're talking about when we speak to medians, which is the overall population of black men. Okay, most black men aren't in jail, as you mentioned. Most black men are quote unquote in the middle class. Now that middle class average is what figure? What do you see on the screen when you look at black demographics? It's around $40,000, if I'm not incorrect. That's
the low end. It goes up to I think up to 60 or 70.
Yeah, we said 40 and 60.
So like I said, when you hit $60,000, you're not truly quote unquote middle class as a single person.
You haven't been middle. That hasn't been middle class since the 90s.
Correct.
At best, the early 2000s.
Correct. So when you account for what is considered quote unquote to be the middle class, it isn't middle class by today's standards or purchasing power. That just is not the case.
All right. So what class is that then? Because it ain't poor.
Well, it's working. It's working.
It's just
lower
working.
Class.
Yeah, working. It's working. It's either working poor to basically lower middle at best.
Do you know what the average price of a house is now?
A new house,
What is the median price of a house in America?
Here's something y'all keep looking at. Where are you trying to live?
No,
You're not.
No.
You're talking about the major cities.
Let's start here, Marcus. What is the median price of a home in America? Notwithstanding
where are you trying to live at, though? Everybody keeps. I know what the median price is.
Okay, so
it's like what, $400,000. Is that correct?
Around 450, but yeah.
Right.
Okay, so
where
is that
average
that
that's in Baltimore.
7% APR. That isn't the APR, but let's just say this for lack of knowledge, because I'm not going to look it up. I'm lazy. Let's say 7% APR over the next 30 years. How much does that end up being total on a home?
Okay? Let's start from the beginning. If I make $60,000, will I even consider buying a house worth $400,000?
Well, you would have to, because that's the median price.
That's the median price. That ain't the total price, brother. You got to.
Would you
go lower than that?
We're taking medians here. We're
no one's making 60,000. Is going to try to buy a house for 400,000.
Bullshit.
So where are you going to buy a house in the slums? So where are you going to buy a house in the slums?
No, there's always that happy medium where you can buy a house.
No. What house are you going to buy?
You can buy a house for $100,000 and lower, paying 12 to maybe 900 a month.
And where? Wait a minute. Hold on. I'm glad you said that. And where are those houses usually located in cities?
Okay. Once again, you don't have to go in those neighborhoods. It ain't.
No.
What neighborhoods?
What neighborhoods are those located?
I know what you're trying to ask me. I'm not playing your game, brother. Because
no. I'm not playing the game. I'm asking you a question.
You can buy a house in a good neighborhood for under $100,000.
Oh yeah,
where?
Foreclosure.
In the city.
Where? No. Wait a minute, fellas. Where?
You can Google it and look for yourself.
No. Give me an example. Where? Defend your argument.
The first suburban rings of a city, you can find those.
You cannot.
Ring of the suburban city, you can find those.
There's no city anywhere in any half decent neighborhood can you currently buy a house for $100,000. There's vacants that are like $50,000.
You can go to you can go to Trulia right now, type in $100,000 for any city. You can find a house, a good house.
And guess what?
How about
and guess what? And guess what? Where are the neighborhoods?
Not where you think they are.
They're not
because
in. They're not in
you're
great
focused on one
neighborhoods, are they?
neighborhood.
There's a reason why that house is $100,000.
Has anybody heard of redlining?
There's no. Hold on. Redlining doesn't exist.
Right now.
I live in the city where redlining was basically created.
There's laws against redlining. If you can prove it, you can win your case.
Redlining. I live in a city where redlining was basically started.
Okay, there you go. You trying to elicit something that's not even relevant. You trying to go back to 1950 something. We're not talking about 1950.
Why do you think major cities? Why do you think so many major cities were fucking segregated?
Again, you always trying to pull on this emotional.
It's not emotional. It's factual.
That's not even relevant to this conversation.
It's factual. They took it to court.
That was 80 years ago.
How can you have a house
80 years ago?
How can you have two houses 2 blocks away? How can you have two houses made by the same architect, built in the same year, 2 blocks away? One's $170,000, and the other's $470,000.
70 years ago. Where we at?
That wasn't 70 years ago.
Let me give you something more up to date then, because let me give you something more up to date, because in 2024 they redid the study. This is a 10-year longitudinal study by Pew, which found out that Black households or Black homes, on average, no matter what the neighborhood is, was valued $40,000 less than white homes.
Yes, we know that. We already know that.
That's current.
Well, I'm talking
about buying a home. We know We know white people don't like to live around Black people. We know that.
Marcus, even in the hood, homes are going for upwards of $200,000 and $300,000.
Yeah, because I'm looking at one right now.
As a matter of fact, one of the biggest things in major cities is buying these houses for like $150,000 to $200,000, so you can move the Negroes out.
Mm-hmm.
If you're talking about $100,000 for a quote unquote home, bro, you're buying a trailer. You're buying that's what you're doing right now.
You're buying a trap house.
Right.
Exactly.
Which is what you're buying, a 1-floor trap house. I used to live in Gary, Indiana. I lived in Gary, Indiana. I lived in Northwest Indiana, and I also lived in LaPorte County.
I looked at houses in Gary.
Did we not talk about the goddamn housing crisis?
They going for 130.
Did we not talk about the goddamn housing crisis?
Yes.
And how it fucked people? Did we not talk? Did I not just mention
that was more than 10 years ago now. Let's move on.
So guess what? Wait a minute.
Charles, hold on, wait a minute. Yeah, it was more than 10 years ago. And you know what happened in 2008?
Yeah, I was there.
An earthquake. Half their wealth,
So how the fuck is it that all this shit that I just came up with is factually proven, but you have not given us any substantial evidence?
You can't.
What? Because you talk about some bullshit. You come with all this.
No, stop it. Stop being emotional, man.
What are you talking about, Charles?
Come on. Prove your fact, princess. Prove your fact, princess.
What are you talking about, Charles?
Marcus, let me give you.
Hold on, Snowman.
Sorry.
So when I asked you this question, right? Myself, Dead Set, and PK told you that excuse of $60,000 to $80,000 now, $50,000 to $80,000 is in middle class, and it hasn't been for the last almost 25, almost 30 years.
Then what's middle class then?
No. You want to talk about the state of Maryland alone?
No, I'm asking you, what's middle class?
Middle class is damn near 150,000, boy.
Middle class. So you telling me $60,000 is poor?
Yes.
He didn't say
yes.
It's poor. It's
damn near poor. Because right now, what's one of the biggest issues with food right now?
Expensive.
So if a person, even if you're living by yourself, your utilities are much higher than they were ever before, right? Your car insurance, your vehicles.
Going up by the day.
One of the biggest reasons why people weren't buying new cars like they used to is why they can't afford them.
car payments.
So you're telling me right now, even the females are complaining. These men won't take us out on dates. It's a combination of being indifferent to them and they're expensive.
Yes.
Part of the reasons why a lot of these men are not being indoctrinated into this bullshit is because they seen the draconian laws. They saw their fathers, their grandfathers, and if they're blessed enough, their great grandfathers go through. Why? How many times does a sucker have to walk through a door 10 times to get hit? What should he expect on the 11th time?
I'm glad you mentioned that. How do you change all that?
You don't buy into the system.
And what does that mean? I don't know what that means.
You leave the system alone.
You either do two things. Number one, don't have children, which will bankrupt the United States anyway.
Which is already
Or
happening.
and it's already happening. Or two, you willing to go to jail for 30 days to stand on your principles? Because here's the thing about a code and principle. A code and principle means something during difficult times.
There's a third option.
Let me tell you a story.
And what's the third option, did that?
Grab your guns.
Grab your guns.
Okay, again, that's that Palestinian philosophy.
And guess what? And guess what? The one thing about the Palestinian philosophy, because the Palestinians got their philosophy from who? Us,
black people.
Yep.
So here's the philosophy, right? You heard of Selma, right?
Selma, Alabama.
So
sure have.
When black people were fighting against the police, and you saw the police use tear gas and nightsticks beating the shit out of women and men and children, did that make the country look bad, horrible in the eyes of the world? What did China say 4 years ago to the Biden administration? How are you going to tell us about living? You can't even treat your black people right. And what the fuck could they say?
And you talking about the Palestinians? You think Israel looks good right now after what they did to the Palestinians? Really, bro?
Nigga, I mean, look at Israel itself. There are certain minorities within that country they don't treat right. They got their own black people they don't treat right.
So you telling me right now?
Their own Arab nations have black people, a black population of their own they don't treat right.
You telling me right the fuck now? In America today, where the black boy is the least educated and the most miseducated, the most accosted. The problem is we are a victim of not only our own success, shout out to conquest. And yes, we're capable of much more. But here's the thing. We make more, but we also are the majority of the poorest.
Yeah, we
are.
We're the majority on both extremes.
Yeah, we cover
exactly.
Both ends, we cover both ends of the spectrum.
And guess what?
Go ahead.
On both sides of the spectrum does not hold the bridge, does it not? And that's the issue. You don't have enough fucking backing from the people who are actually middle class and regular working folks. And that's why a lot of people, especially black men, said, fuck this shit, I'm out.
Let me tell Marcus a little something that Jody and I went through down in North Carolina. Now, Marcus, what did you say earlier was like middle class? What was your price?
It's between.
I said the high end was 60,000.
That's bullshit, and I'll tell you why.
All right.
Jody and I lived in a neighborhood where it was not all that great. People were making 60,000 a year, and the houses were still falling apart. Meanwhile, we take an hour ride to Cary, North Carolina, and you're paying 5 times that, and you still don't get the same amount of room that you could if you had your own home. Go deeper into Cary, you're paying an upwards of $500,000 to $1 million for your own home. This is coming from a couple who has driven to, through, and around North Carolina. And it's the same thing PK said. It's the same thing everybody on this panel have said. When it comes to middle class, the price has been jacked up, way up.
So here's a
Okay, you
simple.
convinced me. I believe you.
You can just do simple math to figure this out, bro. It's not really that hard.
No,
What do
no,
you
you
what do you
convinced me. I guess I'm just outdated. That's all.
Are you
That's cool.
sure, or do you need more evidence? Because
No,
I'm
no,
just
you
running
convinced me.
numbers.
I'm convinced.
Now we
Okay.
got to get you on the child support part because
No,
On
no.
that note, I'm going to say good night, gentlemen. Thanks for having me, AB. I appreciate you, and I appreciate
no problem.
everyone here. Dr.
Night,
Faulkner,
Snowman.
Dr. Faulkner, you owe me another interview because I want to do another one with you.
Snowman in the morning is probably brought to you by Bum Leg Orthopedics. The only thing
On
that's
my legs,
keeping
on my legs, on my legs,
Oh, my
and good
leg, oh,
night.
my leg, oh, my leg.
and
Well,
black
she got
and
after a little bit
clear
too.
water
Yeah.
laxative. When things
Have a
get
good
muddy,
night.
clear water's your buddy.
Hey, what's up, everybody?
hey,
What's
what's
up,
up?
Louis?
Louis! Happy Farm Sunday, by the way, folks.
Yeah,
You talking about
you
another
lucked
expensive
out, man.
state
I
in
was
New
about
Jersey.
to literally start breaking down the math on this. Middle class is not what you think anymore, man. When you start to account for bills, rent, it's just it's out of order. I mean,
Yeah. And
middle
don't get it
class
twisted.
is over $6,000 a month, and that's what you need to be making at least to be quote unquote
Yeah, the
middle
average
class.
rent now is like $1,700 in the country.
Correct.
The question is, what percentage of society is actually making $6,000 a month? I don't
Not
think
a
it's.
lot.
I say it's under single digit. That's a lot of money.
No. It's over single digits, but it isn't enough in
Not
terms
That's
of
like
of
that's what
black
100.
men.
What is that? That's what 12,000 a month. Something along
What
those lines.
for what? I mean, wait a minute, do that math again because
Wait a minute.
I'm
No, I'm sorry. No,
What did you just say?
you say 6,000 a
you
month?
said 6,000.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's
you need to be
72,000 a
making
year.
over six grand a month at the bare minimum to be quote unquote middle class.
Is
Yeah,
that gross or net?
So what?
That's
that's
net,
gross.
not gross. No, that's net.
No net.
That's
That's
net.
like what 120 a year.
No, that's not that much. It's around close to 90 to 100,000 a year.
Yeah, that's
Oh, yeah.
around 80,
Because
90,
you're going to
100.
lose about 27% in taxes right off the top,
Mm-hmm.
and that's for a single person. Now
When you
I know
start to
this is
talk
true
about
because I was
And
making.
who makes that much money in society?
around a
I
quarter,
was making that much
around
money.
a quarter of the
Doing
population.
what? Because unless
I
you
was
will.
working. I was working in logistics. I had been making that money for a long time, and to
Yeah.
bring all of this together, my take home, I was taking home around 70,000. Once I got my divorce went through, I lost $30,000 a year in child support alone.
Yeah.
And then, yes,
So
that's the
dead
shit.
set. So
Mhm.
dead set. When I was talking about child support, did anything I said made sense?
Yeah, because I mean, I'm in this system right now,
Yes,
and
but my whole argument, I don't know what y'all want to do. It sounds like y'all want to take it to the wall. I'm saying it has to be done through politics.
no,
You have to find you pick your own representative and present them some type of have them present some type of relief to the laws to reduce your child support. Change
Marcus,
the formula. That's what I'm saying. The formula has to be
Marcus, I love
changed.
you, man. I love you, Marcus. But I got to
Uh-oh.
debunk your shit for a minute.
Go right ahead.
If that was true, right? And they know. Don't think these Congress people don't know.
Yeah.
yeah,
They're in on this shit.
yeah. The GAO wrote
Because
about this shit.
because you got to understand something. Guess who's one of the biggest benefactors of child support? The state.
The state.
Yes.
So why would this?
$5 for
So
every
why would the
$1 they
state,
collect.
for example, why would the state go against get their money when you got to pay court fees? When it's statistically proven that the average man pays over anywhere from $500,000 to $1.2 million for their child, but on average, child support they only get $250,000 to $300,000 for that 18-year period.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the fucked up part about it: a lot of that shit they dancing in the streets when they get their child support, you got to pay court fees. You got to go through the direct
Hey,
deposits. You got to go through. So many
hey,
people got their
lawyers.
hands on their money. That is not even funny.
Okay, I don't know how many times I keep trying to say this. I don't know what you want to do. I mean, they're operating from laws that were created in state houses and the federal. I think and the federal house. I believe some with Title II has a
Child
No, it's
something.
support. Child support is
Title
all state.
4D.
No federal. You can't go to any
Yeah,
federal court
there's
about that.
something federal has. There's some federal
No, I'm
that
going to go
does
ahead
Child
and
something.
lay it out
support
for
is
you. I'm going to lay it out. It's Title 4D, and Congress came up with the whole thing. That's where your
Okay,
federal
yes,
funding comes
title.
from.
Yeah,
And
there you go.
also, the money that child support that's paid to the states comes out of your Social Security fund.
Yep, we
It's
all
one
Okay,
of
pay
the
it.
reasons why it's being drained.
but here's my
We all
point.
pay it.
The only way it can be fixed is by forcing your elected officials to go in and start tinkering with those laws to reduce that
they're not going
or
to do it.
change the
Not
formula.
gonna do it.
Then you start. You know, hear what I'm saying? You have to do the politics for it. You have to
Who's
find you a candidate. You have to get the
Who's the
money
number one
together
voting block in
to put
America?
them in office. No,
Who's the,
dude,
who's the
you
number one
already
voting
get
block?
lost the war before you even start to fight.
Who's the
But
No,
number
what
one
we're
voting
you want
block?
to
fighting
go
this
head to
too.
head with the federal government that's going to crush you like a rat.
Marcus, how long do you think we've been fighting this war?
We haven't been doing
Well, I mean,
politics. We have
let me
not been
jump in
doing
here when y'all got a
politics.
chance.
Yeah, we've
Yeah,
been
Hold
fighting.
on, real
White
quick,
men
before
started
politics,
fighting
man.
before I
this
That's what
mute.
I'm
war way
saying.
back in the
Hold
80s,
on. Let
man.
Ed get in. Go ahead, Ed.
So here's the thing, man. Even if we go your route when you talk about politicking, I'm curious because this is your argument.
Right.
Give me an example of what you would do. You said find a candidate.
Yes.
Find a candidate.
Meaning, find somebody that's going to support what you want. You have to fund them to get into office, and once they get into office, they go in and start changing the formulas for child support.
You mean one person?
You do it nationwide. If one group of black men would do it, then you teach the other group somewhere else, another across country, and they start formulating together, and they got somebody that was supported in Congress. They got a party behind them, and they will push it and make it. Matter of fact, you can make it a platform on a Democrat or Republican Party. You get your group together and say, "This is what I want to place on platform."
Yeah, kind of like the Congressional Black Caucus. So tell me this: why hasn't this happened yet? Yeah, so why hasn't this happened yet? Because a lot of black men and, quite frankly, white men are dealing with child support. Why hasn't this strategy you're saying been deployed? Why is this like a novel idea that you need to patent? And
In my
no other
opinion,
black man has like come up with this.
Ed,
in
we
my
all we
opinion,
all
we
Ed, we
stopped
all
doing
just come off the
politics and
turnip
we'll let the women take over.
When did that happen?
I believe it happened in the 70s to the 80s. Again, that first generation politicians who came after the civil rights, they stayed in the office. They didn't cultivate politicians to come in behind them. And then came
So
the drug war.
black men just said fuck it.
Yes,
Just in the 70s and the 80s.
because the 80s all the way up to early 2000s was a civil war among black people in the drug wars that killed off a whole lot of black folks. Either they got killed off, went to jail, or they just separated from the community altogether. And that left a gap. And when that gap got spread, women stepped up, they filled the gap, and they got their politicians in the office. That's what happened.
They never
So,
stepped up.
Marcus, what do I have on my screen?
This is coming from the same person that thinks there's $100,000 house. And by the way, I live in Cary, North Carolina, FYI. This is the same person that thinks
I've
that there's
already
a
admitted
such
I
a
was
thing as
wrong on that. I changed my point on that.
Hold on. The reason why that's important is because, like, dude, like, real talk, I'm not gonna hammer that, but I want you to understand you essentially came in this conversation arguing on like a prosecutorial kind of posture, and you essentially said 1 + 1 is 4. That's how big of a mistake you made when you said that. That's like really significant. And I'm gonna leave, but so when you say what you're talking about with black women stepped up, I'm gonna tell you right now, and I'm not even gonna talk around it because the other people trying to get in. I need you to understand this, and I say this with all due respect, Marcus. This conversation that we have had right here, this conversation is the problem. You are the reason why this shit has gone on as long as it has, because we have to waste energy. Charles has to waste energy trying to flip somebody like you into the understanding category. And we have wasted 10 fucking years doing that. And in 2025, you thought there's a fucking house worth $100 grand. And now you're telling me black women stepped up. Does it look like black women stepped up? Like, are black women as a group, in your opinion, living the life that they want to live as a group?
Do you know what I mean when I say stepped up?
I don't know. Educate me on what you mean when you say stepped up.
I mean, when the black men moved away from the advocacy of voting, the black women stepped up and filled that gap, meaning they the one that stepped up, organizing candidates, pushing candidates to run, and supporting them with money and vote.
No, sir, that's not what. No, that's not. But that's not what happened. What happened is black women teamed up with white women, who, by the way, are the largest voting bloc. They're even larger than white men.
I didn't mention that, but yeah, that's part of it also.
Oh, that's fucking important. That's like,
I'm just referring to the black community.
That's like me. What you just did is like me saying black men are criminals and they're poor, and then white supremacy, and not mention white supremacy. That I just edit that out. That's a big edit, sir. Like, no, I'm talking about. No, and I got you. And I'm not gonna lay off the adversary. Hold on, I just want to say this real quick. I'm gonna lay out the adversarial part, and just from a practical standpoint, because black women don't raise shit. Everything black women do, just from a practical standpoint, everything that black women do, they are funded mainly by white women. They work for white women. If white women stop funding their crap, their stuff falls flat. So they don't fund nothing. That's why in all this crap about feminism, the LGBT, notice how there's things that black women talk about that really have nothing to do with black women. But they always insert that in these conversations that ironically would go against their best interests because they're working for someone else. Most of intersectional feminism really operates under the purview. It's like if you got Disney and then you got like Marvel and then you got Marvel TV, and that would be black women. They work for white women. And so when you say they stepped up, no, they didn't step up. They just started working for white women under the idea that women, that's why they're gender first, because they think that white women are going to get on board with being women first so they can get some cookies. They didn't step up for the community. They don't do what they do for the community. They do it for their idea of trying the myth of white womanhood. I'll leave it right there. But yeah.
Okay, black women got together in their black community and started electing people to the school board, the city council, the state houses. That's what I'm saying. And
they don't do that. They don't do that. They vote for who they're giving.
Have you seen half the black congressional caucus is
don't even go to
women now? Actually, I think it's more than women.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me jump in for a minute. To that brother's point about how black women elected officials and stuff. Yeah, there is an example of that. It's called Dalton, Illinois, and look at the shit show that was.
Yeah, and that's not the only one. That's all over though. But my point is, they're putting their women in office and judgeships, prosecutors. What black women are supporting their own sex.
That is incorrect. No, that is incorrect. The Democratic Party is giving them candidates, and then they just go along with it. They're not
go along with. Okay, that's what you believe.
I mean, that is a big difference. Think about what you're.
I'm from Dalton, Illinois. I pretty much grew up in Dalton, Illinois. Dalton, Illinois.
Well, that explains a lot.
Similar to Chicago, it's basically a single mother ran community.
Explain how they're putting
Tiffany Henyard. That is who voted for Tiffany Henyard. A bunch of single black women with children.
Prove my
And as
point.
far as what you said about basically middle class stats with black men, you're very similar to a lot of other black people in America. You don't want to feel shame about your position in society. I'm gonna throw you
Dude,
some
I've already said I was
statistics.
wrong. Y'all
I'm
keep harping
I'm
on
gonna
that.
throw you some.
I
I'm
took
gonna
all the
throw you some
information.
stats.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't even
I
know
was
what
Okay.
I'm
wrong.
gonna throw
that.
you
I
I
mean,
some
thought
what
that was
more can
stats
I
market
real
say?
quick.
stats.
Hold
We
on.
make we make up about 19% of this part as not even 19, but
It's
basically less
14.
than about
So we're
19%
gonna
of the
go by
population,
your
and
logic, right?
we make up about
Who is it that's
37%
talking?
of the homeless.
It's
We're
The
gonna
both.
we're
homeless
gonna
in America,
Okay.
black men make up 37%, and
Yes, I know this.
Okay.
we don't even make up, as far as if you break up the 15%, is actually 15% of the population. We're half of that, less than half of that. We make up 37% of the homeless rate in America.
Yes, I
Okay.
So
know
I
this.
mean,
What's the
you
point?
want to you a lot of people have this like very PG viewpoint on the black community because they don't want to feel shame
Mm,
about their position in society, but
Yeah, I
it
agree
is
with
not
that.
what you think.
yeah, I agree
Yeah,
with that.
and you can't correct something, and that's a
Yeah,
correct a problem if you don't want to identify,
Y'all hit my
that's where
question.
black men become a problem.
and see here's the greatest part, right? How does voting work? Majority rules, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
Are black men the largest demographic in their society?
no, it's one of the smallest.
So here's the funny part about that, right? Because let's take DEI for instance. So you're telling me all these white chicks who 85% of them benefited from DEI, they were qualified?
I don't see the where your point of where you're going with this.
You're gonna just hold on for your hats. So you're telling me that if black men galvanized and said, you know what? We tried to get our politicians in order. We tried all this shit. So would it be strategic to try a new plan?
yeah.
So if black men said in unison, we ain't paying this shit anymore, could they arrest all of us?
Mm-mm.
I don't know what
No, hold on, Marcus. Answer the question.
that don't even make any sense. I don't know what you're trying to say. Let me
It
say
makes
this.
plenty of sense. Wait a minute.
If you
Answer the
don't
question.
want you
Don't beat around the bush. Could they arrest all of us?
if you don't, yes, they can. This is a fucking continental sized country.
So
They will
So,
put you on camps if they wanted
wait a
to.
minute. Wait a minute.
One
Let
at
him
a
talk.
time. One at a
Wait.
time,
Let him
please.
talk. Now, could they arrest every black man on child support?
Yes. What are you talking about?
So
Do you
that
know
wouldn't
this?
hurt. So let me ask you this question, right? You said yes. Theoretically, if every black man on child support goes to jail, would that extremely fuck up the American economy?
Yes.
Yes, but they will go around it. What are you talking about?
how
They
So,
how would
fucking
they go around it? It
they
costs
would.
$50,000. It costs
They,
$50,000 to take care of somebody in jail for a year, in jail or prison.
so,
Free
no,
so,
healthcare, free
you
all of
think
that.
so,
They
you
don't
think if
have
they
the
go
ability to
around
do
if
that.
you think they're gonna treat you like they
How
are
many,
now. No, they
Charles?
gonna put you in camps.
How many
They gonna
roughly
put
are
you out
in?
in the
How
camps
many
in
roughly?
Utah,
They,
they were
no, they can't do
Montana.
all that. They can't do all that for child support. They can't.
I'm
They
just
can't
saying
do
so,
that.
they can if they wanted to, and they
No,
would
they
give you
they
the
can't. They can
can't.
bare
do. They can
minimum.
kill every single one of us if they wanted to. If you want to play that game, like
Right,
let's
right. But
really.
So they can't.
Okay, then. So let's stop acting like you're not speaking out of
So they
fear.
can't. Let me put it to you this way.
Legally, they can't.
How many illegal immigrants did they allow in this country
Too
the
many.
last
20
4 years?
million.
Did that bankrupt the country?
No, because they're working.
No,
No,
they
not
were
all of
not.
them
No.
are
No,
working.
they
Not
were
all of
not.
them are working.
Okay,
No, they
you
were
think
not.
that. You
They
keep
were not.
thinking that.
Dude,
They
we're
were
not
not.
even counting like the EBT and all the money. Like, actually, we took $100 billion L, even if you account for the ones that were
Let me
working as
let me
far as the
let
tax
me let me
revenues.
let me
They
put it
got
to you this way, dude.
$50 billion of
Let me
taxpayer money.
let me
That's
let
what
me
they
put it
got.
to you this way. Let me put it to you this way, right? Even if they were working, there wasn't enough of them to pay into the system that they were taking from. Okay, so it was a loss, a major loss.
What do you? I don't understand what
Number
you're
two,
saying. Panda, what system?
number two, number
Social
two.
Security?
Yes,
It's okay.
they
It's
weren't
okay,
paying.
man. It's okay.
They weren't paying into it. You
They've
don't.
been
You don't. So here's number two. If you arrest every black man on child support, or every man period on child support that says I refuse to pay, you would. This country will be a third world country overnight.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes, it would.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. What would
How
keep?
many
No, wait
black
a
men are
minute.
actually
Wait a
paying?
minute.
Hold on.
Wait a minute.
If
Wait a
half of
minute.
us don't
Who
even
makes?
have children, how many you
No,
think
no, no,
would
no, no,
actually
no,
will
no,
get
no, no,
arrested?
no, 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 no. I want you to listen to what I said carefully because you're trying to do this bait and switch bullshit.
No,
If
no.
you arrest every black man on child support or every man period on child support, would this country turn into a third world country overnight?
No, man, what are you talking
Yes,
about?
So
yes,
This
yeah.
country,
how
the
if
population of this
you
country is
arrest? Let me ask you
320
something.
million.
Can let me ask you this question?
What? Oh
How
God.
can you get if the state makes at least anywhere from 40 to 60% off of child support cases? How the fuck can you make an income off of somebody in jail
Oh my God, I don't know. I don't know.
who's not working?
Again, half the
Oh my god!
black male population don't have children.
I didn't say that. You're going to another
I'm
argument. What did
so
I say? The
if
men
only
on child support. Not. I didn't say the men. The men. Of course, we know, but you're 55% of black men don't have children. I
right.
said the
So
men on
that
child
I'm gonna
support.
say that gives you maybe 10 million at best, probably less than
No,
that.
you're
Oh
drunk.
my God, that is actually
No.
way less than that, dude. But
Right.
again,
Okay.
man, this is coming back to
Okay.
your numbers. But
Okay.
Charles is accounted for that. The thing is, not only are they not paying child support, like I said, you have to. Yes, they have rights in jail. And contrary to popular belief, they not every state ain't gonna put these motherfuckers on no train tracks. We not in that type of
All right.
country.
I'm just
And then
saying.
on top of that, if they're not paying child support because they're locked up, they can't pay taxes because they're not earning an income,
Let me throw this out here.
which will
I need to
bankrupt
know.
your fucking
You,
states, which
I
will
need to
other
know.
bankrupt
men
your
will
country.
replace you. Other
Wait.
men
I
will
need to know,
replace you.
Marcus. I need to know something, bro, because this will kind of help me understand
Okay.
where you're coming from very quickly, bro. How many times do you think that average citizens, like one individual citizen's dollar, is taxed? How many times do you think that happens? Do you think it just happens once, twice, three
Oh,
times?
brother,
How many times do you think a person is taxed on
I
each
have no idea.
individual
Let me say
dollar?
this. I know it's a lot. I'm gonna say a minimum of no less than 10.
Okay,
All the time you
so
pay
with that
taxes.
being said, if a person in any individual that's on child support, just one person goes to jail, how much of a loss in tax dollars through the 10 times that you think it's taxed do you think the state and the federal government loses?
Okay. This country will find other men to replace you with.
No, they can't. That's the issue.
That's the problem.
Yeah, they
Well,
can.
even right
No.
now, well, if they hold on, if they would have did that, they would have did that already, and they can't find other men to fight these damn wars and all of that either. Let
Sure
me
they
say
can.
something, because
They
everybody's
always
getting
expect
hung
men to
up.
do that.
The
Everybody's getting
way
hung up.
wait, yeah.
Everybody's getting hung up on the
I gotta
child support.
explain this. I gotta explain this to him. This is important to break down so he really understands this.
Okay,
We have a population issue in the first place. Yes or no, Marcus?
And okay, we're not our
Yes or no,
population.
Marcus?
No, that's no yes and no. The
It
birth rate
is a
is like
yes or
one.
no. Do we have a population
The
issue?
birth
Yes or
rate
no?
is below replacement level.
Okay,
Yes.
So
so
we
is
have
that
a
a yes or a
population.
no?
Yeah, that's a yes.
In that sense, yes.
Okay, so with
oh
that being said, one of the reasons that they allowed immigration was to essentially boost the population because they thought that they could have quote unquote tax-paying citizens. Yes or no?
Yes, I know this. This is true.
Okay, so with that being a yes, if they were not taxed the same way an American citizen is because quote unquote they are not citizens. They're illegal immigrants. They did not pay into Social Security. They were not taxed as much as the average citizen. Yes or no?
I don't know that for sure.
They were not.
The answer is no. They were not taxed the same as a regular American citizen. So here's the difference. When a regular American citizen goes to jail, they do not pay as much in taxes as a quote unquote person that came here illegally. Period. That's why they need American citizens to reproduce. Period. They need that. If you lock up American citizens, you have to have the rest of America pay for the people that are in jail. That comes through taxes. Okay? Yes or no? Are you following me?
I know what you're saying.
Okay, no.
I'm
Are you
saying,
following me? Are you on the same path?
you hold you think you can't be replaced. My
No,
point
you
still
cannot
stands.
be replaced unless you have citizens to replace them.
Okay,
And
so
we do not.
he keeps talking about this replacement thing. Let's be very clear here. These immigrants don't play that game with fucking child support. All
Okay,
right.
I'm
So
just saying.
like let's be clear here. These Arabs, these Indians, they women don't do that because they don't play that game. And he says
In
even
fact,
a
when
lot of
they
these
have kids,
Hispanics
they're a
that are
tax
immigrants.
You're right. They
burden.
don't.
They're a
So
tax burden. Illegal children are a tax
yeah,
burden. They become
so we say
citizens,
this
and
stuff
the
like
rest of America has to bankroll it.
yeah, so if you're replacing people, even if I give you that, you're not replacing people that's gonna play that same game. They are what these immigrants are way more patriarchal
Right,
than
right.
men
You're
in
right.
the United States are. So either way, they replace them for what? And like I said, the last time they quote unquote tried to bring people in here, they spent $400 billion over the last 4 years on these immigrants, housing them, getting them set up, and with all the money, and this is if we're going by Biden's numbers, they still took $110 billion L on that.
And mind you,
So
the
Right.
children that they produce, it takes 18 years before they reach
yeah,
the
so
age
all
of
this
to work in
so
the
there
first
is no
place.
instant replacement. Either way, that child support crap is bunk because they'll do a lot worse than just not pay child support. They will
They'll just
snap the
they'll just
women
leave.
back in their countries. They are not playing that game. And they're
And
They
they're
would
women
a
just
though, they're
thirty
leave.
not playing that
and they're
game.
a
And
thirty
what
to forty
happens
thousand dollar
if you try
burden
to
for
put them
each
on?
individual child.
What happens if you try to put them on child support and they just leave?
And
And
that's
that
usually what they do.
Leave.
It's
Come on, man. We
and
leave and mask to go where?
well, you can't.
What
Well, here, Charles, you
Well,
can't even.
these are the
Here's what's
magical
crazy.
people you talk about. They gonna replace. See, that way,
Wait,
even if you take child support off the table, because the argument everybody's holding it. Charles is talking about basically starve the system, and you starve the system by not participating. So let me ask you this: does the United States, if the fuck just black men, if men do not maintain this system, does the United States still function? If men don't maintain and build it?
It doesn't. Right. It won't.
Okay,
It won't
do
stay.
they have enough people to replace men to bring men in here? Because keep in mind, loyalty counts for something in this country. You bring these people in with different. That's why they got to do what they got to do in these universities. These people are not loyal to the United States until they generally have children that grow up here. So
Well, that's
all
what's
that
so
replacement
crazy.
shit doesn't work like you say it
Here's
does.
what's so crazy. We have a deficit right now, literally right now, when it comes to American jobs in foreigners coming here and getting degrees and leaving. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what they
So
do. And then not only that, the
I
people who
mean,
come here illegally make their money, and then they send their money back to their home countries and families
which is
overseas,
another,
wherever the
yeah.
fuck it's at.
which is
Yeah.
one of the
So
biggest issues. You're not paying into this, like I said earlier. When you don't pay into the system of Social Security, because it's the greatest Ponzi scheme ever, you don't have flooring. Okay? Here's the problem, Marcus. We love you. But this is where you're getting your logic mixed up.
take a quick line.
Th-
He said, "I
Listen,
love you, man." They don't love me.
we love you. There's no hate. I'm like Thorfinn. I have no enemies. Okay? Here's the part. I'm only teaching right now. There's nowhere on earth can we get enough immigrants to replace anybody.
What are you talking about, my man?
Europe,
You be just making
Europe
up this
has a
shit,
so. In other words, there's nobody who's going to replace us because
man. I mean,
number one, listen before you speak. Number one, where are these motherfuckers going to live? That's a burden on the state, right?
right.
You gotta feed them. Another burden on the state.
Mm-hmm.
You gotta find them jobs. And most jobs immigrants are gonna take are what?
Low paying
Under the
jobs.
table.
Low
under the table or low paying jobs, which doesn't pay. How can are you really going to get enough replacement in taxes from even the taxable low paying jobs?
Nope.
No.
All right, well,
So
I'm here to let you know, if you drive 40 miles outside of any major city, you will find a whole bunch of illegals, or not even
and
illegal,
here's the part about
about
it.
immigrants. They're
How
all
much
over the
can
inner
you tax them?
America.
How much can you tax them?
They're,
Because
I don't know. I don't
majority of them work what? Low
I won't
tax
even
or
presume to know how that
elite or
works.
under the table non-tax jobs.
All
So
I'm
right
saying is
there,
they're working and they're paying into the system,
they're
wherever
not
that
paying
system
into the
is.
And
system.
even still, if
If
we're
you're
if,
getting a W-2
and if
or
we're talking
1099,
about and if we're talking
to
about the black,
American citizen. They're just
I want
not.
to say, because we're making this more complicated. If we're talking about just the black community, you're not gonna replace them like these bitches. Like you're not gonna. There are no magical fucking men that are gonna come in and fix the fucking black community. The African American man is all you have.
it
So
ain't.
if you're talking,
It's
let's
irreversible.
take it out of the United States and dial it back. So when we talk about what the quote unquote black women are doing, what the black women are doing are maintaining a trash heap, and they're maintaining. You said it yourself. Men quote unquote magically disappeared, which tells you you won't have a thriving community unless men actually do what the fuck they need to do. So clearly, the part of the men not doing what they need to do has already been proven by the fact that the state of the community. These boys can't read. These women are not going to do it. So if black men don't do it, it does not get done. So at the end of the day, what it comes down to is if you want a community, it is on the men. The problem, Marcus, is you got a lot of men like you that want to protect the status quo or play ignorant. You got some dated view of what the fuck is going on. The reality is what black men really need to do is basically say this. We are going to do what the fuck we're doing on this side. Any of you chicks want to got some act right within reason of what we allow you. Y'all got a whole bunch of bastard kids. Y'all can stay your ass over there and y'all deal with the nigga you had a kid with. We're over here. The rest of y'all white supremacy can have y'all. That's what black men need to do. But here's the problem. Black men cannot get on the same page because we got a lot of dudes like you just trying to protect the old thing or play this game about, well, black men just need to just start doing the magical thing they need to do. And the women are just start acting right. No, that's not what's going on.
I think you assume a lot. All I'm saying
Dude,
is,
I'm just assuming this based on the conversation we had.
Okay, just let me make my point clear. I'm just saying we need to do politics. That's all
we've
I'm
done
saying.
politics. Here's
I'm
the
saying
problem.
black men need to find their own candidates and put them in office. That's my whole
Here's
No,
point.
the
you don't. No,
problem.
you don't need to
Oh,
do
wait a minute.
politics. Because
Wait a
number one,
minute.
we don't have the numbers for politics. So right there, that shows you can't count.
We don't have
Because
the numbers because our women are a
we are
bigger
6. Hold
voting
on,
bloc.
we are 6% of the fucking population, sir. They're the only way that shit works is if we had to team up with white tea and them white boys got their own fucking agenda. Just like how there is no scenario that we can put together politicians that it will work. Even if we were to get a black president in office, Obama, what's going to happen is political forces are going to happen and he's going to do what he's compelled to do based on trying to get reelected. We are 6% of the population, sir. How the fuck are you going to put candidates out there to change laws when we're 6% of the population?
Can I
And
explain?
37% of the homeless. And
Can I
37%
explain?
of the homeless.
And
Yeah, I want to hear
this
Oh, I
this.
is
want to
spread
hear
without
this.
the
Yeah, I want to
United
hear
Sure.
this.
States.
Do we
I
or
want
do
to
we
hear
not?
this man.
Do we not live in concentrated black communities? And those
It ain't
and
got
do
nothing to do with a national situation.
and those black communities have representation within the state house and the
And
federal house.
and
And
those
those
what and
people are not
I'm tell,
generally elected by a majority black
okay.
population.
Okay. I'm gonna
So
tell you
But
I'm
in the
gonna tell you this,
Congress,
right?
they still have no voting power.
no,
Okay,
They're
I'm gonna
one
tell you
person out of 200. Like it's fucking 512 people in the fucking Congress.
right. And in a lot of cases, it always come down to maybe a couple of votes. That's it. A couple of votes to
I'm
pass a
gonna tell
bill.
you I'm gonna tell you this,
So,
right?
if you get
You
five
really
people to
believe this,
say,
man?
if you get 5 congresspersons who have the same mindset, they say, look,
They don't.
I need this place and putting a bill under that chapter, Title 4. I need this form to change. And they say, well, I mean, keep in mind, Congress is buying votes to have bill passed.
Let me save you
So
time. Let me save
I'm
you time,
selling my
Marcus.
vote if you
Okay.
add this in there. Now, if
Okay,
you
let
don't,
me
I'm not gonna vote for it. That's how
let
it
me say
works.
this. Let me say this real quick.
Let me save you some time,
Okay.
Mark.
It happens all the time.
Let me say this real quick.
The funny thing is, you really believe that that's actually some significant
Hold
shit.
on, hold on,
I
Ed.
absolutely
Hold on,
believe it.
Ed. Hold
I
on, Ed.
absolutely believe
Let
it.
me just say this, Ed. Let me say this, Ed. Okay. Number one, majority of black people vote what?
Democrat.
Majority of black
Kick in the
people vote
chair.
Democrat.
I love saying that.
What's the number one political party bitching about DEI being struck down?
Yes, we know this, Charles. Yes, Democrat.
So are we gonna trust the same motherfuckers that sold black people out, especially their men? You're expecting me to really think that a person like Jasmine Crockett is going to have black men's interests?
And he actually, and you know what? He
No,
talks like only
you
black
missed the
men
point. I'm not
exist.
talking about Jasmine Crockett.
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no. It
about
don't have to. No,
the
even before we get to
candidate
Jasmine
of
Crockett,
your choice.
you do realize that these magical politicians you're talking about, they're not getting elected without black women.
They're not.
I'm talking
There
about
is
They're
no
going to go against
position in the
they're
congressional
they're
black caucus.
they're
There's
going
no
to
position that a black politician is elected that just men put them in there, because the women would
no.
have to not fucking exist. You're assuming they're
No.
gonna vote for child support being adjusted.
Matter of
Yeah,
fact,
you're right.
let's go even further.
There will always be a group of women who will vote along with their men, even black
Okay, is
women.
that the
Very
majority?
very few.
That's not enough to get you over
So
50%.
so
Yeah,
so
well, man.
so wait a minute. Hold on. Let's go simplify this,
Let
right?
me
Dead set.
talk because I
So
Yeah,
know
because
you go ahead.
hold on.
y'all
I'm gonna
need to
say this
stop
real quick, and you
I
got the
filibustering.
gave it
floor.
to you. I want to ask him one question, Charles.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I
Go
know
ahead.
this
Go
nigga.
ahead. Go
Like,
ahead. Go ahead.
Marcus,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
where show me where there's a strong political base without a strong economic base. Go ahead. I'll wait.
I don't know what that means.
Jesus
If
You
you
Christ.
don't know what
it's
a
just
if you
strong
funny,
got a
G.
job,
Rephrase it.
if
Hold
you
on, hold
got
on,
a
hold on. Let me
job,
help him. Let me help him. Bro, genius, rephrase it for him, bro. Rephrase it for him. He ain't get it.
if
Make
you
it
got a
easy.
BK, you
job,
need to sell them an air mattress.
Go rephrase
Okay,
it, bro. He can get it.
show me where a political base of people have no money or little to no money and actually have a strong political base.
Did you get it? Did you get it, Marcus?
no. What do you consider a strong political
Oh,
base?
okay. All right.
Oh man.
I mean, I'm
So
trying to think about.
he can't
I'm,
even
that
really
first generation of politicians
translate
after
or
slavery, did they have
understand.
a
He
strong
has no
political base?
understanding. So of course he doesn't know what's
In
going on.
1867, they first elected black men to Congress.
Damn,
Did
you
Damn,
they have
it's
a
gotta go
strong
all the way
political
back to
base?
1867?
1867? God
1867,
Somebody
yeah.
damn.
hear him rebel.
Bruh.
Actually,
Bunch
if
of
you
Did
go
hip-hop.
by that time, they had a strong political base because it was majority black people in those areas.
they have any
Damn, I
money
didn't
though?
realize that the population was the same as 1867. That's wild, bro.
But let's
But
go back to this.
it
Let's
was
go back to
black
this argument.
voting for black. They had no
Let's go
money,
back to this argument.
but they
Let's
voted
go
for
back to
black.
this argument. Hold on, Marcus. Since black women are the majority voting demographic in the
We
black community,
pray
right?
for this man.
Right?
We pray for
Yeah,
this
Right?
man to be
Right?
enlightened. We pray for
Yeah,
this
you're right.
man
You're
to
right.
learn.
When did
Pray for this
black
man to
women when
grow.
was the last time black women
Please,
unanimously voted or the majority voted in the interest of black men
and I
and
pray to
black
black
boys?
Jesus.
Uh,
When did they?
Almost every election going back to the very moment they got the right to vote from
When did they
1920 on.
when's the last time that black women voted in the interest of black men and boys?
From 1920 or probably up to maybe the early 2000s.
They didn't even vote in this. No, they didn't. Because guess
bruh.
what they voted for?
Who they
Let
vote
me
for?
ask you this something. Did Bill Clinton look in the interest of black men?
I don't think he
How
was. I
old
think
are
he
you,
was
Marcus?
neutral on them. I think he was neutral on them.
This motherfucker signed the
Bruh.
crime bill.
That crime bill was good. That crime bill saved us.
Now we got our answer, folks. There you
That
go. Good morning,
saved
good
us.
afternoon, good night.
I was there when that what was going on. I lived through that
No,
period.
no,
That
no, no, no,
saved
no, no,
us.
no, no. Let me put it to you this way. Why don't white people have a crime bill, and they're the number one? They're the number one users of fentanyl.
Okay. Again,
Good night, fellas.
No. Answer the question. Why don't they have a crime bill against these junky ass white folks coming into black neighborhoods with their junky asses trying to push this fentanyl to drug dealers? Why don't they have a crime bill?
What
I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that to a
Why
chick.
are there
They
laws? Are
why
there
are they
not
trying to
laws
make black
against it?
men? Why are they
Are
trying to
there
make
not
black men the
laws
face?
against it, Charles? Are
Huh?
they not going to jail for it? The sellers.
No, they're not.
Actually, they're
No,
not.
I'm
No, they're
So,
glad
not.
you said
so
that.
they
the
creating open air drug
I'm glad
markets.
you. Wait a
so
minute.
the
Wait a
folks
minute.
who live in
Wait a minute. I'm
Utah,
glad you said that. Let me answer the question.
Dakota,
They
they
put
all
Narcan
they're
in
not going to
Walgreens.
Let
jail
me
for
answer
it.
the question. Let me answer the question because you just walked into guess whose wheelhouse? Whose house? My house.
They got
When black
Narcan in
men,
Walgreens.
when black men sold crack, what happened to black men?
They went to prison.
Okay, listen, I ain't going
No,
through all
no,
that, brother.
stop,
The
stop,
white
stop.
man in Utah,
White
Montana,
men, no,
Dakota,
no, 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 no,
Oregon,
no,
they're all
no, no,
going to
no.
jail
Yo,
for
this
over there
Was
nigga
getting
they
caught
stay throwing
was
because
mulligans
they're
out
the one
there,
that's
man.
selling it.
Like,
Yo,
so
yo, what's going
we're
on?
black
I mean,
there
crack
yeah.
are
we're
no
I mean,
crackheads who are
we all
black.
need to stop filibustering because we do we do got
We
9.
we
He's
already
wearing
know
a
where this
blue
is
What,
suede
going.
shoes,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah.
there are no
Again,
mulligans in putt
what,
putt, sir.
what's,
I'm standing. I was selling crack during that area that time. I was in the street, and that shit was
Plead the
wild.
fifth.
And that
Did he
crime
just
bill
say he was
saved.
selling
He
crack?
said he was selling
He
crack.
Let me say it again. I was selling crack during
did.
that time, and it was a civil war.
Ass
That
crack.
But this
crime
nigga,
bill brought it to an
AB,
end.
quit this shit. This is a classic.
So,
Let me
Man.
Yeah, let's
so
break out
let
the
me ask
best
you this
pressure for
question.
the season.
I'm all for that crime bill. I have
So
no
let me
regrets
ask you this
about
dear
that.
Lord,
question,
Hold on,
Marcus.
dear
hold on,
Lord,
hold on,
thank
hold
you,
on, hold
Jesus,
on,
for
hold on.
saving
Yeah,
this
we
man.
good.
Thank you,
The crime
Jesus.
bill
Wait,
didn't lock his ass up, and somehow it got him to get off the crack pipe
Get off the
and
crack.
stop
Get off the
selling it
crack.
in the street. Black Jesus, I thank you, Lord. Please
You
help
know
this man
what?
find $100,000 house with a
in
garage, with a front and
the
backyard,
middle of
Yeah.
the
in
hood.
a place
Thank
that is
Bill
not a
Clinton for
crack
signing and
house.
putting the law.
That's probably where he
You
got a
know
hundred
what?
thousand dollar house
Yo,
idea from.
yo,
The crack house he
You
was
know
working.
what, Ed?
A whole
You know
lot of
what, Ed?
serial
one at
killers
a
went to
time,
jail
one
during that
at a
time. A
You
time.
know
whole
what,
lot. They
Ed?
get out of
He got
jail
a
now too.
T-shirt that
hey,
says,
man.
This nigga
I
got
got the crack.
survival
I went from
guilt.
the crack pipe to living my
Come
life
on,
right.
man. Y'all
Wait,
just won't stop.
guys,
You right,
guys,
man, because I'm gonna tell you
hold on,
what you're doing.
Ed,
You're doing
Ed.
emotional dope dealing. Oh, okay.
All right, Jesse, you go.
What's going on? See, y'all niggas gonna make me bring back my loud mic from back in the couple years ago. God damn it, that's what y'all gonna make me do. But okay, I'm gonna answer the question.
Let the
Who
record
asked
show as
the?
soon as drugs got talked about, Jesse showed up. But go ahead.
Hey, you know how it go. But
Mhm.
That New
who
Orleans.
asked the question about the
Shout out
economic
to
base?
It was
Sinners.
broke genius.
What was
But
that
broke
question
genius
again?
dropped.
Can you? Yeah. Did he leave?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
he
left.
dropped.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll answer that question. That I've been listening for maybe about 20 minutes. I can answer that question. Atlanta is a perfect example. Because economic base and the political base are separate. You don't need both of them to enact the will of the other. So Atlanta is the perfect example. Atlanta has a very strong black political base, but when you look at the economic base, Atlanta businesses are the black-owned businesses. Even though they're a black majority, they only have about 20% of businesses in Atlanta. So they're the majority population, but they own 20% of the businesses. And as far as business receipts in Atlanta, black businesses in Atlanta, even though they're the majority population, they only receive 1% of the total receipts in Atlanta. So that's a perfect example of where you have a black political base where they dominate the political party, and you do not have an economic base. Even though yes, they do have middle class and they do have more black people in certain positions economically, they're a vast minority of the businesses and the business receipts, even though they're majority population. So
Yeah,
Type
so
that
real
goes
quick.
back to my point. How you got to learn how to do politics.
No, no,
Learning
no,
how to
no,
do
no, no, no,
politics
no. Real
means
quick,
you got
no,
to
Marcus.
support
no,
it
Real
with
quick,
no. That
money.
Marcus.
doesn't go back to your point because I just
No.
showed you that Atlanta has a big political base, so they have a powerful political base, but they do not have a powerful economic base. So no, that doesn't go to your point.
Right.
They
So
know
I'm not saying
politics.
for businesses to support the politicians. I'm saying the individuals, the people. Each precinct has supposed to have 700,000 people. So in that 700,000 people, there should be enough to support a candidate. They put them in office. That's my point.
That's the point he
Something you
made.
missed.
That's the point he made. Let's simplify this even more. Because
Yeah.
I'm fluent in Jesse needs. Sometimes Jesse's so intelligent that it flies over 90% of people he come in contact with. Number one, strong majority black base. Put black politicians in there. Guess what happens? Very few of the economics that are going in there go back to black business and people. Very little money come back. So everyone else is benefiting off of that business. And it's definitely on the bottom rung, not black people. Get me? Simplify. Next. Back to you, Jesse.
That I was going to say, and also going back in the
I'll go after
opposite
this. Said.
direction. Hmm?
I say I'll
Oh
go after
yeah,
you.
going back in the opposite direction, that strong political base is not donating much.
There you go.
Especially
That's the problem.
compared what to Jesse's point, they don't have the resources to be able to compete financially against other groups.
$5 from a bunch of folks will make a difference. You don't need a lot of money.
Man, stop
Yeah.
it.
So here's the problem, right? It's a lot of reasons, right? So one, the black elected officials face a lot of constraints, right? You have state preemptive laws, you have budget issues, you have federal regulations. So, like, let's say, for example, Georgia's Republican-led state government has blocked local initiatives in Atlanta, like rent control, which could actually protect black economic stability, right? So that's one example. You have stuff like gentrification that's going on in Atlanta, neighborhoods like Old Fourth Ward, Vine City, and so the rising property costs actually push out black residents and small businesses. Like black ownership in Atlanta dropped from 49% in 2000 to 45% in 2020. So in 20 years, you've seen a 4% drop in black home ownership in the Atlanta area. Excuse me. You also have the fact that Atlanta is very corporate dominant, right? So one of the positive things, reason why Atlanta does have a pretty significant middle class is because you did have a lot of companies like Delta, Coca-Cola, Home Depot, that moved their headquarters to Atlanta, but specifically Buckhead, right? So these black politicians, they do go in and do positive stuff. So let's say like Marion Barry, they had all those work programs from youth, but those things that deal with employment, they don't necessarily translate long term, like stuff for improving businesses and stuff like that. So that's where the issues is, right? So the corporate dominance in Atlanta, the gentrification and displacement, as well as the policy limits that you have the Republican Party in the state, blocking a lot of stuff that they try to do economically. So it's a complex issue. It's not like a lot of the politicians that they bring in are just sitting on their hands and stuff. They are actually trying to enact stuff. You know what I mean? And that's not just Atlanta. That's in a lot of different black cities. So complex issue. But
Well, just to kind of, I mean, like that. So I hear where you're coming from, Jesse, but that isn't entirely
Yeah,
true.
the problem with Jesse came in here and light skinned it all up, man. He basically muddied the waters. He basically diplomat, and I say this as a light skinned dude. Diplomat. We are trying to gun these bastards down, and you just gave these people hope, Jesse.
You
Hope
just
that
gave
they
him ammo.
I agree with Jesse. I mean, I agree with Jesse saying that ultimately, I think another big problem is the electorate is just fucking stupid. And when I say stupid, I mean they're ignorant, meaning they don't know who are the politicians removed. We have this kumbaya bullshit where we think we can link up with other groups when other groups are playing a winner take all thing. And when interests align. When they don't, they don't. Another thing is we don't discipline our dollar. That is the fault of the electorate. That is the fault of the people. We can and ultimately we have a lot of culture. It is. We have a lot, but I mean, ultimately we have a lot of cultural problems, and the culture. And you already know what I say. The culture is. We live in a gynocracy, and we live in niggas that want to basically protect that shit when that shit needs to be burnt to the fucking ground and reset. Because you fix that, you fix a lot of stuff. If you take the women out of it, black men don't do a good job politicking with each other. Before we send candidates to the thing, we need to learn how to work well with each other. For some reason, a lot of you niggas know how to work with white boys better than you know how to work. I'm talking about outside of a job. Better than y'all know how to work with other black people.
I don't want to go down this branch before addressing the core issue here. When you speak to Atlanta, we've talked about it before.
I'm talking about fucking Atlanta. I'm talking about general. Atlanta's laws burn it, but go ahead.
For sure. I mean, this isn't limited to just Atlanta. We could take this to any other major city in America. This particular issue with Atlanta, I'm a little bit more close. It's closer to home for me because I grew up. I lived there for almost.
Oh, I didn't know that. So is that where the air mattress origin stuff comes from?
I ain't getting into that. All right. So listen, Atlanta, as we've talked about, many of the HBCUs.
I'm about to shut down. Like, speed it up.
Go ahead. What did you say?
He said speed it up because he's about to shut it down.
Well, damn, I was talking pretty fast. But when it comes to Atlanta, a lot of places down there are ran by the HBCUs. The HBCUs try to push politicians into office, but you have to understand, like Jesse spoke to, a lot of the large corporations down there are funding different the politics of that city. Now, they aren't entirely grassroots candidates most of the time. These people are donor fed or astroturfed from top to bottom. Now, these people may come in with policies that we may like to some extent, but you got to understand when it comes to single motherhood and who exactly runs Atlanta and most of the major cities across the U.S. when it comes to politics is single black women, period. Usually single mothers. That just is the case because most black women have children, one or two. That just is the case across every major city across the nation. Now, when you start to talk about Democrat versus Republican-led cities, it doesn't necessarily matter insofar as who gets elected to those state houses, because whether or not it's Republican or Democrat, they were donor fed. These are not grassroots candidates in almost any cases. When you do find those cases where it's a grassroots candidate, more often than not, these people were put into position without having any sort of policy initiatives in mind when they get into office. They got there by happenstance most of the time. So when you start to talk about the politics of inner city Atlanta, it isn't what you think it is. Even when you start to talk about the demographics of that city, when you start to talk about the amount of black businesses and black people there, because the people who got elected in office, they weren't necessarily elected by the people. They were elected by the people, but they weren't. They were funded by the different corporations in the first place to get there. And that's a can of worms. And it happens all across the United States. It's not unique to Atlanta. Whether we're talking Democrat or Republican.
And I think for me, Atlanta was a good example because Atlanta is actually one of the better situations for black people economically. So I thought that was a pretty good example. Even though it still has a lot of issues, as I just named, but a lot of the same issues Atlanta has in terms of economics for black people. I mean, that it's pretty much the case across the board in the most major black cities, unfortunately, which I did a lot of research on this maybe back about 6 to 8 years ago. I looked at the data for like Atlanta, New Orleans, Detroit, and it's some are a little bit better than others, but it's pretty much like the same stats, right? 2% business receipts, 1% business receipts, despite being the majority population. So,
to that point, Washington D.C. is another great example of that, because once Williams and Fenty got in there, gentrification happened quick, and Williams came right after Barry. So right now, you go down to DC right now, what used to be Chocolate City ain't Chocolate City no more. And
Yes,
you
sir.
talk about the cost of housing there. Jesus, I mean, houses there average around $1 million now.
So is anybody black still living there then? Because that's $1 million.
My mom lives there, but her house is
She
worth.
bought her house 30 years ago?
Yeah, so her house is worth about $800,000 now.
And she's not being forced out by the taxes?
Well, she was a nurse, so she could afford it. I mean, she owns plenty of homes, so that's.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah, she was well to do, but there are black people there, but those who did stay, they had a lot of help from DC itself. But most of those black people, they were priced out.
So who's voting for the black mayors and city council people then? Because there's one black mayor after the other.
It's black women.
No, well,
period.
Well, go ahead, Dead Set. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, because since Barry, I think we had like 2 female mayors, if I recall correctly. No, it was one. It's the one current. It was men. It was 3 males, and then Bowser. Right now, she's the only female. No, Bowser. Only female mayor after Barry, and one after the other, they're on that same shit. Even though it's still a largely run Democratic stronghold, when it comes to that money, nobody's messing up the money that's there.
That's because the white people run the money.
Exactly.
And the white people are the ones who elected her on top of the black women. You see, the black males are the last people to have their say when it comes to the electorate. Like, that's just kind of because of our numbers.
Mm-hmm.
You can't really get around that fact. Now, when you start to talk about the money and the funding behind it, black men are also on the bottom of that. So, like, once again, everyone else is electing these people, not necessarily us. We just kind of get pulled in either direction. Now, some of us know better than others, and we may vote alongside whatever the majority is, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's in our quote unquote interest, and that we somehow got them up and elected them through our own volition. That isn't what happened in almost any case.
So PK, what percentage?
Jesse, I'm tired, man. It's time.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's 3:38.
They be like, "Help, nigga, I gotta go, nigga."
All right,
I'll be around on the back end. I'll listen to you, Jesse.
All right. If y'all want to talk after I shut the show off, that's fine. But I'd like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
Peace.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.